Magic energy increased by 0.12. What is this? Zhang Yu looked at the system notification with a confused face. After absorbing the magic energy released from Yang and the demon box, he received a system prompt. A small increment. It was an attribute gain he had never seen before. Was it because Yang's magic was somewhat unclear? Anyway, he hadn't expected that hunting Yang would boost his attributes. His magic attribute had already reached 122 under Gaia's blessing. Absorbing more wouldn't really raise it. Well, better a small increase than none. A little progress is better than nothing. Since he had found the Hunter Seed prize, he wasn't in a rush. As for the Soul Reaver trait, Zhang Yu, the target isn't a demon. Just as I thought. It wouldn't activate. Yang wasn't a demon. He was a demonic beast. So it was understandable that the trait to absorb demon souls didn't activate. I guess I have no choice. I'll have to keep hunting demons. He had to keep absorbing demon souls to fulfill one of the requirements for demon soul. First, Zhang Yu shook off the thought. His growth wasn't the top priority right now. He pulled out a transparent orb from his pocket. Ah, can you hear my voice? Yes, keep talking. Gaia's voice came from within the orb. Are you able to complete the mission? Yes. I have already resolved the issue with Da Chu. Were you injured during the mission? If you were, you can come to the sanctuary for treatment. No. Gaia seemed very worried about Zhang Yu. But he quickly interrupted Gaia. He wasn't injured. Of course, he didn't have time to relax in treatment either. I obtained important information. What kind? Zhang Yu told him about the rift seeds and how demon glue was spreading them around the world. The Guardians would have to mobilize all forces to stop demon glue's plans. Gaia was silent for a moment. Then he spoke seriously. I understand. I will contact every Guardian member. Let them focus on destroying the rift seeds. No. We shouldn't destroy them. That would be a huge loss for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu explained seriously. We should collect them. Gather them in one place. Collect them? Yes. But if we do that, the rift seeds will remain. No need to worry. As long as the rift seeds are pulled from the ground, they won't activate. Oh. I see. Gaia still didn't seem to understand what Zhang Yu was saying. But why are we collecting them? Instead of destroying them? Just in case. Wouldn't it be better to destroy them? If we only wanted to stop their plan. Then yes, that would be true. However, Zhang Yu did not back down. Steering things toward his desired outcome was his specialty. Then why? You have to think long-term. If we only act after the cult makes a move, we won't be able to deal with the aftermath. Ah. Have you studied the knowledge of the cult? Of course. But that knowledge is too profound. We haven't gotten any results. In situations like this, the more research material we have, the better. The cult could trigger such events so easily. Because of the knowledge they've accumulated over the years. If we don't study that knowledge, we'll always be one step behind them. Ah. He said apologetically. I didn't know you were thinking so far ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were taking the cult so seriously. Ha ha. I'm just a little selfish. As a resident of Earth, I'm simply trying to save myself. No. That can't be called selfishness. Gaia said firmly. If you only wanted to save yourself, you could have just kept your head down and hidden. But you're fighting desperately to protect the real people you care about. Such determination can't be called selfishness. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly. Ha ha. That's embarrassing. No need to praise me like that. Hee hee. You don't have to be so modest. As you said, we'll try to collect the rift seeds. Without destroying them. Thank you. No. I should be the one thanking you. I'll find a way to collect even more. I'll try to gather more too. The call ended. A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Of course, collect them. Not destroy them. Collect rift seeds for research. And prevent the plan once and for all. Nonsense. Even with the authority of insight. Zhang Yu couldn't completely decipher the cult's knowledge. If even the demon lords ruling the 9 hells couldn't understand it, there was no way the Guardians could figure it out through research. And stopping them once and for all was impossible. It couldn't let the cult roam freely. But that didn't mean it wanted to stop their plans. To Zhang Yu, the cult was like chefs preparing delicacies for him. Before throwing them away, he would squeeze as much out of them as possible. He carried a thought that would drive cult members insane if they heard it, and walked out the gate. Echidna and Val followed him after clearing out all the demons and beasts around. Echidna, Val, Zahak. There are 2 more gates nearby. Check inside one of them to see if there's a wooden stake like we saw before. If there is, don't destroy it. Bring it to me. Understood. Zhang Yu. At your command. The 2 summoned beasts moved according to his orders. After leaving, Zhang Yu pulled out his smartphone. I've already contacted Gaia. It's time to mobilize the others I know. Zhang Yu contacted Tian Suyan, Che Yenju, and Zhang Xian. After explaining the situation to the 3, he instructed them to gather hunt lizards. These should be enough for China and Korea. Only Japan is left. Zhang Yu pulled out a contact card he had received earlier. It was Black Flag Lily's number. I don't know why he's so concerned about me. But, in this situation, he's a valuable contact. I have to use him. B-222 Black Flag Lily speaking. Master Zhang Yu. He answered the call very quickly. Lily picked up before the phone even finished ringing. Hello? Lady Black Flag. I believe this is our first time speaking over the phone. Yes. I believe so. Yuli's voice was somewhat cold. It seemed she was displeased that Zhang Yu had never called her before. Sorry for not contacting you earlier. I've been very busy lately. No. I believe you must have had your reasons. She seemed to feel a bit better. The reason I'm contacting you is because... He began explaining about the hunt lizard seeds. I see. I understand. We will conduct a thorough investigation as well. Thank you. Oh. Can I ask you a question? Of course. This group known as the Demon Cult. Do you know which demon they serve? I tried to investigate myself, but found nothing. Although the question was sudden, Zhang Yu answered without hesitation. They serve the demon Satan. If only the Guardians knew about the existence of the prophesied demon Satan, it wouldn't be good. It's best to let as many people as possible know about it. Zhang Yu had already told those closest to him, like Suyan and Yenju. The more people who knew about Satan, the fewer who would doubt Zhang Yu. You said Satan? Yuri seemed dissatisfied with that answer. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Yu tilted his head in confusion. Even so, he still answered confidently. Yes. The demon they serve is Satan. I see. I understand now. Then once you finish collecting the hunter seeds, I'll be waiting for your call. Very well. Lord Zhang Yu. I'll do as you said. Thank you. Zhang Yu was about to hang up, when suddenly, oh, right. I still have something I want to ask you. Is that okay? Of course. Though it's a personal question. It has nothing to do with this matter. Do you know about the Cthulhu mythos? Cthulhu mythos? The question was so unexpected that it caught Zhang Yu off guard. I believe this is a myth involving countless tentacles. Zhang Yu had heard about it, because it had been overused in many forms of media. Yes. I know. But why? I have the ability to summon the power of gods. So I've been researching many different myths. There are a few I noticed that I'd like to hear your opinion on. Oh. I see. Zhang Yu thought of his own ability. The ability to borrow the power of gods from Japanese mythology. More precisely, it was the ability to summon beings from other worlds. He thought that someday, this ability would be worth studying in detail. The dimension where gods in myths reside. I'm sure it exists. Gaia's true form could very well exist in that dimension. The Cthulhu mythos. If it wasn't just someone's imagination, but a description of an actual world, it would be good to investigate their powers in advance. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Yu said, "That is certainly interesting. Can you draw out the power of beings beyond Japanese mythology?" "No. That's not the case. I can only borrow the power of gods from Japanese mythology." I see. Zhang Yu wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. He thought it was probably a good thing. He didn't want to see a god covered in tentacles. I see. Thank you for your interest. Thank you very much. I'll call you again next time. Yuri, somewhat uneasy, chuckled and spoke softly. Then ended the call. Ah. Got it. Zhang Yu looked at his smartphone with a confused expression. What a mysterious woman. Yuri gave Zhang Yu a gift. Then he suddenly asked some completely unexpected questions. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think he was a little crazy. Well, I guess it's fine. As long as Yuri didn't get in his way. A little craziness was tolerable. For now, Zhang Yu's attention wasn't on wandering around. It was on the hunter seeds being scattered across the world. The net had been cast. A bright smile appeared on his face. It was time to patiently wait for the harvest. Now. All I need to do is wait. Alarm Alarm Chapter 147. I Am Satan. Part 1. The whole world began to move. It might sound a little exaggerated, but there was no better way to describe it. The first country to act was the United States. Then China. Then South Korea. Every country focused on collecting hunter seeds. They even offered expensive rewards. It was inevitable. If players weren't given proper incentives, and the demon cult was allowed to act freely, the country could be destroyed. Even if governments didn't want to offer rewards, the people would protest that they should. That's why even countries in poor financial condition were forced to provide rewards. After all, money motivates people. Because monetary rewards were offered, even ordinary players started searching for hunter seeds. Naturally, commentators began to criticize. Damn. This time they're really going to squeeze the demon cult dry. Ha ha ha. Players are finally doing their jobs. Commentators just burn you with words. But why did those people plant things that look like guards inside the gates? 1. Maybe to gain better vision. 2. Bat editor. Are they trying to summon something else? Butterfly Valley. Ah. I wish I could tell you what I have done. Butterfly Valley. Ah. I wish I could tell you what I know. JRM. I reached level 100 in League of Legends today. Commentator. Amazing. But I'm glad we didn't let them have their way. I heard they've already found hundreds of such guards around the world. Ha ha. Serve those demon cult bastards right. The online response was overwhelming. People were celebrating the demon cult's plans being foiled. It showed just how much people feared the demon cult. Very good. Oh. Zhang Yu smiled while reading the online news. It had been 10 days since they started collecting hunt seeds around the world. Greedy players had been searching day and night. Money always works. Nothing motivates people better than money. Because of the large number of players involved, the Guardians handled the situation quickly. They had already collected quite a lot of hunt seeds. Although he was sure it wasn't 100%. Even if greedy, players wouldn't go to places like the Middle East or South America. Regions completely overrun by monsters. The hunt seeds planted there might still be undiscovered. That's fine. Zhang Yu didn't know what the cult was planning. However, if after disrupting their plans worldwide, the cult could still partially succeed, he would be pleased. If they managed to summon a large number of demons like before, he would be even happier. Time to go. Zhang Yu left his apartment and headed to the rooftop. He placed the crystal ball given by the Guardians onto the floor. After a moment, a small door appeared. It led to the Guardian Hall. His real location was apparently somewhere in the United States. It was a device that went beyond the limits of science, allowing instantaneous travel across the Pacific Ocean. The power of magic made such miracles possible. Zhang Yu took a step forward. His vision distorted, and a strange sensation shook his body. However, it only lasted for a short moment. The familiar white corridor appeared before him. "Oh, good to see you, Pigeon." As soon as Zhang Yu entered the corridor, he was greeted by Vision. Vision was responsible for collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Ordinary players didn't even dare set foot in that region. "Sorry for calling you during your training. It's fine. There's no way to continue training during a crisis like this. Besides, mission zones are good for training too. How's the Middle East?" "Pretty bad. Compared to Shanghai. It's practically paradise," Vision said seriously. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Zhaowang, and nearby regions were still relatively stable because China and Japan had not collapsed. So things were still manageable there. But the Middle East and South America became ruins on the day of disaster, completely turning into monster habitats. Obviously, the situation in those areas would be much worse. "Good job," Zhang Yu said. "It's nothing. Oh, I heard you were the first to realize the situation and come up with the necessary countermeasures. The magic that could instantly cross the Pacific Ocean made such a miracle possible." Zhang Yu took a step forward. His vision twisted, and a strange sensation ran through his body. However, the feeling lasted only a short moment. A familiar white corridor appeared before him. "Oh, good to see you, brother." As soon as Zhang Yu entered the corridor, he was greeted by Shixin. Shixin was in charge of collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Ordinary players would never think to venture into this region. "Sorry for calling you while you were training. It's fine. In times of crisis like this, I can't continue training anyway. Besides, the mission zone is helpful for training. How's the Middle East?" "Pretty bad. Compared to Shanghai. It's like paradise," Shixin said with a serious face. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Zhaowang, and other places in China and Japan hadn't collapsed, so they were still holding up. But in the Middle East, South America, and other areas, they had already become ruins on the day of the catastrophe, completely turning into monster lairs. Naturally, Zhang Yu said, "It would be worse there. I heard you were the first to detect the situation and came up with the response plan. Magic powerful enough to cross the Pacific in an instant made this miracle possible." Zhang Yu took a step forward. His vision twisted, and his body felt strangely distorted. However, the sensation only lasted a short moment. A familiar white corridor appeared before him. "Oh, good to see you, brother." As soon as Zhang Yu entered the corridor, he was greeted by Shixin. Shixin was responsible for collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Ordinary players wouldn't even consider stepping into this area. "Sorry for calling you while you were training. It's fine. In a time of crisis like this, there's no way I can continue training. Besides, mission zones are very helpful for training. How's the Middle East?" "It's very serious. Compared to Shanghai, it's practically paradise," Vision said with a serious expression. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Zhaowang, and nearby areas, because China and Japan hadn't collapsed, were still holding up. But in the Middle East and South America, they had already become ruins on the day of cataclysm. They had completely turned into monster habitats. Obviously, the situation in these places would be even worse. "Good job," Zhang Yu said. "It's nothing. I heard you were the first to notice this situation and came up with a countermeasure. Obviously, the situation in these areas would be much worse." "Good job," Zhang Yu said. "It's nothing. Oh, I heard you were the first to realize the situation and came up with the necessary countermeasures. Obviously, the situation in these areas would be even worse." "Good job," Zhang Yu said. It's nothing. Oh. I heard. You were the first to notice the situation. And came up with the necessary response. Shixin looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of admiration. Zhang Yu smiled. And replied. I just did what needed to be done. After all, I'm now also a member of the Guardians. Ha ha. I believe it. Even if you weren't one of the Guardians. You would have done the same thing. Brother. Feng Chung won't bring you any benefits. Man. Let's go. Yeah. Brother. Shixin smiled as he followed behind Zhang Yu. When they opened the door and entered, Gaia, Grace, and Mike Cuban greeted them. Hello. Zhang Yu. Gaia greeted him. Hello. How are things? Gaia smiled slightly. He extended his thin arm toward the table. And said. As you can see. The translucent sphere they had seen earlier appeared. The light screen surrounding the Earth clearly weaker than before. Gaia continued. The situation is worse now than before the seeds were planted. But if we had done nothing, it would have been even worse. Is it still getting worse? Zhang Yu asked. Gaia shook his head. No. The system damage stabilized 3 days ago. That's good. It's probably not just because the rift seeds were removed. After all, it's unlikely that every seed planted worldwide was collected. The cult probably achieved their goal to some extent. Since they haven't taken any further actions, it's highly likely they already completed their plan. Whatever the reason, the rift seed issue has been resolved. We can't afford to let our guard down yet. But thanks to your quick judgment, we were able to minimize the losses. Thank you very much. Zhang Yu. Gaia expressed his gratitude and bowed. Not at all. More importantly, where are the rift seeds being stored? This was also the main reason Zhang Yu came here. He wanted to see where the rift seeds were stored. This way. Grace pushed Gaia's wheelchair. The two of them moved toward another large gate. Passing through the gate, they were greeted by intense sunlight. Zhang Yu saw a vast land, covered in cracks, as if God had smashed it open with a spiked club. This is... Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He had never been here before. But he had seen photos. So it felt familiar. This is the Grand Canyon. Grace said. It's huge. It seemed like it was also Shishun's first time seeing the Grand Canyon. He gaped in awe, looking around. The grandeur of nature that could be felt in the canyon was truly magnificent. At the foot of the canyon, the Guardians have a secret vault. We store the rift seeds there. But this place is so famous. Can it really be called a secret vault? The Grand Canyon was a very famous tourist destination. Although after the day of disaster, the tourism industry had plummeted. This place still didn't quite fit the idea of secrecy. Gaia chuckled. And explained. The Grand Canyon is extremely vast. The parts tourists can visit are just a tiny portion. This area is inaccessible to tourists. Oh. Zhang Yu nodded. He followed them as they traveled through the massive canyon. Eventually, Gaia stopped before a solid rock wall. Guardian Zhuge Xian. It's Gaia. You're back. A voice came from behind the rock wall. What's going on? Vision looked around in confusion, trying to find the source of the voice. And then something unbelievable happened. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew. And the massive rock wall disappeared. A silver gate appeared where the stone wall had been. What is this? Zhang Yu widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't even noticed it himself. Grace said. This is an illusion created by Zhuge Xian. No one is better than him at this. I see. It's an illusion. Impressive, right? Grace smiled. And opened the door. At that moment, a man with long hair, dressed neatly in a suit, stepped out. So, you are the two new members. Mr. Zhang Yu and Mr. Shixin. Nice to meet you both. I'm Zhuge Xian. Zhang Yu and Shixin shook hands with Zhuge Xian. After entering the vault, Zhuge Xian explained. This vault is protected by various illusions I cast. Wandering around aimlessly inside might get you attacked. So please be careful. Zhuge Xian was in charge of researching the rift seeds. Ha. Actually, there's not much for me to say. Zhuge Xian chuckled bitterly. And opened a vault door. Labeled O4. This is where we store the riftbone seeds we've collected. Wow. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. And he let out an exclamation. Hundreds of wooden stakes were neatly stacked inside the vault. He couldn't help but drool a little. He desperately wanted to use the riftbone seeds to weaken the seal on his 10,000 demons box immediately. He had to resist. Now was not the time. Zhang Yu lowered his right arm and carefully wandered through the vault. The black ring on his middle finger slightly touched the vault floor. Zhang Yu's figure instantly blurred. Will the cult attack this place? Shixin looked around and asked. Zhuge Xian laughed. Of course they will. If they manage to find the rift seeds. That would indeed be dangerous. It's all right. Zhuge Xian said confidently. My spells aren't that weak. Unless a prophecy demon invades. This place is safe. No. Even a prophecy demon couldn't invade here. It seemed he had great confidence in his magic. Grace continued explaining. Although it sounds a bit arrogant. You can trust him. Zhuge Xian's combat power might be so-so. But his magic is impressive. That's your standard, Grace. My magical combat power isn't bad either. After some small talk, they finished exploring the vault. Let's head back. Yeah. Seeing the rift seeds properly secured put Zhang Yu at ease. He chuckled and returned to the Guardian Hall. Oh, right. How about we all go have a meal at my place? He suggested. What? Go. Go to your house? Brother. Gaia and Shixin were both surprised by the sudden proposal. Zhang Yu sneered. It's not something to brag about. But the food at my house is really delicious. However, I understand your situation, Gaia. But isn't it nice to have something like this once in a while? After all, it's just a meal. Gaia's expression showed his hesitation. He was the head of a secret organization. And his movements were restricted, making it difficult to attend dinners. Ha. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Shixin supported Zhang Yu. He also wanted to spend more time with Gaia. What should we do? Grace? Gaia asked anxiously. Grace chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay to have something like this once in a while. But we're not eating at a stranger's house. We're all members of the Guardians. What does it matter? As a leader, isn't it important to know how the members are living? You're being unfair. Gaia muttered. Grace laughed even louder. Then it's decided. Zhang Yu said, smiling as he turned around. I think Shueya is in charge of tonight's dinner. Zhang Yu swallowed eagerly. Gaia, Grace, and Shixin followed him back home. I don't know either. Zhuge Xian sighed. The long-haired youth was a magic-focused player. And also one of the guardians chosen by the Gaia system. He impatiently looked down at the black wooden stake on the table. How did they even create something like this? Zhuge Xian felt awe toward the cult's knowledge. I'm going to take a break. He picked up a cup of tea and leaned back in his chair. Shixin. Zhuge Xian recalled the face of the guardian he had seen earlier. Although they were all male, Shixun's good looks still impressed him. Very impressive. At a glance, he could sense Shixun's talent. And the one next to him must be Zhang Yu. Even though Zhang Yu wasn't selected as a guardian, he had still joined the Guardians. Zhuge Xian frowned in dissatisfaction. He didn't like the idea of someone not chosen as a guardian joining them. Connections are scary things. If Shixin weren't sworn brothers with Zhang Yu probably wouldn't have entered the Guardians. We'll deal with it later. Zhuge Xian put down his teacup. He had countless research samples to perform countless experiments. Seeing him offer such a suggestion, he didn't seem like a fool after all. He heard that it was Zhang Yu who proposed collecting rift seeds. Instead of destroying them, Zhuge Xian pulled up a chair and placed his hand on a black wooden stake. At that moment, Boom. A massive impact shook the vault. What? What? Zhuge Xian stood up. He raised his hand. And a complex magic circle appeared above it. The outside scene came into view. This is... He saw a figure shrouded in darkness, wearing a red demon mask. The mask was slightly tilted, and the man's gaze locked onto the place where the spell was cast. Zhuge Xian's gaze met the man's through the image. A shiver ran down Zhuge Xian's skin. Don't tell me. He trembled. Zhuge Xian remembered hearing from Gaia. No. Actually, he hadn't heard it from anyone. After sensing the massive energy from the man, there was only one being he could think of. Satan. The one attacking the vault was the strongest. Most evil demon king. The prophesied demon, Satan. 1. A ward is a totem-like item. Depending on which game. League of Legends, World of Warcraft, etc. It has various functions. Arabic numerals. Wards in League of Legends provide a visual map of an area. Chapter 147. I Am Satan. Part 1. The whole world began to move. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but there's no better way to describe it. The first country to act was the United States. Next was China. Then South Korea. Each country focused on collecting hunt GU seeds, even offering expensive rewards for them. It was inevitable, because if players weren't properly incentivized, and the cults were left to act freely, a country could be destroyed. Even if they didn't want to offer rewards, the citizens would protest that the government should. That's why even financially struggling countries were forced to offer rewards. After all, money moves people. Thanks to the monetary rewards, even ordinary players were searching for hunt GU seeds. Commentator. Naturally, people will oppose you. Damn it. This time they're really going to squeeze the cult dry. Ha ha. Players are finally doing their jobs. Commentator. The light will burn you. But why did they plant things inside the gates? That looked like guards? 1. Maybe to gain more vision. 2. Bat editor. Maybe they were trying to summon something else. Butterfly Valley. Ah. I wish I could tell you what I know. JRM. I reached level 100 in League of Legends today. Commentator. Amazing. But I'm glad we didn't let them have their way. I heard they've already found hundreds of these guards around the world. Ha ha. Let those demon cult bastards serve them well. The online response was overwhelming. People celebrated the demon cult's plans being foiled. It showed just how much people feared the demon cult. Very good. Oh. Zhang Yu smiled as he browsed the online news. It had been 10 days since the world started collecting hunter seeds. During that time, greedy players searched day and night. After all, money is always useful. Nothing motivates people more than money. Because of the sheer number of players participating, the Guardians were able to respond quickly. They had already collected quite a few hunter seeds. Although it probably wasn't 100%. Even greedy players wouldn't go to places like the Middle East or South America. Areas completely overrun by monsters. There might still be hunter seeds planted in those places that hadn't been discovered yet. That's fine. Zhang Yu didn't know exactly what the demon cult was planning. However, if after disrupting their plans worldwide, they still managed to partially succeed, he would be quite pleased. If they could summon large numbers of demons again like before, he would be even happier. I should get going. Zhang Yu left his apartment and headed to the rooftop. He placed the crystal ball given by the Guardians on the floor. After a while, a small door appeared. It led to the Guardian Hall. His actual location was apparently somewhere in the United States. This was a device beyond the realm of science, allowing instant travel across the Pacific Ocean. The power of magic made such miracles possible. Zhang Yu stepped forward, his vision distorted, and a strange sensation shook his body. However, it only lasted a short moment. Soon, The familiar white corridor appeared before him. Oh. Good to see you. Pigeon. As soon as Zhang Yu entered the corridor, he was greeted by Vision. Vision was in charge of collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Ordinary players wouldn't even dare to set foot there. Sorry for calling you during your training. It's fine. There's no way to continue training under this crisis. Besides, mission zones are helpful for training too. How's the Middle East? Pretty bad. Compared to Shanghai. It's like paradise. Shixin said with a serious expression. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Jiang, and other areas, because China and Japan didn't collapse, were still holding up relatively well. But the Middle East, South America, and other regions had become ruins on the day of the catastrophe. Completely turning into monster lairs. Good job, Zhang Yu said. It's nothing. Oh. I heard you were the first to realize the situation and came up with a necessary countermeasure. Magic powerful enough to instantly cross the Pacific made such a miracle possible. Zhang Yu took a step forward. His vision twisted, and he felt a strange sensation in his body. However, the feeling only lasted for a short moment. A familiar white corridor appeared before him. Oh. Good to see you, brother. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped into the corridor, he was greeted by Shixin. Shixin was responsible for collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Ordinary players wouldn't even think of stepping into this region. Sorry for calling you while you were training. It's fine. In times of crisis like this, I can't continue training anyway. Besides, the mission area helps with training. How's the Middle East? Pretty bad. Compared to Shanghai. It's like paradise. Shixin said seriously. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Jiang, and other areas because China, Japan hadn't collapsed and was still holding up. But the Middle East, South America, and other regions had already become ruins on the day of cataclysm. All of them had become monster habitats. Obviously, the situation in those areas would be even worse. Good job, Zhang Yu said. It's nothing. I heard you were the first to notice the situation and came up with a countermeasure. The magic that allowed instantaneous travel across the Pacific made such a miracle possible. Zhang Yu stepped forward. His vision twisted, and a strange sensation ran through his body. However, that feeling only lasted a short moment. The familiar white corridor appeared before him. Oh. Good to see you. Pigeon. As soon as Zhang Yu entered the corridor, he was greeted by Vision. Vision was responsible for collecting rift seeds in the Middle East. Zhang Yu said, I didn't expect to be involved in this region. Sorry for calling you during your training. It's fine. In times of crisis like this, there's no way to continue training. Besides, mission zones are helpful for training. How's the Middle East? It's very bad. Compared to Shanghai, it's practically paradise. Vision said with a serious expression. Zhang Yu nodded. Shanghai, Sapporo, and nearby areas had survived because China and Japan hadn't collapsed. But places like the Middle East and South America became ruins on the day of cataclysm. They completely became monster habitats. Obviously, the situation there would be even worse. Good job. I heard you were the first to notice the situation and came up with a countermeasure. Obviously, the situation there would be even worse. Good job, Zhang Yu said. It's nothing. Oh. I heard you were the first to realize the situation and came up with the necessary countermeasures. Obviously, the situation there would be even worse. Good job, Zhang Yu said. It's nothing. Oh. I heard you were the first to realize the situation and came up with the necessary countermeasure. Shixin looked at Zhang Yu with admiration. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, I just did what needed to be done. After all, I'm also a member of the Guardians now. Ha ha. I believe that even if you weren't one of the Guardians, you would have done the same thing. Brother, Feng Chung won't bring you any benefit. Man. Let's go. Yeah. brother. Shixin smiled as he followed behind Zhang Yu. When they opened the door and entered, Gaia, Grace, and Mike Cuban greeted them. Hello. Zhang Yu. Gaia greeted him. Hello. How are things? Gaia smiled lightly. He extended his thin arm toward the table and said, as you can see, the translucent sphere they had seen earlier appeared. The light screen surrounding the Earth was clearly weaker than before. Gaia continued. The situation is worse now than before the seeds were planted. But if we had done nothing, it would have been even worse. Is it still deteriorating? Zhang Yu asked. Gaia shook his head. No. The system damage stabilized 3 days ago. That's great. It's very likely that it wasn't only because the rift seeds were removed. After all, it's unlikely that all the seeds planted worldwide were collected. The cult probably achieved their goal to some extent. Since the cult hasn't taken any other actions, it's very likely that they have already completed their plan. Whatever the reason, the rift seed problem has been resolved. We still can't let our guard down yet. But thanks to your quick judgment, we were able to minimize the damage. Thank you very much. Zhang Yu. Gaia said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Not at all. More importantly, where are the rift seeds being stored? That was also the main reason Zhang Yu came here. He wanted to see where the rift seeds were kept. This way. Grace pushed Gaia's wheelchair. The two of them moved toward another large gate. Passing through the gate, they were greeted by intense sunlight. Zhang Yu saw a vast stretch of land, covered in cracks, as if God had split it open with a spiked club. This is... Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He had never been here before. But he had seen photos. So it felt familiar. This is the Grand Canyon. Grace said. It's huge. It seemed to be Shishun's first time seeing the Grand Canyon too. He looked around with his mouth wide open. The grandeur of nature in the canyon was truly overwhelming. At the foot of the canyon, the Guardians had a secret vault. We store the rift seeds there. But this place is so famous. Can it really be called a secret vault? The Grand Canyon was a very famous tourist destination. Although tourism plummeted after the day of disaster, this place hardly fits the word secret. Gaia chuckled lightly and explained that the Grand Canyon was extremely vast. Tourists could only visit a small part of it. This area was inaccessible to tourists. Oh. Zhang Yu nodded. Following them, he traversed the massive canyon, until Gaia finally stopped in front of a solid rock wall. Guardian Zhuge Xian. It's Gaia. You're back. A voice came from behind the rock wall. What's going on? Shijun looked around, puzzled, trying to find the source of the voice. Then something unbelievable happened. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew. The massive stone wall vanished. In its place appeared a silver gate. Zhang Yu widened his eyes in shock. Even he hadn't noticed it. Grace said, this is an illusion cast by Zhuge Xian. No one is better at this than him. I see. It's an illusion. Impressive, right? Grace smiled and opened the door. At that moment, a long-haired man in a suit stepped out. So, you must be the two new members. Mr. Zhang Yu and Mr. Shixin. Nice to meet you both. I'm Zhuge Xian. Zhang Yu and Shixin shook hands with Zhuge Xian. After entering the vault, Zhuge Xian explained. This vault is protected by various illusions I cast. If you wander around carelessly inside, you might be attacked. So please be careful. Zhuge Xian was responsible for researching rift seeds. Ha ha. Actually, there's not much for me to say. Zhuge Xian chuckled bitterly and opened the door to a vault. It was labeled O4. This is where we store the rift seeds we've collected. Wow. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he let out a gasp of amazement. Hundreds of wooden stakes were neatly stacked inside the vault. He couldn't help but drool a little. He desperately wanted to use the rift seeds to weaken the seal on his 10,000 demons box. He had to resist. Now wasn't the time. Zhang Yu lowered his right arm and cautiously wandered around the vault. The black ring on his middle finger lightly brushed the vault floor. Zhang Yu's figure instantly blurred. Will the cult attack this place? Shixin asked as he looked around. Zhuge Xian laughed and said, Of course there is. They might even find the rift seeds. Wouldn't that be dangerous? It's fine. Zhuge Xian said confidently. My magic isn't that weak. Unless a prophecy demon invades. This place is safe. No. Even a prophecy demon wouldn't be able to invade here. It seemed he had great confidence in his magic. Grace continued explaining. Although it might sound a bit arrogant. You can trust him. Zhuge Xian's combat ability might be average. But his magic is very powerful. Ha ha. That's your standard, Grace. My magical combat ability isn't bad either. After some small talk, they finished exploring the vault. Let's go back. Yeah. Seeing that the rift seeds were securely stored. Put Zhang Yu at ease. He chuckled and returned to the Guardian Hall. Oh, right. How about everyone come to my house for a meal? He suggested. What? Go. Go to your house? Brother. Gaia and Shixin were both surprised by the sudden proposal. Zhang Yu sneered. This is not something I'm bragging about. But the food at my place is really amazing. Still, I understand your situation, Gaia. But isn't it nice to do this once in a while? After all, it's just a meal. Gaia's expression betrayed his hesitation. He was the head of a secret organization, making movement difficult. It was hard for him to attend a dinner. Ha ha. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Shixin supported Zhang Yu. He also wanted to spend more time with Gaia. What should we do, Grace? Gaia asked anxiously. Grace chuckled and patted his shoulder. It's fine to have this kind of thing once in a while. Yeah, besides, we're not eating at a stranger's house. We're all members of the Guardians. What's the big deal? As the leader, isn't it important to know the living conditions of your members? You're being unfair, Gaia muttered. Grace laughed even louder. Then it settled. Zhang Yu said, smiling as he turned around. I think Shuya will be in charge of dinner tonight. Zhang Yu eagerly swallowed his saliva. Gaia, Grace, and Shixin followed him home. Well, I don't know either. Zhuge Xian sighed. The long-haired young man was a player specializing in magic. He was also a guardian chosen by the Gaia system. He impatiently looked down at the black wooden stake on the table. How on earth did they make something like this? Zhuge Xian was in awe of the knowledge of the demon cult. I'm taking a break. He picked up a cup of tea and leaned back in his chair. Shixin. Zhuge Xian recalled the faces of the guardians he had met before. Although they were all men, Shi Shun's handsomeness was still striking. He was impressive. Just by looking, you could feel Shi Shun's talent. The one next to him must be Zhang Yu. Although Zhang Yu was not chosen as a guardian, he still became a member of the Guardians. Zhuge Xian frowned in dissatisfaction. Loyalty and righteousness can be terrifying things. If Shixin hadn't been Zhang Yu's sworn brother, Zhang Yu would hardly have joined the Guardians. Let's continue. Zhuge Xian put down his teacup. He had countless research samples in hand, and could conduct countless experiments. Seeing him make such a suggestion makes it seem he's not a fool. He heard it was Zhang Yu who proposed collecting rift seeds, rather than destroying them. Zhuge Xian pulled out a chair, and placed his hand on the black wooden stake. At that moment, HMPH. A tremendous shock shook the vault. What? Zhuge Xian stood up. He raised his hand, and a complex magic circle appeared above it. The outside scene came into view. He saw a man shrouded in darkness, wearing a red demon mask. The mask was tilted, and the man's gaze fixed on the spell's location. Zhuge Xian's gaze met the man's through the projection. A shudder slid across his skin. Don't tell me. He trembled. Zhuge Xian remembered hearing from Gaia. No. Actually, he hadn't heard it from anyone. After sensing the overwhelming energy from the man, There was only one existence Zhuge Xian could think of. Satan. The one attacking the vault was the most powerful. Most evil demon king. Satan, the prophet of doom. A ward is a totem-like item. Used in various games, such as League of Legends and World of Warcraft. Serving different functions. Arabic numerals. Wards in League of Legends allow you to visualize an area. Alarm alarm. Chapter 148. I am Satan. 2. Chapter 148. I am Satan. 2. Boom. Goo. A tremendous impact shook the fortress once again. Zhuge Xian struggled to maintain his balance amidst the shaking. Then he bit his lip and headed to the room where he controlled the magic. Damn it. He frowned. Had he been cursed? He had never imagined that the prophet demon would actually invade the fortress. Could it be? Zhuge Xian frowned deeply. The faces of the two new members he had met earlier today floated into his mind. They were too perfect. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Zhuge Xian shook his head. He had other things to focus on. Who? He took a deep breath. After trembling for a moment, he quickly regained his footing. Zhuge Xian entered the control room, where he controlled every spell within the fortress. He sat on a large chair and reached for the control device. Prophet Demon. Zhuge Xian swallowed hard, his fingers twitching with excitement. Even if you were a monster, he wasn't going to let the Prophet Demon do as it pleased. Grace had said that even the Prophet Demon wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the treasury. And she wasn't exaggerating. The entire treasury was under Zhuge Xian's magical control. He had cast dozens of different spells to protect it. In wartime terms, it was like an enemy charging a fortress with massive walls and cannons everywhere. According to Zhuge Xian's calculations, even the Prophet Demon wouldn't be able to do whatever it wanted here. But first, before the real battle began, there was something he had to do. Zhuge Xian put on a mask and grabbed a transparent orb. Request immediate reinforcements. Abandon confidence. The most important thing was to inform Gaia. Use magic to buy time. Wait for reinforcements. No. A smile appeared on his face. He actually found it exciting. If everything goes well, I might even defeat the Prophet of Doom. Zhuge Xian performed another magical scan of the surroundings. But the Prophet of Doom seemed to have brought no reinforcements. This meant that Satan had decided to attack the vault alone. Since the Prophet of Doom jumped alone into enemy territory, it might be a golden opportunity for Zhuge Xian. Right. Unknown energy surrounded the vault. Support requests were obstructed. Damn it. Zhuge Xian's excitement completely vanished. He nervously bit his lip and slowly reread the information window in front of him. The information wasn't blocked. It was obstructed. In other words, if they could exhaust the Prophet of Doom's power, they might weaken the energy surrounding the vault. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. Zhuge Xian put on the helmet controlling the magic systems. The outside scene entered his vision, as if he were playing a VR game. The combination of magic and helmet looked unimpressive, but their synergy was better than he had imagined. Those narrow-minded old folks would never understand. Before the day of calamity, the Zhuge family had already inherited magic. As the heir, Zhuge Xian had studied magic from a young age. He possessed a magical talent unmatched by others. Thus, he didn't just stop at learning traditional magic. He tried to combine magic with modern science. The family's magicians often criticized his merging of magic and science. But that never stopped him. Let's begin. Zhuge Xian, wearing the helmet, placed both hands on the keyboard. This magical device was the result of his extensive research. Created using modern science, its power far exceeded that of ordinary magic. System activation. Defense level set to 2. Not enough. Raise it to 4. Correction. Adjusting defense level to 4. Zhuge Xian moved his hands swiftly, in sync with the mechanical voice. The sound of typing echoed through the control room. It's here. The demon under the red mask began to move. Tap tap. The demon moved leisurely, as if taking a stroll through a park. Zhuge Xian frowned. So, you're going to act all relaxed? Is that it? He didn't like that. His hands moved quickly. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Begin expelling the intruder. 2 magic circles appeared around the demon. They rose upward, unleashing a torrent of flames toward him. However, the flames bounced off the darkness surrounding him, scattering across the ground. The demon kept moving forward. Then, an ice spear shot out from a 3rd magic circle, flying straight at the demon. Shatter. The demon casually waved his hand, shattering the ice spear. The floor cracked. Chunks of rock shot up from the ground. The demon stepped forward, destroying the ground. The rocks scattered everywhere. The demon didn't stop there. Next, 37 magic circles lit up. Beams of light rained down, like a torrential storm on the demon. The demon snapped his fingers lightly. All the beams instantly evaporated. 64 magic circles appeared, triggering a massive explosion. A deafening roar and shattered stones flew everywhere. However, the demon emerged from the dust, the surrounding darkness completely undisturbed. The demon continued moving forward. Adjust defense level to level 5. Cold sweat broke out on Zhuge Xian's forehead. His typing speed accelerated. Adjust defense level to 5. Rumble. The basement partition opened. Golems glowing with blue light emerged. They charged at the demon. The demon lowered his posture, his arms hanging at his sides, then stretched outward like slashing wings. Crack. Black blades rose from the ground, piercing the golems. With a single strike, all the golems were destroyed. Adjust defense level to 6. Adjust defense level to 6. 172 magic circles appeared, surrounding the demon. They shone at him simultaneously. A surge of black energy erupted from the demon. The light blades shattered. Whoosh. Zhuge Xian's breathing grew heavy. His typing became explosive. Light blades from all directions collided, merging into a dazzling brilliance, forming a beam over 30 meters long. Then, Zhuge Xian added illusions. Dozens of beams appeared, only one of them real. But unless one practiced sorcery, it was impossible to tell which was real. Beams flew toward the demon one after another. You can't block them. Zhuge Xian was confident. Boom! A deafening blast. The canyon shook. Cliffs crumbled. Dust flew everywhere. This. Zhuge Xian saw the demon grabbing the real beam. Among dozens of illusions, the demon had recognized the real one. Crack. The massive light spear shattered. The great light burst into fragments. Because of the mask, Zhuge Xian couldn't see the demon's expression. But he was certain the demon was smiling. Whoosh. Who? He gasped heavily from overusing magic. Warm blood dripped from his nose, running down his lips and into his mouth. Adjust defense level to level 7. Adjust defense level to maximum. Activate. The Sword of Guardianship. Shatter. Before the system message finished, the walls of the control room were torn down. The demon with the red mask emerged from the broken wall. Zhuge Xian shuddered all over. He trembled. And only one word surfaced in his mind: monster. You dare compare me to a monster? The demon under the red mask said softly. You think that little toy of yours can stop me? The demon reached out. A tremendous force dragged Zhuge Xian toward him. Remember this, human. Remember. The demon's fierce gaze locked onto Zhuge Xian. I am death. I am the end. I am the father of all wrath. I am wrath itself. The mask twisted. I am Satan. When the demon finished speaking, Zhuge Xian lost consciousness. What? Gaia trembled as he spoke. The utensils fell from his hands onto the floor. The hand holding the communication orb also shook. What's wrong? Jin Shixin asked with a worried face. Gaia had been happily eating dinner at Zhang Yu's house. But after answering a call through the communication orb, his face had turned grim. Oh no, Zhang Yu, Grace, Makubin, and Han Shuya all noticed Gaia's sudden change in expression, and their faces grew serious. The treasury was attacked. An attack? Was it the demon cult? Zhang Yu hurriedly asked. Gaia replied with a pale face. The one who attacked the vault was Satan. What? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yu, Shixin, and Grace were left with their mouths agape by the unexpected news. Their jaws dropped. Satan attacking the vault was simply too shocking. Although it sounded absurd, they had never imagined Satan would personally take action. Satan! Shixin cried out, grabbing Gaia by the shoulders. Gaia bit his lip and nodded. Yes. He invaded the vault an hour ago. And took all the seeds we had collected. Gulp. Shixin quickly stood up. Then he turned to Zhang Yu. Brother. Let's go. Zhang Yu nodded. And stood up as well. Shixin opened the door leading to the Guardian Hall. Grace and Gaia followed behind him. Zhang Yu walked behind them. Good. The clone of omnipotence did its job well. Of course. The Satan who invaded the vault wasn't his clone. The clones created with omnipotence weren't strong enough to destroy the Guardian's vault. The clones could only handle simple tasks like eating and talking. Ha ha. Zhang Yu chuckled softly. Exactly. His clone could only eat, talk, and perform basic actions. With this, he had gathered rift seeds from all over the world, and secured a perfect alibi proving he wasn't Satan. Zhang Yu's clone followed Shixin, Gaia, and Grace through the gate, and disappeared. Alarm alarm. Chapter 149. Abyssal Artifact. Chapter 149. Abyssal Artifact. How could this be? Jin Shixin trembled all over. A terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Collapsed rock walls. Piles of massive debris. Shattered inner walls. The natural marvels they saw that morning had turned into a rainbow of destruction. As if a natural disaster had struck. Shixin and the others were left gaping in shock. Grace. Grace, what exactly happened? Gaia, blinded by shock, grabbed Grace's sleeve. Grace kept her mouth shut, unable to answer. Who? Cough. Cough. Zhuge Xian stumbled out from the rubble. She was suffering from mana depletion. But at a glance, she didn't seem to have suffered major injuries. Zhuge Xian was still standing. Gaia called out to her anxiously. Xian bowed. Her expression solemn. I'm sorry. Lady Gaia. You're not hurt, are you? That's right. I'm not injured. But. Zhuge Xian turned her head. The canyon looked as if it had collapsed from an earthquake. She bit her lip. I couldn't protect the rift seed. Ha ha. But you're not hurt. So I'm still relieved. Gaia let out a sigh of relief. Shixin walked toward Zhuge Xian. What exactly happened? Zhuge Xian didn't answer. She glared at Shixin and Zhang Yu. Where were you two? If you suspect the two of them, there's no need to. Grace sighed. I understand the timing issue. But they were with us the whole time. Ah. Zhuge Xian let out a short cry. And lowered his head. His expression dark. I'm sorry. It's just. The time of Satan's vault invasion happened to coincide with your visit. So I couldn't help but suspect you. Shixin and Zhang Yu nodded. Just as he said. Given the timing of the attack, it was understandable for him to have doubts. They wouldn't do something like that. Gaia said firmly. Zhuge Xian lowered his head again. I understand. Lady Gaia. I will remember this. I apologize to you all. No. Your suspicion was reasonable. Zhang Yu replied. Ha ha. If we had known Satan was going to invade, we would have stayed in the vault a bit longer. It's not your fault. Zhang Yu. No one could have predicted something like this. Gaia responded to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sighed, seemingly regretting his inaction. His expression was heavy. YOLO. But contrary to his expression, he was celebrating inside. It went even smoother than he imagined. To be honest, he had worried he moved too quickly. But Gaia and Grace handled it better than expected. On the contrary, after this incident, their trust in him had grown significantly. No. It was a certainty. After this incident, it's likely that Gaia no longer had even the slightest thought that Zhang Yu might be Satan. Maybe he never seriously considered it in the first place. But now the situation was different. From now on, even if Zhang Yu did anything suspicious, he wouldn't associate him with Satan. This meant Zhang Yu could move more freely in the future. Although I'm definitely not Satan. Zhang Yu nodded vigorously. He absolutely had no relation to that evil being who did nothing but bring disaster. None at all. If Satan represented evil, then Zhang Yu was the evidence of judgment against evil. There was simply no way to link him with the prophet demon who sought to destroy the world. Such trash. The whole world was moving to collect rift seeds. And many players died during the process. Many others also died fighting the demon cult. And now Satan had stolen all the rift seeds that had been gathered through those sacrifices. Thinking about Satan's crimes made Zhang Yu grit his teeth in anger. We cannot forget. Zhang Yu said. We must not forget. Carelessness is a weapon stronger than any other. Satan would exploit any opportunity to use that weapon against us. After hearing his words, the guardians all fell silent. Everyone clenched their fists. A look of frustration on their faces. Carelessness. He was right. They had already known the demon cult might track the rift seeds and launch an attack. But aside from Zhuge Xian's magic, they hadn't taken any other safety measures. Gaia said, I'm sorry. It was because of my negligence. It's not just your responsibility. Gaia. We all made mistakes. Yeah. Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is that we learn from them. It was a common saying. But putting it into practice was easier said than done. Zhang Yu turned around and patted the pile of rubble. Satan is strong. We can't let our guard down just because he got weaker after crossing over. You're right. Gaia nodded. Zhang Yu turned around. In this situation, there's one thing the Guardians must do. We must become stronger. Zhang Yu's words made everyone nod. Their determination and fighting spirit were clear. Yeah. We must become stronger. After this incident, they had surely realized how powerful Satan was. They couldn't afford to stay stagnant. We must. No matter the cost. Zhang Yu smiled. A few days after the Satan incident, Zhuge Xian and Grace focused on repairing the destroyed vault. Since Satan had discovered the vault's location, they could no longer leave it at Grand Canyon. But they still needed to repair it. To retrieve the vault's defense mechanism. The Sword of Guardianship. It was damaged during Satan's attack. But not beyond repair. They couldn't leave behind one of their most precious defense mechanisms. Zhang Yu and Shixin didn't participate in the retrieval due to training reasons. Shixin once again went to the Middle East with Wu Chen. As for Zhang Yu, let's begin. In front of him were over 100 black stakes. He smiled with satisfaction, lowering his head to look at the rift seeds before him. With just one seed, he hadn't gained much. But now he had over 100. Being excited was natural. He hadn't expected so many. Reaching 123 was good enough. Singularity attribute points. His magic attribute had already surpassed 120. Even singularity points made a huge difference. All right. Preparations complete. It's time to begin. Zhang Yu reached out to grab the rift seed. Using the insight fist he had learned, he absorbed the rift seed into his body. Whoosh. Black energy scattered from the rift seeds. Although there weren't many from each seed, hundreds of them gathering together made the energy much denser. Singularity attribute points. Zhang Yu shouted in his mind. He could feel the black energy attacking the heart that sealed the 10,000 demon core. Boom! The ground shook. Explosive black magic surged into the sky. Crack! The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the immense energy and split apart. A wave of ecstatic power spread through his body. Whoosh whoosh. The seal of the 10,000 demon box weakened. His demonic energy increased by 3 points. 3 points. His mouth fell open. He would have been thrilled with just 1 point. Yet it had increased by 3. Though delighted, he couldn't understand what exactly had happened. Zhang Yu closed his eyes slightly, analyzing the demonic energy within. He quickly found the cause. The abyssal demonic energy had been released. The magic within the 10,000 demon box was divided into 3 layers. Surface layer, deeper layer, and abyss. At the deepest part of the 10,000 demon box was the abyssal demonic energy. Even when he had been in hell before, he hadn't been able to control it. But now, the abyssal energy was finally released. Previously, only surface-level magic had leaked out, though only a tiny bit of abyssal energy was released now. Still, the release itself was the key. Only part of the abyssal magic had come out. But the release itself was what mattered. Just a little more, and he could take on Yanmo. He smiled in satisfaction. His progress was already enough. If he only released magic from the submerged area, it would still take several months. Forget about demon kings. He felt he could soon stand on equal footing with Yanmo and Lilith. But it wasn't enough. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. If it had been when he first arrived on Earth, he would have thought such power was already sufficient. To be honest, as long as he had the strength of a demon king, almost no one on Earth would be his match. But things had changed. The princes of hell, having the chance to fight them, just a single prince of hell appearing, would be enough. With their current strength, Earth would be no match for them. In front of a prince of hell, numbers were meaningless. Only another prince could stand against them. Although players were getting stronger overall, if asked whether they could grow strong enough to face the princes of hell, he would naturally shake his head. Maybe Shixin could. Among all the players Zhang Yu had seen, aside from Shixin, none had the potential to one day face a prince of hell. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue in frustration. The average power gap between Earth and Hell was simply too great. Anyway, Zhang Yu had already decided what he must do. I must become strong enough to battle the princes of Hell. Even though he had to consider the divine realms where gods like Shu Zuo Nengu and Gaia lived, and the heavenly realms he had only heard of, battling the princes of Hell was the most urgent task. After all, Satan had already resurrected the prophet of doom. Satan. In such circumstances, he was the opponent that demanded the most caution, especially considering he had invaded the Guardian's tomb. It was obvious. He was already a member of the demon cult. No. Not just a mere member. He might even be the one secretly controlling it. Satan. He recalled the past. The powerful demon he had encountered in the 9th hell. Naturally, he clenched his fists. I will protect this world, he vowed, full of a sense of justice. Warning, warning. Chapter 150. Hero from Another World. Chapter 150. The Hero from Another World. It had been a week since Satan's attack. The Guardians were focused on individual training, while Zhang Yu monitored the movements of the demon cult. Have they made any moves? No. I investigated thoroughly, but there's been no sign of activity. Zhang Yu swallowed nervously. He had assigned Che Yenju to investigate Asia, and Gaia to monitor Europe and America. Yet despite the large-scale, global scattering of rift seeds, the demon cult had taken no further action. What's going on? Their plan to scatter rift seeds across the world had not failed. Although the damage had been minimized, the Gaia system had indeed been weakened. If their goal was to weaken the Gaia system, then they should have launched another attack. He had originally planned to devour any summoned demons, but the demon cult made no move. That was extremely unsettling. Really? Yes. I believe they are taking action. But seeing them hide at a time like this makes me uneasy. All right. I'll continue the investigation for now, said Yenju. Please do. Oh, by the way, I have something I want to ask you. Yenju sat beside him. Zhang Yu tilted his head and pointed toward the living room. That summoned beast over there. Can you really treat him like that? He pointed at Val Zahak, who was diligently cleaning the living room. A skeleton wearing a pink apron and a mask was comedic in itself. It's fine. Ha ha. Weaklings. You'll all die miserably. Val. I think he even looked kind of happy at the time. Yenju shook her head in disbelief. So many summoned beasts. And yet you. Even as an undead monster. He's incredibly shy. It's not like I chose him because I wanted to. Honestly. He wanted an ancient magical beast like Helson. Yenju sighed. Well, let's put that aside for now. About the Prophet of Doom you mentioned. Satan. Yeah. Satan. I want to ask you something about him. Go ahead. Zhang Yu nodded. That's Satan. You said he had taken on a human form. Right? Most likely. Can you think of anyone? He's been very quiet lately. I'm thinking. Maybe we could investigate what he's become. Those words were like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment. Before confidently speaking. I don't think it matters. No matter what form he's taken. As long as he's with the demonic sect. He'll definitely be hiding among them. I see. So. You'll investigate the demonic sect first. If we catch them. We can catch Satan. Got it. Yenju sighed. And nodded. He jokingly poked him. Maybe you're the prophet demon. Honestly. You've gotten so strong so fast. It's a little suspicious. Damn it. How did you know? He felt like someone had thrown a rock and hit him on the head as a joke. However, in this situation, he wasn't foolish enough to overreact. Why? If I were the prophet demon, what would you do? He joked back. Yenju gave a nervous laugh. I'd send you back to hell as soon as possible. Please don't say such scary things. I'd really rather not go to a place like that. TCH. All right. Enough playing around. I'm off to work. See you later. Yenju stood up and walked out of the house. Bang! The door shut. Zhang Yu put his hand on his forehead. That was close. He had acted calm. But Yenju's sharp words had genuinely startled him. Once he calmed himself again. As he stood up, something in his pocket began to vibrate. It was the communication crystal the Guardians used to stay in touch. Hello? We have a mission for you. The S-Class gate at the water source has detected abnormalities in the Gaia system. Grace. Sihun and I are heading there now. So please come quickly. Zhang Yu. Understood. Zhang Yu nodded. Seeing that they hadn't entrusted the task to him alone. It seemed that after the last incident, their vigilance against Satan had increased. Have I made them too cautious? Indeed. When it came to the demonic sect, he could move more freely on his own. He regretted making them overly wary of Satan. No. Thinking back to Yenju's joke earlier. What happened that day had been necessary. Thanks to that incident, he had completely shaken off suspicion. When Satan invaded the vault, he had been dining with them. There could be no better alibi. Their excessive caution was a bit suffocating. But he thought it was necessary. It was better than standing still and getting crushed. Considering many factors, this was for the best. Zhang Yu put on a white mask and turned to Echidna and Val Zahak. I don't think we all need to go. If it were just him alone, it would be different. But with Brace McCubbin, Gaia, and Jin Shixin there was no need to bring his two summoned beasts. Light tap. Zhang Yu opened the balcony window. Using the sky fist, he soared into the sky. Hello, brother. The water source S-rank gate at Fahrenheit Station. When Zhang Yu arrived at his longest range gate, Shixin was there to greet him. Shiksen, Brace and even Gaia, who sat in a wheelchair, were also wearing white masks. Where did the anomaly appear? I'll take you there. Gaia pointed toward the lake in the middle of the gate. It was the place where Zhang Yu had hunted El Cuero a few months ago. That's... What is it? What is it? As they walked closer to the indicated spot, they saw a blue gate about 2 fingers wide. Could it be that demons were trying to cross into this world? No. I don't think so. Sihun shook his head. The rifts that demons appeared from were black. But this one was blue. Grace also looked at the gate with great interest, as if he had never seen a gate of this color before. Everyone showed great curiosity. Except Zhang Yu. Wait. His expression suddenly turned serious. A blue gate. It was exactly the same gate he had seen when summoning Echidna and Valzahak. This gate. Could it be connected to Arno continent? Because he had only experienced it twice. He couldn't draw a definitive conclusion. But there was certainly a possibility. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Damn it. Could it be? No. Wait. Before he could finish thinking, a burst of blue light shot out from the gate. The gate, which had been only 2 fingers wide, was now wide enough for a person to pass through. Shush. Shao Shi. Sihun was the first to react. He drew the sword of El Cuero and shouted. Grace also unsheathed his rapier. The atmosphere turned tense. Footsteps. Footsteps. A distorted sound. Glitch-like sound. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out from the blue gate. He wore gleaming silver armor, with a golden longsword hanging at his waist. The young man opened his mouth wide, uttering a phrase in an unknown language. What? Sihun held onto his sword and looked on in confusion. The blonde young man looked slightly surprised, then waved his hand a few times in the air. Ah! Ah! Can you understand me now? Who are you? Shiksen asked sharply. The blonde youth stared at Shiksen for a moment, before quickly bowing. I am Reynard, the Emperor of Yan'an. What? It was obvious. They were all shocked by what Reynard said. The atmosphere turned cold. Oh! Damn! The only one who understood what was going on was Zhang Yu. Why the hell is this son of a bitch here? He had a headache. Reynard was a hero from another world, who had crawled out of the gate when Zhang Yu summoned the True Eye. He was the one who had put on a whole soap opera performance in front of him. Yan'an? Where's that? It's an empire on the continent of Elno. And where is this Elno continent? Gaia asked in a confused mumble. Reynard looked at Gaia, who was wearing a white mask, and stared at him for a moment. His whole body trembled. Ah! It must be you. Yes. I am certain of it. You must be the incarnation of the transcendent goddess Gaia that Lord Tyrion spoke of. What the hell is wrong with this guy now? Zhang Yu wasn't sure who this Tyrion person was, but it seemed like that person knew about Gaia, since Gaia was wearing a mask. He must have sensed some kind of energy from within him. I don't quite understand. Who are you? So where exactly is this continent of Elno? Gaia asked in a puzzled voice. Reynard opened his mouth. The continent of Elno is... And his explanation grew longer. The more people heard it, the more shocked they were. Another world besides hell. A world with demons. Gaia, Sihun, and Grace listened carefully to what sounded like stories from a fantasy movie. I'm screwed. In this situation, the only one not paying attention to Reynolds' words was Zhang Yu. Cold sweat even dripped down his forehead. Judging by the atmosphere, it didn't seem like there would be a fight. On the contrary, the heroes from different worlds seemed to get along very well. So much so that Gaia, Grace, and Sihun even took off their masks midway. However, Zhang Yu didn't dare to remove his. He might still remember my face. It wasn't hard to imagine what Reynolds' reaction would be if he saw it. Why did he come here? He wasn't sure why Reynolds had crossed dimensions to Earth. The more friendly the Guardians were to Reynolds, the more anxious Zhang Yu became. But why did you come to Earth through the dimensions? Gaia asked. The question Zhang Yu most wanted to know. The reason I came here, Reynolds said, gripping his sword hilt tightly, with a heavy expression, was to eliminate the Demon King Valzahak who escaped to another world. A heavy silence fell. Zhang Yu clutched his head with both hands. The situation had gotten even worse. Freaking hell. Nothing ever went according to plan. It never did. Warning, warning. Chapter 151 Jin Shishun's Decision. 1. Chapter 151 Jin Shishun's Resolve. 1. The Demon King Valzahak. Gaia asked with a trembling voice. They were already burdened with the prophet demon. So hearing about another demon king naturally gave them a headache. He trembled slightly and showed a look of anxiety. Reynolds nodded. Yes. The Demon King Valzahak. He was a powerful lich who plagued Elno with disease and created an army of the undead. You're saying this Demon King came to Earth? Jin Shixin asked anxiously. Reynard nodded. Yes. According to Lord Tyrion, the Demon King Valzahak sold his soul to a demon from another world and has been traveling between two dimensions. Holy shit. Oh. Zhang Yu's expression turned pale. I'm screwed. He hadn't hidden Valzahak's existence from those around him. Han Shuya had become quite good friends with him. Even Che Yenju and Shixin had seen him. Not only that, even Shuya's mother, Jin Meijun, had gotten used to Valzahak. They often chatted together. But Shixin and Yenju didn't know his real name. They only thought of Valzahak as a low-level skeleton monster, which was understandable. The Valzahak they had seen was just a skeleton in a pink apron, diligently doing housework. It was impossible to associate him with the title of Demon King. However, the situation wasn't good. If from the beginning he had hidden Valzahak, things might have been different. But that wasn't the case. How could I have known something like this would happen? It's not fair. Who would have thought that Reynard would follow Valzahak into another world? No. From the beginning, Zhang Yu had almost forgotten about Reynard's existence. And that girl, Rena. What's wrong with just living a good life together in your own world? Or whatever the hell his name is. Why the hell did you have to come all the way here and mess things up? He glared at Reynard with resentment. Reynard was absolutely insufferable. If Elno had finally calmed down after Valzahak disappeared, he should have just shut up and enjoyed the peace. You even received a confession of love. Rocket. Reynard left his lover behind after putting on a whole soap opera performance in front of Zhang Yu and came alone to Earth. Zhang Yu wanted to tear open his head and check if he even had a brain inside. As Zhang Yu glared resentfully at Reynard, the conversation continued. The demon from another world. Someone told me. He is a supreme demon above all demons. The ultimate demon. The one who holds the sea of demons. Reynard answered. The atmosphere grew heavy. Oh, fuck. His head started spinning. It seemed Reynard knew something too. Of course. Even if Reynard accused Zhang Yu of being the Demon King, he wouldn't immediately be branded as one. It was obvious. People would trust Zhang Yu more than someone from another world. On the contrary, Reynard would be the one who ended up in trouble. However, there's a huge difference between no suspicion at all and planting a seed of doubt in people's hearts. Between pure trust and suspicion, there was a vast, insurmountable gulf. Zhang Yu's efforts to establish a perfect alibi through Clone Fist would all be for nothing. It has to be Satan. Zhang Yu quickly opened his mouth. He didn't have time to think of any other methods. I'll go all out against Satan. Gaia and Shixin nodded. Yes. I believe it too. Besides him, no one else could have done such a thing. Their support was truly helpful. Is Satan the name of the demon who controls the Sea of Magic? Reynard asked with sparkling eyes. Of course. Yes. Shixin replied. I'm not sure what the Sea of Magic is. But I'm certain Satan is a demon above all others. Exactly. Shixin. Seeing how Shixin supported him, Zhang Yu clenched his fists. With just a slight push from Zhang Yu, Shixin had made Satan the scapegoat. In other words, Shixin was doing all the work for him. Good job, my child. It was only natural for him to cheer for Shixin. I see. Reynard nodded. Thought for a moment. Then turned to Gaia. In that case, my encounter with you here is no mere coincidence. Lady Gaia. What are you even talking about? Zhang Yu's expression twisted naturally. Reynard spoke in a serious tone. I was guided here by the guidance and revelations of Lord Tyrion. Utter nonsense. You could call it fate. Reynard said. Gaia was bewildered by his words. If he remained calm after hearing a man from another world talk about fate, that would be strange. He continued. I cannot defeat the Demon King alone. Then why the hell did you even come here? You idiot? But if you and I join forces, together, we can defeat him. As an apostle of the God of Heroes, Tyrion, I want to help you. Lady Gaia. Gaia remained silent after hearing Reynard's words. He was wondering if he could trust him. Zhang Yu wanted to shout and tell them to execute that damned liar. But this wasn't a situation where he could say such things. Please reject him. At that moment, he could only hope Gaia would personally reject Reynard's proposal. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot out from Reynard. The golden light flowed into Gaia. A short, startled cry escaped Gaia's lips. Ah! I see. Gaia said. What exactly just happened? Gaia began to nod, as if he had realized something. Shixin frowned at his sudden change in attitude. What's going on? I think I should call it a revelation. I received the will of Lord Tyrion that Reynard mentioned. Gaia spoke with a confused tone. It seemed to be his first time experiencing something like this. Zhang Yu looked dejectedly at the golden light beside him. What a fucking convenient development process. It was as if the author of the story was saying, if someone emits light, anything is possible. Reinhardt's eyes sparkled. You received Lord Tyrion's will. Yes. He asked me to defeat the demons with you. Reinhardt. Wow. Just as I thought. I'm not sure if this is fate. But it seems we're lucky to have met you. Reinhardt. Gaia nodded. He gave a faint smile. Reinhardt's face lit up with a brilliant smile. No. This is not luck. It's destiny. Oh dear. The two apostles laughed. Shixin watched them, his face slightly stiff. Reinhardt didn't notice the change in Shishun's expression. He turned to Zhang Yu. And that gentleman is? Oh. He just recently joined the Guardians. He's not a protector chosen by God. But he is more righteous than anyone. I see. Nice to meet you. My name is Reinhardt. Reinhardt extended his hand to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression turned amusing. Damn it. If I don't remove my mask, it'll definitely raise suspicion. Zhang Yu bit his lip and gathered the demonic energy inside him. Just one instant. I can do it. The authority of blindness. It displays an illusion to the target. Its effect was so powerful that even a strong opponent, it was easy to resist the Bureau. However, they didn't fall into battle. Leonard had likely let down his guard. Considering this, Zhang Yu thought it was worth briefly trying Blind Fist. I must succeed. If he failed, what would happen? The risk was too great. He used Blind Fist to remove his mask. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Yu. When I first decided to pursue the Demon King Valzahak, I was worried about what to do. But seeing heroes like you makes me feel reassured. Leonard smiled. After shaking hands, Zhang Yu put his mask back on. It seemed that blind authority worked. He had successfully overcome the crisis. He let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, He had almost used up half of his stored demon energy. Because he had used blind fist against someone blessed by a god. Zhang Yu looked at Leonard with concern. What should I do with this guy? First, he was certain that Leonard was a god-chosen apostle. Strictly speaking, he had already become an ally. Then would it be right to eliminate him? He couldn't help but feel conflicted. He wasn't as crazy as Alec. He couldn't deny that Leonard was a hero fighting against evil. Leonard had a good character. Zhang Yu was convinced. He had saved countless lives. It was as if he were seeing another world's Shi Xuan. Just thinking about having to eliminate him made Zhang Yu feel as if he were killing an ally for his own selfish gain. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Just then, Reinhardt approached Shixin and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Shixin. Ah, yes. Shixin gave an awkward smile and nodded. Zhang Yu watched Shixin. Shixin was acting a bit strange. And Lady Gaia. I believe I received another revelation from Lord Tyrion. Forgiveness? After shaking hands with the other guardians, he once again approached Gaia. He worried that kneeling before Gaia would make him look like a knight pledging loyalty to a king. Lord Tyrion instructed me to protect you. Reinhardt smiled and grasped her hand. Shishun's expression grew even stiffer. Reinhardt. Gaia stammered. From the very first moment I met you, I knew it. I came here to protect you. Reinhardt kissed the back of Gaia's hand. His face flushed bright red. Would you look at this bastard? Zhang Yu frowned, watching Reinhardt trying to court Gaia. They had just met, and he was already pulling this crap. At the same time, there was a female mage named Reina back home. Shixin frowned deeply. Zhang Yu looked at Reinhardt, Gaia, and Shixin. His mind filled with complicated emotions. He sighed quietly to himself. It was obvious. There was a strange atmosphere around the three of them. How dare he pick up Shi Xuan's girl? Actually, it was hard to call her Gaia. Shi Xuan's woman. After all, Gaia was currently just Shi Xuan's secret crush. Anyway, Zhang Yu also denied that Leonard wanted to interfere with his brother's first love. This won't do. If Zhang Yu kept staying like this, he would be unworthy of calling himself Shi Xuan's brother. This was definitely not because Leonard might discover his true identity. Nor was it because the Guardians might target Valzahak, the beast he summoned. It was all for Shi Xuan. Yes. I have no other choice. I can only do this for Shi Xuan. Zhang Yu nodded. For Shi Xuan's first love. He had no choice. He could only kill and eliminate the hero from another world. He had no other option. He could only do such a dirty thing. Stabbing his ally in the back. Shi Xuan. Leave it to me. If it's for you, I don't mind getting my hands dirty. Chapter 152. The Demon King Valzahak. 1. Chapter 152. The Demon King Valzahak. 1. Since we have a lot of empty rooms in the protection store, why don't you stay there? Leonard. Da Ya suggested. Got it. Leonard replied. About this world, there's still a lot I don't know. So I should at least learn the basics. Ha ha ha. I'll help you with that. So you don't need to worry. I'm really happy to have you by my side, Gaia. The two apostles spoke, as if they had already become good friends. It seemed they were drawn to each other. Perhaps because they were both chosen by the gods as apostles. That was likely the reason. They had only known each other for a few hours. And in that short time, they had already grown accustomed to one another. It might also have something to do with Tyrion's light entering Gaia's body. It was obvious. Jin Shixin watched them, feeling anxious. He looked like he knew he should do something. But he was too flustered to actually act. No. It seemed Shixin couldn't even understand his own feelings at that moment. Don't worry, Shixin. Without saying a word, Zhang Yu placed his arm around Shishun's shoulder. Zhang Yu felt a little sorry for the kind-hearted Jin Shixin. He didn't know what else to do. Leave it to me. Rocket. HMPH, human. Oh. You just look a little down. Not at all. HMPH, you. Ha ha. My mind's just a bit of a mess right now. Shixin said, scratching his head. Is it because of Reinhardt? No. Completely not like that. Stop talking nonsense. Rocket. Your whole face is blushing. Zhang Yu laughed smugly and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure Gaia is interested in you. Absolutely not. Ha ha. An adult shouldn't be so embarrassed over something like this. HMPH, human. Zhang Yu thought Shishun's blushing and glaring expression was very cute. He thought, maybe this is what it feels like to have a real brother. Zhang Yu laughed, following Gaia and Leonard. Oh. Come to think of it. Where do you live, Gaia? Leonard asked. I usually stay at the protection hall. Without Grace's help, my daily life would be difficult. So, does that mean I'll be living with both of you? Hee. It's fine. The protection hall is very big. It even has all the facilities needed for daily life. Even so. Living in the same space with the two of you. You don't have to worry. Shi Shuan bit his lip as he listened to Gaia and Leonard's conversation. It was obvious. He would react this way. After all, Gaia and Leonard not only suddenly became close, but were also going to live together. I have to handle this quickly. Seeing Shi Shuan like that, Zhang Yu's heart ached. If I stayed near him wearing a mask, I'd look pretty pathetic too. He wasn't doing this for his own benefit. But letting Leonard stay like this was dangerous. If he had to take action, he should do it as soon as possible. Let's see. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes and began thinking. He had to find a way to deal with Leonard without raising suspicion. Actually, there was a very good method. The problem was he couldn't think of a good way to set it up. He sank into deep thought. I should. He narrowed his eyes. At that moment. Since that's the case, let's start looking for Valzahak tomorrow. If Valzahak has become Satan's subordinate, we might be able to find Satan through him. Gaia seemed uneasy about Reinhardt's proposal. I'm sorry. I understand your enthusiasm. But forget about Valzahak. We don't even have a way to track the demon cult members connected to Satan. They couldn't deny that reality. At this moment, the Guardians had no means to track the demon cult. Reinhardt smiled at their concern. You don't need to worry about that. I can't track the demon cult. But thanks to Lord Tyrion's blessing, I can roughly locate Valzahak. What? Is that true? The Guardians members were all surprised by what Reinhardt said. Even Zhang Yu was no exception. Damn it. Another unexpected development. Zhang Yu's face stiffened. I really don't have time to mess around. If Reinhardt could actually track Valzahak's location, then everything would be completely different. Reinhardt looked at the astonished people and said, yes. Once a day. When the sky turns golden, I can receive revelations about where Valzahak is. And what he is doing. Wow. What an ability. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Although it was limited to Valzahak, they could potentially even figure out the locations of Satan and the core members of the demon cult. The Guardian's eyes started to burn with passion. This was a golden opportunity to find clues about the demon code. The demon code was a master at covering its tracks. Fucking hell, you're kidding me. Of course Zhang Yu frowned. He wasn't sure what kind of existence Tyrion was. But compared to Gaia, there were way too many things he could do. To be able to do so on Earth, exercising this ability on the continent of Ilna, was definitely a scam. We can definitely make use of this. Gaia commented. Shi Shuan also nodded with sparkling eyes. Yes. This is our chance to figure out the scope of the cult's influence. He seemed to think now was not the time to confront Leonard. The other members of the Guardians grew excited. In that case, let's take some time to figure out Valzahak's location and condition. Yes. All right. Time is running out. I'll be waiting here. Damn it. Only Zhang Yu placed his hand on his forehead, as if he had a headache. I have to act quickly. Once Leonard receives a revelation, even just once, it will be over. He would evacuate Valzahak to a faraway place, and that wouldn't solve anything. He didn't know how much information the daily revelations provided, so he couldn't afford to create any unnecessary variables. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. I can't act on my own like before. Creating a fake body with clone authority and taking action myself. The risk is too high. I don't know what effect Tyrion's blessing will have. That's the biggest problem. He wasn't sure how much influence Tyrion could exert, so taking action himself might be too dangerous. If that's the case, he just needed someone else to take action. The gears in Zhang Yu's head were spinning at full speed. He was thinking about what to do under these circumstances. Wait a minute. His eyes lit up. He turned around and looked at Leonard, who was making plans for the coming days. A handsome young man whose looks rivaled Shi Xuan's. Their personalities were also very similar. To be more precise, he was closer to Alec's personality rather than Shijin's, thanks to Zhang Yu's influence. Shijun didn't turn out like Alec Osborne, but Reinhardt was different. Although his nature was similar to Shijin's, Zhang Yu hadn't influenced him, so he was more like Alec with Shijin's face. If that was the case, he muttered softly, licking his lips, I can use him. Zhang Yu came up with an idea to use Reinhardt's divine revelations against him. Zhang Yu separated himself from the Guardians who were still meeting and pulled out a communication orb. It wasn't the one given to Guardian members, but one he had made himself for communicating with the stray summon. Yirenlei. Zhang Yu chuckled. Gaia, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yu said. With me? Yes. You too, Shijun. But Henning, it's almost sunset. Didn't we say that once we received the information, we would act immediately? Aren't we supposed to gather information from the next few days' revelations and analyze the demon cult? I think that's true. Shijun and Gaia seemed a bit surprised by Zhang Yu's sudden invitation, but they still followed him. They headed to the training room in the protection hall. Once they entered the huge white room, Zhang Yu turned around. What are we doing here, Henning? I watched footage of Satan's invasion. Since we have a chance to find Satan through Reinhardt, we might have to fight him. Ah, I understand. So, I want to test something, Zhang Yu said, while stroking the ring on his right middle finger. Test what? Shi Jun asked. If we can now be compared to Satan. After seeing Reno, I've started to realize how important it is to be chosen by God. Henning. Shi Jun. You don't need to feel afraid. You have the souls of the 5 gods within you. If Leonard can do it, so can you. Zhang Yu picked up his weapon. Think about it. This is our first battle, he said. Ha ha ha. You're right. Realizing Zhang Yu's intentions, Shi Jun drew L. Quero, his sword. Zhang Yu turned to Gaia. Gaia, I want you to see if you can feel from Shi Jun something similar to what you got from Lord Tyrion. So that's why you called me here. I understand. Gaia nodded, focusing her attention on Shi Jun's energy. The confrontation between Zhang Yu and Shi Jun was about to begin. Though that's not the real reason I called you here. Zhang Yu gave a faint smile. The reason he called these two was to separate them from Rennet. He focused his attention on his left eye, linking his illusions with the illusions of the beast he summoned. Are you ready? Var. Zahak. Of course. Master. Move according to the plan. Yes. Master. Zhang Yu. I'll do my best as well. Good. They had a brief conversation. Huff. Shijun, holding L. Kierobwai. Rushed at Zhang Yu. Ah. Meanwhile, Reinhardt, sitting in the protection hall, let out a short, startled cry. Energy flooded through his body. The revelation had just begun. Ah. Ha ha. What a magnificent sacrifice. This is. A little girl's scream echoed in his ears. He saw Val. Zahak. He saw a huge canyon filled with heaps of rocks. Clearly, this place had been attacked by Satan. A few days before Reinhardt arrived on Earth, he saw Val. Zahak holding a frail little girl. Val. Zahak opened his mouth, his eyes glowing with a yellow light. Reinhardt. Did you think that I, the Demon King Valzahak, wouldn't know you had come to this world? No, impossible. You might have realized my current location. Through this revelation, Valzahak's chilling voice rang in his ears. Ah. Save me. Please, help me. Reinhardt. If you want to save this girl, come here alone. With that, Valzahak gripped the girl's neck fiercely. Cough. SCM. The girl writhed in pain, struggling with her legs. You bastard. How dare you? Leonard widened his eyes. Her anger overwhelmed her reason. Valzahak. The hero shouted. Val. Zahak's wicked laughter echoed in her ears. Do you really believe that with Tyrion's blessing, you can stand against me? Do you believe that facing Gaia's lackeys will change anything? A strong yellow light burst from the hollow sockets of his skull. Have you forgotten who I am? Leonard. Valzahak raised both arms. Massive demonic energy erupted from him. His black robe fluttered. I am the Demon King. Valzahak. Flap. Under the hem of his robe, a pink apron could be seen. Chapter 153. The Demon King Valzahak. 2. Chapter 153. The Demon King Valzahak. 2. What is that? Oh. Zhang Yu's face froze when he saw the pink apron under Valzahak's black robe. His face stiffened. The image of an evil demon taking a weak girl hostage was completely shattered by the pink apron. Why is he wearing that? His head throbbed. It felt as if the karma of using Valzahak as a butler was coming back at him. The atmosphere was perfect, yet it was ruined by a single apron. He worried about how Leonard would react. Watcher's authority. A translucent sphere appeared. Zhang Yu used this wall-piercing sphere. He came to scout the room where Reinhardt was. Reinhardt frowned, trembling with anger. He didn't seem to care about the pink apron at all. Huff. Judging from Reinhardt's reaction, the worst-case scenario hadn't happened yet. Reinhardt stormed around the room, wondering if he should tell Gaia about the situation. It wasn't hard to guess what decision he would make. If it was Reinhardt, he would face Valzahak alone. If it meant saving the life of a little girl, he would gladly jump into the trap. Because he was a performer. A hero who must protect the weak. And save the world. Because he was Reinhardt. Just as I thought back then. Justice is shockingly powerful. Zhang Yu smiled. He raised his head. Shishun's sword was swinging down toward him. Clang! He blocked it with his own sword. A heavy shock traveled through his hands. Shishun's physical prowess had greatly improved compared to all the training he had undergone in the past few months. The sword danced, twisting like a dragon. A series of powerful sword strikes kept colliding with Zhang Yu's blade. Clang! 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 At this point, he felt Shixin had already surpassed Tian Wucheng. The disciple had surpassed the master. Zhang Yu smiled as he watched Shixin wield his sword. He wasn't wrong. He was certain that Shixin would be, besides himself, the only one strong enough to stand against the princes of hell. Shixin had already grown extremely strong, and was continuing to grow stronger. Good. He switched his weapon to a spear. He had already begun. Back then, he had separated Gaia and Shixin from Reinhardt. But now, he couldn't help but wonder about Shishun's limits. You'll have to work even harder. Shishun. Sword and spear collided. The training ground trembled. A loud boom echoed. Energy coiled around Shishun's sword. It was a technique known as chi condensation. Often seen in wuxia novels. A powerful heat explosion swept through the surroundings. Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. He drew in more demonic energy. Because you also have to shoulder Leonard's burden. Heavy responsibility rested on Shishun's shoulders. Rumble. The ground cracked open. A golden light surged down the massive canyon. As if a god had split it with a hammer. Leonard, a hero from another world, ran desperately. Trying to save a little girl's life. Rumble. Thick smoke rose. As he sprinted at supersonic speed, a sonic boom echoed. The ground split apart. His breathing grew heavier. But he couldn't stop. The poor little girl kidnapped by the Demon King. He longed so desperately to save her. Even though he didn't even know her name. I hope I'm not too late. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. That he couldn't inform the Guardian members. About what was happening. Demon King Val. Zahak was an evil demon without tears. Or blood. If Leonard had told the Guardian members. Val. Zahak would surely have killed the little girl instantly. He couldn't let that happen. Lord Tyrion. Please grant me strength and wisdom. Help me overcome this trial. Please save the life of the innocent girl. After a brief prayer. Rumble. He stopped and let out a fierce roar. A hazy cloud of smoke surged upward. He saw Val. Zahak, staring at him. While strangling the girl by the neck. So you've come. Val Zahak sneered. Reinhardt drew his sword without hesitation. The magnificent golden sword, Del Lane, appeared. Golden light. Burst forth. From the sword blessed by Tyrion. But. Why are you standing still? Didn't you draw your sword to kill me? Goo. Reinhardt couldn't swing his sword. He bit his lip. Glaring angrily at Valzahak. He looked at Valzahak. And at the girl in his grasp. The little girl. Was beautiful like a doll. Her skin was fair. Her hair jet black. And her eyes. Sparkled like jewels. She looked so delicate. As if she would shatter with a touch. Seeing the girl bound. By Valzahak. He tightened his grip on his sword. Valzahak. Should I cry now? The girl whispered. Yes. The little girl and Valzahak. Were talking. But Reinhardt was too far away. To hear their conversation. Good. Trapped by the evil demon king Valzahak. The girl screamed. Save me, brave hero. The girl cried out to Reinhardt. Tears streaming from her eyes. Hearing the girl's desperate cry. Reinhardt shouted urgently. Stay away from her. Valzahak. Valzahak sneered. Do you want to save this girl? He grinned cruelly. Tightening his grip on the girl. Then come and try. I told you. Stay away from her. How pitiful. Why are you so angry? Over the life of a little girl? You bastard. Leonard's face twisted in fury. Golden energy erupted from her body. Shaking the surroundings. As she burned with rage. The girl and Val. Zahak continued to whisper to each other. What now? Huff, huff. Now my minions will kill her. As long as he has the girl hostage. Leonard won't be able to act rashly. Val. Zahak only needed Leonard to realize. How powerful a mage guaranteeing their safety could be. Val. Zahak snapped his fingers. Rise. Undead Legion. Demonic energy spread from his fingertips. Seeping into the ground. The space twisted. And a black rift appeared. From it emerged 12 Death Knights. The Death Knights rode skeletal horses. Wreathed in blue flames. They drew their swords. The Death Knights tore at flesh. Spilling blood. With your swords. Sever the body of this lowly mortal. Yellow light flickered in his eye sockets. Kill my enemies. Rumble. The Death Knights raised their swords and charged through the canyon on their skeletal horses. Rumble! It was the wailing of the dead. A terrifying howl that instinctively filled the living with dread throughout the canyon. You bastards! Hearing their howls, Leonard did not falter. A golden light protected her body and mind. She raised her sword. Unforgivable. A cowardly demon king hiding behind a fragile, kidnapped little girl. Reinhardt could neither forgive nor compromise with him. Reinhardt swung his sword, glowing with golden light, and charged at the approaching Death Knights. Clang! Clang! Though it was a clash of swords, the sound it made was oddly unsettling. The Death Knights were filled with demonic energy as they engaged Reinhardt. While Reinhardt fought fiercely, Valzahak began casting magic. Geez. I didn't expect my bad luck with that dark-eyed guy to continue. I hate her too. The young girl Reinhardt was desperately trying to protect frowned, about to cast a spell. But Valzahak stopped her. Don't rush. If she senses your magic, our plan will be ruined. Valzahak, can you defeat her alone? He. Who do you think I am? I am the one who drenched the Arno continent in fear. The strongest and most evil. Then, can you really defeat her? Valzahak's yellow eyes gleamed. If it's a frontal assault, it won't be easy. That man is a hero blessed by Tyrion. But, a strange laugh echoed. I have also received the Master's power. And now, I can attack him one-sidedly. So you don't need to act, she said confidently, as she unleashed her magic toward Reinhardt. Bone spikes shot up from the ground, aimed directly at Reinhardt. Courage! Reinhardt swung Del Lane, blocking Valzahak's attack. But she couldn't fight back. A single mistake, and the little girl's life could be in danger. Damn it! The hero's face darkened. Zahak kept attacking her one-sidedly. Good. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. She watched the battle through her left eye. Zahak's relentless attacks rained down on Leonard. As time passed, Leonard was clearly becoming more exhausted. Tisk tisk. How pitiful. Zhang Yu had anticipated it. But she still couldn't help feeling sorry for Leonard. She was taking every blow without fighting back at all. Because Echidna was pretending to be the hostage. How could one not find it pitiful? Although the hostage was being used for that purpose. For the same reason, even the police couldn't easily subdue a kidnapper. But even so, Zhang Yu couldn't help but lament Leonard's approach. Did she really think that by continuing to endure attacks, something would change? Zhang Yu was very frustrated. She wanted to stand from her position. But it wasn't an option. Whether Leonard was righteous or foolish, the important thing was, everything was proceeding according to Zhang Yu's plan. Good. Just keep getting hit. And then die. Zhang Yu cheered for Valzahak. Bravo. She was doing better than Zhang Yu expected. Even her occasional pleas for Reno's help were well acted. Leonard vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. It's almost over. Judging by Leonard's condition, Zhang Yu could see the foolish play nearing its end. Zhang Yu looked at Leonard with pity. She desperately tried to stand up, while spitting blood. Even if you do this, nothing will change. Zhang Yu smiled smugly. The hero who fought to protect a little girl. A strong opponent. A hero who, because of a cowardly strategy, was brought to the brink of death. It was the perfect setup for a cliched prop. But the world was not so generous. Life was not that easy. Wounds led to weakness. Anger led to clouded thinking. Blood loss led to slowed movements. Despair dulled the body. Power surges only happened in comics and novels, in the worst situations. Reinhardt collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu's face lit up with a smile. It's over. She thought they had neatly gotten rid of Reinhardt. At that very moment, a massive, blinding light burst from Reinhardt's body. Huh? What the hell is this? Zhang Yu stared at Reinhardt in confusion. Reinhardt, collapsed on the ground. Slowly stood up. An explosive golden energy surrounded him like armor. His battered body instantly healed. All the Death Knights attacking him were swept away in a single strike. Wait, what the fuck? Zhang Yu didn't understand what was happening. She grew uneasy. Did he really power up? The cliché she had mocked for being unrealistic seemed to have actually happened. Zhang Yu clutched her face with both hands, as if she had a headache. It was as if the plan she had carefully crafted had been ripped to shreds. For fuck's sake. How easy must your life be? Jing Hao Chapter 154. Hero Reinhardt, 1. Chapter 154. Hero Reinhardt, 1. Woo! A burst of golden energy erupted. Brilliant light illuminated the entire area. It was as if the sun had descended upon the earth. Ah! The golden energy enveloped her whole body. Leonard slowly tried to stand up. Get up. Leonard. Lord Tyrion. It wasn't hard to guess what that energy was. Leonard's face darkened. She was weighed down by the frustration of being helpless against the enemy's cowardly tactics. Raise your head, my child. She could hear Tyrion's grand and steady voice in her mind. Leonard trembled and said, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You raised your sword to save a little girl. How can you call that righteous while a mistake? Ah! Leonard gripped Derlane tighter. Thank you, Lord Tyrion. I am proud of you. My child. I am honored to serve you as well. Lord Tyrion. Strength returned to Leonard's weak legs. She staggered a few steps, but eventually managed to stand. An explosive power spread throughout her body. Valzahak seemed to have gained more power by becoming a subordinate of Satan. Leonard and his attacks. Lane and Leonard gained even greater strength. Were they beings similar to the evil god Lucifer? Leonard nodded. I have my suspicions about who Satan is. When I first arrived in this world, there was a demon who tried to make a demon dragon his vassal. He traced back his memories. Valzahak's cowardly tactics reminded him of how that demon had fought. Moreover, the energy Leonard felt from Valzahak's attacks was similar to that demon's. I am quite certain. But his true identity was that of an evil demon. Then we can't allow him to go on like this. Yes. To protect this world, we must eliminate Satan no matter what. To do that, you cannot fall here. Of course. I will lend you my strength. Even though it comes at a great cost. I am willing to pay it for you. My child. Thank you very much. Reinhardt nodded and smiled. Then he raised Derlane. He could still see Valzahak holding the little girl. Reinhardt placed his faith in the light. Reinhardt shouted. A beam of golden light burst forth from Derlane. Because of Valzahak's cowardly hostage tactics, Reinhardt had almost been forced into a one-sided defeat. However, things had now changed. Because he had received Tyrion's power. The brilliant light radiating from Derlane shielded the little girl. Valzahak's eyes trembled. Boom! Reinhardt stomped the ground, causing a massive shockwave that shattered the surrounding rocks. Valzahak's energy filled her body. But Reinhardt's charge was so fast that he looked almost stretched in motion. In an instant, Reinhardt reached Valzahak, aiming Derlane at his helmet. Valzahak quickly cast a spell. A barrier of black demonic energy appeared before her. Courage! Derlane struck the barrier and destroyed it in a single blow. Valzahak! Valzahak was violently thrown backward. Are you all right? Reinhardt rushed to the girl whom Valzahak had kidnapped. The girl's expression twisted in pain. Reinhardt gently placed his hand on her cheek. His face filled with worry. Are you hurt anywhere? And no. The girl averted her gaze from him. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Do not act without the master's command. I understand. She heard Valzahak convey this to her through telepathy. Junyan frowned and nodded. I'm so glad. Truly. Leonard looked like she was about to cry from the joy of saving the little girl. A handsome blonde youth glowing with golden light, holding a beautiful little girl in his arms. Death Knights scattered on the ground. A fallen lich lying nearby. At a glance, it looked like a scene from a movie. But of course, her reality was very different. What do you think you're touching? Junyan scolded in her mind. She twisted her body, breaking free from his embrace. Junyan was repulsed by Leonard's touch. She didn't want some superficially beautiful fool. She couldn't bear anyone's touch. Except the man who had saved her from unbearable loneliness. Even so, she did not forget her role. Thank you for saving me, Junyan said, her cheeks blushing faintly. Leonard stood up, wearing a proud expression. She replied, please wait here. It will be over soon. The power borrowed from Tyrion would only last for a short time. Once that time ended, both she and Tyrion would have to pay a price. Before that, I must defeat Valzahok. Leonard grabbed her sword. She thrust it forcefully into the ground and leapt toward Valzahok. Meanwhile, Echidna took the opportunity to contact Zhang Yu. She called out stiffly, Zhang Yu, can you hear me? Yes. What should I do? Should I go help Valzahok? No. Stay as you are for now. And also, move as far away as possible. When I give you the signal, hide. Got it. Echidna didn't object. There was no reason for her to doubt Zhang Yu's orders. She only needed to obey. It was her duty. Echidna ended the call with a look full of trust. Damn it. Zhang Yu cursed. Then he paused his conversation with Jin Shixin. Let's take a break. Huff, 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 huff. Got it, brother. Shixin nodded, gasping for breath. Although Shixin looked exhausted, Zhang Yu wasn't even sweating. I guess I'm still no match for you, brother. Shixin avoided Zhang Yu's gaze, smiling bitterly at himself. Zhang Yu gently patted Shishun's shoulder and said, come on. If you caught up to me this quickly, what kind of brother would I be? Ha ha. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you someday. I'll be waiting. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. However, the moment he turned around, his expression darkened. He was smiling outwardly, but inside, there was no trace of ease. Damn it. Zhang Yu used his left eye to observe Valzahok. After Reinhardt's power boost, the hostage plan had failed. The situation had completely changed. The battle was still one-sided. But now, Reinhardt was overwhelming Valzahok. Valzahok was barely holding on using magic. But it was obvious. He would soon lose to Leonard. At this rate, I'll lose Valzahok. Zhang Yu frowned. He couldn't let Leonard kill Valzahok. I have no choice. Zhang Yu lifted his head, his mind racing rapidly. His first plan had failed. But he had a backup plan. Though a bit risky. Given the situation, he had no other choice. Zhang Yu turned to Gaia and said, by the way, Leonard should have received his revelation by now. Ah, yes. Time flies so fast. Let's go hear what his revelation is. Zhang Yu and Gaia, along with Shi Shuan, went to Leonard's room. But of course, it was empty. Where did Leonard go? Zhang Yu said, looking around. Did you hear anything about him? Shi Shuan quickly searched around and asked Gaia. No. Gaia replied. Wait, brother. Shi Shuan pointed at something. The white floor had been hollowed out. It wasn't hard to deduce what had caused the indentation. There were clear traces of someone hastily leaving. Shi Shuan speculated. Hold on. If that's the case. Zhang Yu looked at the traces seriously. He ran along the tracks. The tracks led them to the room where the gate to Daxia Valley was located. Brother, this is... Damn it. Zhang Yu cursed. What's going on? Gaia asked, trembling. These traces indicate. He rushed somewhere after receiving the revelation. Which means. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. Valzahok. Or perhaps the demon cult must have used some means to lure Reinhardt out. Oh no! Gaia trembled, her face pale. Seeing Reinhardt run off alone meant the situation must be extremely urgent. The thought that their new ally might disappear filled Gaia with anxiety. No. Reinhardt's value was more than just being an ally. As an apostle of the gods, he possessed immense power, and he was blessed by the very deity he served. More importantly, thanks to his revelations, he could provide them with crucial information about the demon cult. That's why the idea of losing him was so terrifying to Gaia. I'll go first, Zhang Yu said. There was no time to hesitate. Zhang Yu turned and stomped the ground. Brother, take Gaia and follow me. After saying that, Zhang Yu leapt past the gate, sprinting along the canyon at incredible speed. He went full throttle, unleashing his authority of swiftness. Even on the steep ground, he ran as effortlessly as if on flat land. And at the same time, he put on his guardian mask. When he used his left eye, when he saw Reynard, Zhang Yu immediately ran toward the explosion of golden energy. Reynard? Zhang Yu called out to Reynard anxiously. Zhang Yu? Reynard was startled by Zhang Yu's sudden appearance. Why did you come here alone without telling anyone? I'm sorry. I had my reasons for not telling you. What happened? Actually, Val Zahak kidnapped a hostage and lured me here. Reynard angrily pointed at the fallen Val Zahak. An innocent girl was put in danger because of this cowardly demon. But she's safe now, thanks to Lord Tyrio's blessing. I was able to save her. Reynard smiled and was about to turn around. But he suddenly staggered. The golden blessing that covered him vanished. It meant that the power he borrowed from Tyrio had been exhausted. Reynard could no longer hear Tyrio's voice. It's fine, Reynard thought. Everything was over now. The Demon King Val Zahak had collapsed. Reinforcements had arrived. He even managed to rescue the kidnapped little girl. Huh? The little girl he had rescued was gone. Reynard anxiously looked around for the girl. The girl that Val Zahak had kidnapped must still be here. Zhang Yu. Did you see a little girl near him? Thud. A dark red spear pierced through Reynard. You're such a pain in the ass even till the end. Zhang Yu sneered. He twisted the spear, and blood gushed out of Reynard like a waterfall. Go play the hero in some other novel, Zhang Yu said with a mocking smile. Ah. But I doubt anyone would read a novel where you're the main character. Reynard's novel. Falling. Alarm, alarm. Chapter 155. The light gradually fades. 1. Chapter 155. The light is disappearing. 1. Cough. Reynard. Cough. Arnon coughed up blood. Zhang Yu. He looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Reynard dropped to one knee, blood pouring out. But why? He asked. Reynard couldn't understand why Zhang Yu did this. Zhang Yu was a guardian, one of Gaia's most trusted people. He wasn't a guardian chosen by the gods, but Gaia had unwavering faith in him. Reynard had never doubted he was a righteous hero. But that faith came at a high price. Reynard didn't even have time to react before a crimson mane pierced straight through his heart. He was so badly wounded that it wouldn't be surprising if he died instantly. The fact that he stayed conscious was nothing short of a miracle. Ah! His mouth opened wide. Pain radiated from his solar plexus to the rest of his body. He was losing consciousness. Reynard knew he couldn't die here. He fought desperately to stay awake. You. Reynard tried to speak. But then he heard a little girl's voice. And he paused. Zhang Yu. Can I come out now? Reynard turned toward the voice, eyes widening in shock. What? He saw it. He risked his life to see it. The little girl he tried to protect. This fragile-looking, beautiful little girl tearfully thanked him. He was staring at her with indifferent eyes. without any emotion. He could even see a hint of disgust in his gaze. Shiksen will arrive soon with Gaia. So, you must leave before they get here. You too. Val Zahak. Zhang Yu told his summoned beast. Yes. Master. All right. Zhang Yu. I'll do as you said. Echidona and Val Zahak both nodded. Zhang Yu looked at Val Zahak and asked, "Are you seriously injured?" "Ha ha. Not lightly. But I can still move." Val Zahak laughed as if to prove he was fine. However, contrary to what he said, his physical condition looked terrible. Cracks covered his bones. His black robe was in tatters. Several ribs were broken. His skull was also crushed. If he weren't a lich, he would surely be dead. Still, even for a lich, these injuries were extremely severe. He could barely maintain his balance. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. Stop pretending. Get some proper rest. Echidona, take Val Zahak back. Master. Val Zahak seemed moved by those words, and started trembling all over. Echidona nodded, and ran toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu patted his head. That guy patted me. Disgusting. He tugged at Zhang Yu's clothes, while glaring at Reynard. Reynard felt dizzy. The little girl he had fought so hard to save was now glaring at him with hatred. Was this a nightmare? Was he hallucinating? Reynard murmured to himself. He refused to accept this unbelievable reality. To Reynard, this scene was more shocking than the crimson mane piercing his body. Reynard still couldn't believe what was happening. He reached out toward the girl and said, This is dangerous. You've been deceived by an evil demon." Echidona snorted and kicked away his hand. HMPH. Don't insult Zhang Yu. He's much better than you. She replied. Oh dear. You're making me blush. Zhang Yu thought with a smile. I really am a good person. He couldn't deny Echidona's words. No one had a purer desire to protect the world than Zhang Yu. No one dared to call him evil. After all, he was trying to protect Earth from the prophetic demon Satan. What? Reynard muttered in confusion. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He finally understood what was happening. Don't tell me. You were all in on it? He demanded. Took you long enough. Zhang Yu chuckled sheepishly. Reynard should have realized it the moment Zhang Yu stabbed him. He probably never thought a fragile little girl could deceive him. Zhang Yu thought. It was probably because of the weakling creed, a belief that the weak are always more moral than the strong. Reynard never imagined that Echidona, who looked like a little girl, would stab him in the back. It showed just how outdated Reynard's way of thinking was. Don't tell me. You. Reynard said, trembling. His fading consciousness was suddenly jolted awake, as if struck by lightning. The only one who could control Val Zahak and make him resort to such vile tactics. Reynard knew there was only one being capable of this. Satan. What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Yu frowned in disgust. Satan. Zhang Yu couldn't believe Reynard was comparing him to the evil prophetic demon who sought to destroy Earth. He couldn't imagine a greater insult. How dare you compare me to Satan? Zhang Yu shouted angrily. He could tolerate many things, but he would never accept being called Satan. Stop pretending you're not Satan. You demon. You've got a hole in your gut. Yet you're still moving so nimbly. Zhang Yu tightened his grip on the dark crystal of Gingnur and twisted it violently. Courage. The wound widened, and blood gushed out in torrents. Even with Tyrio's power, there was no way Reynard could recover from such a fatal wound. Lord Tyrio. Reynard desperately reached out and prayed to Tyrio once more. But miracles don't happen twice. Tyrio's power had been exhausted. He had already granted Reynard power once. Now there was nothing left he could give. However, Reynard coughed up more blood. In the end, he received no response from Tyrio. Zhang Yu lightly patted Reynard on the shoulder. You're being punished. Because you tried to live an easy life. Rocket. If Reynard hadn't been chosen by the gods, he never would have come to another world. Zhang Yu bent down, removed his mask, and let Reynard see his face clearly. You. Reynard's eyes widened. Ah. He remembered Zhang Yu's face. He could never forget it. Tears streamed down Reynard's cheeks. He finally understood everything. From the moment he came to Earth, he had been dancing in the palm of Zhang Yu's hand. Reynard fell into despair. Tears wouldn't stop. Well, let me be honest. I'm sorry. Zhang Yu apologized, sticking out his tongue. If Reynard had known nothing about Zhang Yu wouldn't have needed to kill him. Reynard was stubborn and foolish. But he was a good man. Someone who would fight for the weak without hesitation. But I had no choice. Zhang Yu said. There was nothing Zhang Yu could do about it. He bore no ill will toward Reynard. But the complicated situation had forced him to make this choice. Zhang Yu continued. Of course. Maybe there was a better way. If I had spent a long time convincing you, maybe you would have understood my situation. Zhang Yu had thought about it. But he couldn't take that risk. He couldn't let all the trust he had built up collapse. I will remember you. Zhang Yu said. With those words, Reynard stopped breathing. Silence fell. Zhang Yu ordered Echidona and Val Zahak to leave. He had successfully eliminated Reynard. But the situation was not over yet. Brother! Jin Shixin shouted. He ran toward Zhang Yu carrying Gaia. Zhang Yu saw Grace, Mike Cuban and several other Guardian members he had never seen before. Zhang Yu followed behind Shixin. This is... Shixin saw Zhang Yu kneeling beside Reynard's corpse. His eyes widened. Zhang Yu lowered his head. I'm sorry, he said quietly. He clenched his fists and slammed the ground. Crack. The hard rock split open, leaving the imprint of Zhang Yu's fist on the stone. Brother. I was one step too late. Zhang Yu's voice was filled with grief. Zhang Yu, what happened? Gaia asked, his voice trembling. Zhang Yu couldn't find the right words to explain, and could only lower his head. Ah! Gaia gasped. Zhang Yu's silence, and the tense atmosphere told Gaia what had happened. Reynard had already lost his life. Gaia trembled in fear. How could this be? After meeting a hero chosen by other gods, he had felt a glimmer of hope. Gaia had believed Reynard would become the hero to solve their crisis. However, that hope didn't even last a single day. It was crushed by an evil demon. I'm sorry. If only I hadn't suggested sparring. No. This isn't your fault. Zhang Yu. Gaia shook his head and said. This isn't Zhang Yu's fault. It was Zhang Yu who deceived and killed Reynard. So no one could blame him. Of course not. Zhang Yu cheered inwardly. He could tell Gaia didn't suspect him at all. YOLO. Zhang Yu felt like dancing. Because he had handled it so well. It felt like all his worries about Reynard showing up on Earth had disappeared. For a moment, Zhang Yu felt guilty about killing Reynard. However, after reminding himself that he had no choice, the guilt quickly vanished. All right. Now it's time to wrap things up. The ending is the most important part of anything. Zhang Yu said. I have lost a hero. Gaia said sadly. Yes. Zhang Yu said. He lifted his head and saw darkness covering the golden sky. The light was fading. A tear slid down his cheek. Alarm, alarm. Chapter 156, Blessing of the God of Heroes. Part 1. Chapter 156, Blessing of the God of Heroes. 1. Brother. Jin Shixin looked at the tearful Zhang Yu with a complicated expression. Zhang Yu clutched his chest as he stared at Reynard's lifeless body. He bowed his head, his gaze solemn. Don't be sad, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took a step forward. He placed a hand on Zhang Yu's silently weeping shoulder. The light has not disappeared. Gaia lifted her head. Zhang Yu lifted his head as well. The sky had been swallowed by darkness. No. Not just the sky. After the Gaia system collapsed, Gaia lost her sight. Because of that, the world had always appeared dark to her. But look. Zhang Yu. Gaia reached her hand toward the sky. She couldn't see. But she knew there were countless stars in the night sky. It's not over yet. Zhang Yu. As long as the guardians, the protectors of the world, remain, the light will never vanish. Gaia. Really now? Really? Zhang Yu thought. Although he found the words a little cheesy. This was not the time to make a face. Zhang Yu nodded and stood up. Yes. Gaia. You're right. He looked up at the countless stars in the sky. His eyes full of melancholy. His heart calm. Now is the time. I should do this. He. Zhang Yu cleared his throat. He needed to convey that he was truly saddened by Reynard's death, but was striving to move forward. The light has not disappeared. No. I won't let it disappear. Zhang Yu said with genuine emotion. Yes. That's right. It was the image of a hero standing up after overcoming pain. A classic, cliched moment. Zhang Yu standing under the starlight. Looked just like Reynard. A hero. Yes. I believe in you. Zhang Yu. Sniff sniff. Brother. Gaia smiled. Shixin shed tears. Other members of the Guardians seemed moved as well. All right. It made all the effort worthwhile. Zhang Yu's little performance was a bit awkward. But it was worth it. He could feel that Gaia completely trusted him. No. It was more than that. Just like Shixin, Gaia also admired Zhang Yu. A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. The process wasn't easy. But it was a huge success. He had managed to overcome the crisis of his identity being exposed. And instead gained even more trust from his allies. All thanks to the good deeds I usually do. For the sake of my brother's first love. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate to dirty his own hands. He thought. Such good deeds could help him earn even more trust from those around him. Zhang Yu knelt on one knee and placed his hand on Reynard's corpse. Reynard's eyes were still wide open. May you rest in peace. Zhang Yu said. He gently closed Reynard's eyelids. Wishing him peace. I will never forget you. Reynard. Let us never meet again. Brother. Zhang Yu was already dealing with the cultists and Satan's forces on Earth. Adding the continent of Arno to that would make things far too complicated. Let's go, let's go. Zhang Yu was about to say it was time to leave. When Reynard's sword, Derlane, suddenly burst into golden light. What's going on? Zhang Yu frowned. Could it be? He thought that killing Reynard would have solved everything. But things were starting to go wrong again. The god of heroes, Tyrio, awakened. Who dares kill my child? A thunderous voice echoed in their minds. Goo! Crack. The immense energy made their eyes tremble. I asked, who killed my child? It was a voice filled with fury. Massive amounts of golden energy swirled around Derlane. The god of heroes, Tyrio. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. Now he understood why Tyrio was called a god. Even though Tyrio was channeling his power through the sword and not appearing in person. His power was overwhelming. Please calm down. Lord Tyrio. Daughter of Gaia. Do you know who killed my child? So. Golden light flickered around Derlane. Listening to Tyrio's words. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Wait. Tyrio asked desperately who had killed Reynard. Could it be that he didn't know what had happened? It was very likely. If Tyrio had witnessed everything, he would have known that Zhang Yu had pierced Reynard with a spear. Well, I managed to avoid the worst outcome. Of course. The worst outcome would be Tyrio pointing him out as the culprit. If that happened, even Zhang Yu would be in deep trouble. If Tyrio didn't know what had happened here, then Zhang Yu couldn't just stand by. It was the Demon King Val Zahak who killed Reynard. He said, "No. It wasn't him. If it were Val Zahak, I would have sensed it." Tyrio rejected Zhang Yu's explanation. "I guess Val Zahak wasn't an option." However, there was no need to panic. After all, there was a true demon on Earth who was using Val Zahak as his subordinate. The demon of prophecy. Satan. Then I'll pin it on Satan. Zhang Yu didn't even need to say it himself. Gaia said it for him. Satan. Phew. Delrain trembled. I see. So, it was Satan. That evil demon who stole my child's life. Courage. A golden light burst forth. The guardians murmured in awe at Tyrio's overwhelming power. Tyrio's fury was now fully directed at Satan. Perfect. Zhang Yu clenched his fists in celebration. You're the best. Satan. At this point, Satan had practically become an all-powerful cheat code. The prophetic demon Satan had even enraged gods from other worlds. People of Gaia, are you also fighting that evil demon? Of course. It is our duty to kill the prophetic demon Satan. Zhang Yu replied. His eyes filled with determination. His voice unwavering. Moved by Zhang Yu's righteous outburst. It resonated. I will lend you all my power. Even if it means I will vanish from existence. Warning. Excessive interference by the god of heroes Tyrio detected. Further interference is deemed impossible. A message window appeared before them. They could feel Tyrio's pain through his voice. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. The system had turned ordinary people into players. And through powers known as attributes. It could grant them abilities seemingly out of nowhere. Now that he thought about it, Gaia had said she could interfere with the system. Even if only to a limited extent. If those granted powers by gods could interfere with the system, it was no surprise that the gods themselves could intervene too. It wasn't surprising at all. It seemed even gods couldn't interfere with the system without consequences. From Tyrio's painful voice, he could roughly figure that out. Zhang Yu wasn't sure what the system was, nor how it operated. He wasn't even sure if the Gaia system that created players was the same as the one destroyed by the prophetic demon Satan. However, Zhang Yu had no trouble understanding the current situation. Tyrio wanted to grant part of his power to the Guardians, even if it meant his own destruction. Lord Tyrio, a hero like you must not vanish. Zhang Yu shouted urgently. Of course. His true thoughts were different. Hand over your power and disappear. Zhang Yu didn't care whether Tyrio was destroyed. On the contrary, it would be better if Tyrio disappeared quickly. Because he was the one who had thrown Reynard at Zhang Yu. A god should not sacrifice himself for mortals like us. No. My will is firm. Lord Tyrio. Yes. I know if I told you not to do it, you'd be even more determined to do it. The more someone tries to stop a hero, the more eager he is to act. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, then wiped his tears and stood up. If this is the will of the gods, then we shall follow it. Zhang Yu said firmly, his gaze burning. In the name of Gaia, I swear we will not let Reynard's sacrifice be in vain. We will slay the demon of prophecy, Satan, and his subordinate, Val Zahak. And save the world. Tyrio reacted to Zhang Yu's passionate voice. What is your name? The golden light flowing from Delrain enveloped Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu knelt on one knee, like a knight pledging allegiance to a king. My name is Zhang Yu. I can sense a strange power within you. Zhang Yu tensed up. Don't tell me he can sense the core of all demons. If Tyrio could sense Zhang Yu's core of all demons, then Zhang Yu would have to abandon most of his plans. Brother Zhang Yu wasn't chosen as a guardian, but he became strong through his own hard work. I believe what you sensed was his unbreakable will. Shixin said. Gaia agreed. That's right. Zhang Yu is more upright and brave than anyone I have ever seen. He was the first to take action after Reynard disappeared. And the one most sorrowful at his death. Both a guardian and Gaia's apostle spoke for Zhang Yu. Do I love you? Zhang Yu thought. It was their support. That he had helped unite through his role as Cupid. Zhang Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. So that's how it is. You were the first to respond to my child's sorrow. And the saddest of all. They persuaded the child who was ready to die for revenge. Reynard's Tyrio. The decisive factor was Gaia's words. Because like Reynard, he was also an apostle of the gods. Upon hearing Gaia's words, Derlin's golden light flashed violently. Just as Gaia trusted Reynard. Because they were both apostles of the gods. Tyrio also seemed to trust Gaia deeply. Very well. I choose you to inherit the hero's legacy. YOLO. Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Golden light erupted from Derlane. Please use my power to uphold justice. Tyrio, prepared for his own destruction, sincerely pleaded. I will believe in the light. Zhang Yu shouted firmly. A surge of intense light poured into Zhang Yu. 0. You have received the blessing of the God of Heroes. The God of Heroes, Tyrio, will be destroyed due to excessive interference with the system. The intense light forced Zhang Yu and the others to close their eyes. Explosive energy surged into Zhang Yu's body. He instantly connected with Tyrio. Wait. Before destruction. A look of shock appeared in Tyrio's remaining consciousness. But because he was linked with Zhang Yu, he could only hear Zhang Yu. This is the Sea of Magic. You are the master of the Sea of Magic. Tyrio's voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. He had finally realized Zhang Yu's true identity. Too late. Zhang Yu thought. Tyrio's voice grew weaker. Which meant he was about to be annihilated. You bastard. You. It was you who killed my child. Oh dear. What have I done? Zhang Yu laughed. Don't be so upset. Just like you said. I will personally kill Satan. Nonsense. If you're not Satan, then who is? It's a long story. Bro. Anyway. Leave the rest to me. You disappear. I'll protect this world. Oh woo woo woo. Tyrio screamed in despair. His cry filled Zhang Yu's mind. What? I never asked you to choose me. Zhang Yu couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. You idiot. You were fooled. Ha ha. Alert Chapter 157 The Blessing of the Hero God, Part 1. Next. Chapter 157. The Blessing of the Hero God, Part 2. Part 2. You bastard. Tyrio's shouting echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. His voice full of rage. But his voice was low. Because he had grown weak. About to be extinguished. You should get some rest. Zhang Yu said with an evil grin. Courage. I must notify Lord Michael. Who the hell is Michael? Zhang Yu frowned. He had heard that name before. Because it was quite famous in mythology. Michael was the name of one of the 4 archangels. Alongside Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. Did Tyrio have some connection to the heavens? More importantly, when he spoke of Michael, it was as if the archangel outranked him. An archangel above a god? Zhang Yu couldn't understand what was happening. Because common sense told him. Angels were followers of gods. The unexpected development made him frown deeply. I can't let him contact anyone. Zhang Yu thought to himself. He had known from the beginning that once he accepted Tyrio's blessing, Tyrio would figure out his true identity. Even so, he still accepted it. Because Tyrio had already resolved to destroy himself. Zhang Yu couldn't allow Tyrio to reveal his identity. Huff huff. He channeled the power he received from Tyrio into his predator's fist. Darkness began devouring the golden energy. Ah! Zhang Yu unleashed the predator's fist, accelerating Tyrio's destruction. Don't cause more trouble. Just disappear. He was starting to get annoyed with Tyrio. Zhang Yu had thought that once he accepted Tyrio's power, Tyrio would be destroyed. But he was wrong. No. No, no. I will not hand my power over to an evil demon. Tyrio shouted, making one final struggle. The golden energy within Zhang Yu surged violently. Grrrk. Zhang Yu's face twisted in pain. Agony spread throughout his body. He cursed. He bit his lip. He fought to keep the pain from driving him insane. Tyrio's voice grew faint. It was hard for Zhang Yu to hear him. Then, the link between Zhang Yu and Tyrio was severed. It seemed he had been completely destroyed. However, grrrk. Boom. Golden energy burst from Zhang Yu's skin, exploding outward. It was Tyrio's final outburst. He tried to unleash his power in chaos and destroy Zhang Yu. This was much harder to handle than Zhang Yu had initially expected. Damn it. This was an unbelievable amount of pain. Tyrio's energy rampaged wildly inside Zhang Yu. He felt as if he were being torn apart from the inside, like drinking a glass filled with razor blades. Damn it. I shouldn't have tricked him. If Zhang Yu had known it would hurt this much, he would have just handed over the power to Jin Shixin. Zhang Yu was now paying the price for deceiving the hero god. You said you'd wipe him out. Damn it. He cursed at the system's message window. Bro. Shixin and the other guardians cried out. From the outside, it looked like Zhang Yu had gained divine power and grown stronger, as expected of brother Zhang Yu. To have accepted the hero god's power so easily. No. Shixin. Bro. I admire you. I'm about to die from the pain. Compared to you, I'm so pathetic. Save me. Zhang Yu pleaded to Shixin in his heart. But Shixin couldn't hear his cries. In this state where he could neither cry nor laugh, Zhang Yu almost fainted. It hurt like hell. He was used to enduring pain. Even when losing a limb, he could still smile through it. But even so, he could barely endure the pain now. If it were an ordinary person, feeling this kind of pain that ripped through the whole body, they would have already died from shock. Damn it. But Zhang Yu couldn't keep wallowing in regret. He closed his eyes, trying to control Tyrio's power. But it didn't last long. He couldn't control it. The energy from Tyrio was completely different from the power Zhang Yu had used before. It was like injecting electricity into a gasoline car. The golden energy was nothing like magic power. It was completely uncontrollable. Since that was the case, Zhang Yu bit his lip and clenched his fists. If he couldn't control it, he could only devour it as his blood boiled with magic power. Zhang Yu lifted his head with effort. Even though Tyrio was destroyed, Derlane was still wrapped in golden light. Predator's omnipotence. Black energy surrounded Derlane. The golden light fiercely resisted the Predator's omnipotence. However, Zhang Yu ignored these struggles. Like a predator devouring a struggling prey, he used Predator's omnipotence to consume the energy. It should have been applied. Greed. Trait. Warning. The corresponding magic contains mixed forms of energy. It cannot be fully converted into magic energy. Would you like to continue? That's not important now. Zhang Yu didn't care whether he could absorb the power completely. His body could explode at any moment. He had no time to worry about such trivial matters. Zhang Yu pushed Predator's omnipotence to its limit. Huff. Grrrk. Tyrio's energy continued to rampage, tearing Zhang Yu's skin apart. Black blood flowed from his wounds. Seeing this, a Guardian member shouted, This is transformation. No. Brother. Zhang Yu thought. Wow. I said no. You bastards. I'm seriously about to die here. So don't just stand there. Hurry up and cast healing magic on me. Seeing the black blood pouring out. It looks like the body is expelling waste. My blood is black. Shi Shuan nodded. This is definitely a transformation. Everyone, please be aware of your surroundings. If brother receives even the slightest impact, He could suffer irreversible damage. Shi Shuan. Please help me. Should we do something? Healing magic? No need. Those are wounds formed after the body's reconstruction. There's no need for healing magic. Use healing magic on me. Damn it. The injuries are getting worse. Zhang Yu wanted healing. But Shi Shuan's conviction was too strong. Zhang Yu knew he couldn't expect any help. At that moment, he felt resentment toward Shi Shuan. Unable to get help from healing magic, Zhang Yu had to quickly absorb Tyrion's energy. Rumble. He successfully absorbed part of the energy of Tyrion, the hero god. He dispersed the energy that couldn't be converted. Rumble. The ground shook. A dazzling light swept around Zhang Yu. Wow! The Guardians, feeling the divine power, exclaimed. Magic aura increased by 4 points. The 10,000 demons and part of the passage have been activated. Attribute enhanced, magic soul. All conditions must be met to fully activate it. To reach the maximum attribute value achievable at this stage. After meeting the first condition of magic soul or breaking the level cap, attributes will increase. Zhang Yu only absorbed a portion. But it was divine energy. Even a small part was immensely powerful. His magic aura attribute has reached 129. He felt tremendous power flowing through his body. Tyrion's sword, Durlane, turned to dust and scattered. Golden light shimmered around. The scene was spectacular. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky. The darkness was dispelled. Huff huff huff. Zhang Yu bent down, panting heavily. Brother. Zhang Yu. Gaia. Shixin and the other Guardian members ran toward him. Damn. The pain had finally stopped. On top of that, Zhang Yu had received a huge reward for absorbing the god's power. I thought I was going to die. He was used to pain. But he had struggled to the point of almost passing out. The shock of that pain would not fade so easily. Besides, you hurt my feelings. Shixin. Zhang Yu knew why Shixin said they shouldn't have used healing magic on him. If Zhang Yu put himself in their shoes, he would have thought he was undergoing some kind of transformation too. He understood that. But even so, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. After all, human emotions were complicated. I'm glad you're okay. Brother. Zhang Yu remained silent. Brother. Is something wrong? Shixin asked worriedly when he saw Zhang Yu's stiff expression. Zhang Yu turned and replied. It's nothing. Come on. Brother. How could you treat me like this? He thought. What's wrong? Brother. It's nothing. After everything I've done for you. You still don't understand how I feel. Your expression shows otherwise. Zhang Yu walked past Shixin. Without answering. HMPH. Shixin hurriedly followed. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. I'm sick of you. After the Guardians left, a small crack appeared in Hero Valley, emitting a sinister aura. Crack. A black arm stretched out from the crack. Pieces of the rift crumbled. Crack. As the crack widened, a black figure emerged. It had 2 feet, bat wings, and a tail, with well-developed muscles. Its eyes had yellow sclera and vertical pupils. The figure radiated a suffocatingly thick demonic aura. This must be the place Lord Lucifer called Earth. Malphas. Do you see anything around? No. I don't see anything. Father said there are many humans in this world. 3 identical demons emerged from the crack. Looking around carefully. All right. I believe if we search a bit more, we'll definitely find some. Lord Lucifer would never lie. The names of the 3 demons were Phoenix, Malphas, and Halphas. They turned and bowed toward the crack. Glory to Lucifer. The 3 demons bowed to their master, the evil god Lucifer. Then Halphas stepped forward and scooped up a handful of sand. We can feel Tyrio's energy, he said. So, Tyrio's destruction is real. Then, who cares about the extinction of minor gods? Yes. What matters is eliminating his existence. Halphus lifted his head, recalling the command given to them by their master Lucifer. Find him. Let's go. Halphus said to the other two demons. Where should we start? I heard Gaia's vassals live in this world. They should have some information. Can we kill them? He is the god of that faction. It should be fine to kill his servants. Isn't Gaia a higher-ranked god? HMPH. Are you afraid of killing a half-dead god's servant? Of course not. The three demons exchanged glances. Then let's go. They simultaneously spread their wings and flew into the darkness. They had come to this distant world on Lucifer's orders, with only one goal. Tyrio was a lower-ranked god, but destroying him was still impressive. Quite powerful. If he wasn't powerful, there would be no point in seeking him out. Exactly. I believe he will greatly aid Lord Lucifer's plans. The three demons sneered coldly. Satan. Let us find him. They came to Earth to search for the prophesied demon. Satan. Alarm alarm. Chapter 158. Hero News Flash 1. Chapter 158. Hero. News reported that Irener died at the hands of the prophetic demon Satan. A week passed. The Guardians put their grief behind them. Everyone returned to their routine tasks, investigating cults and completing various missions. The Guardians were mainly responsible for investigating cults and eliminating monsters that came through the gates. They carried out rescue missions all over the world. Oh. Zhang Yu asked. You want me to go to South America? Yes. Gaia said. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. He explained. A group of indigenous people staying in that land have recently been attacked by monsters. They sought help from the U.S. But there are many refugees there. And they're scattered. So, there's a shortage of manpower. I hope you and Shi Shuan can escort the indigenous people to the U.S. soldiers. Although most countries in South America and the Middle East have collapsed, becoming desolate, it's not like no one lives there. Argentina, Brazil, and other countries have almost become nations in name only. But many people still live in those countries, trying to rebuild their nations. When Japan experienced a nuclear explosion due to a major earthquake, many people refused to leave. So, it's not surprising that some still live in areas plagued by monsters. It's not surprising. I really don't want to. He didn't care about these people at all. They chose to live in dangerous areas. No. Even if they had no choice. Zhang Yu had no reason to save them. I don't want to play the hero. He just wanted to protect Earth from demons and otherworldly creatures he didn't understand. Zhang Yu was doing this out of his own personal desire. If the issue wasn't as serious as the entire civilization facing collapse, he felt there was no need to travel the world playing hero. Most importantly, they were citizens of a collapsed nation. Even if they died, the world situation wouldn't change. Although incidents are increasing worldwide, people have accepted that it's inevitable. From a humanitarian perspective, this is a cruel thought. But Zhang Yu didn't care about being a humanitarian. Fine. If they died in front of me, things might be different. A person's level of humanitarianism often depends on whether they can see it. Witnessing someone starve to death in person is far more shocking than hearing about hundreds of thousands starving on the other side of the world. It's more impactful. Save them, save them. He could save them. But saving people was not something he needed to do. That was the extent of Zhang Yu's morality. I didn't really gain anything. After absorbing Tyrio's power, his cultivation had multiplied. The biggest change was that he could now use a little of the magic energy from the depths of the Sea of Magic. Best of all, the amount of omnipotence he could use had increased. Many abilities required magic from the deep parts of the Sea of Magic. No. In fact, most abilities belonging to great demons required deep magic energy. But Zhang Yu was not satisfied with just that. He still had a long way to go before he could face the princes of hell. So he needed to focus even more on becoming stronger. This Michael or whoever also seemed suspicious. In other words, he had no time to run around saving people. Of course. I know this is a dangerous mission, they said, noticing that Zhang Yu didn't seem to like the idea. But it seems they will go with you. If you need it, we will give you additional support. Oh. It's not because of danger. He answered firmly. He was not lying. Rescuing people living in monster-infested areas, aside from demon cult-related missions, was one of the most dangerous tasks. No. Ordinary demon cult missions weren't even that dangerous. He could not settle for this. He still had a long way to go before he could face the princes of hell. So he needed to focus even more on becoming stronger. This Michael or whoever also seemed suspicious. In other words, he had no time to run around saving people. Of course. But it seems they will go with you. If you need it, we will provide you with additional support. Oh. It wasn't because of the danger. He answered firmly. He wasn't lying. Saving people living in monster-infested areas, besides missions related to the demon cult, was one of the most dangerous tasks. No. Ordinary missions related to the demon cult weren't even that dangerous. He couldn't be satisfied with this. There was still a long way to go before he could face the princes of hell. So he needed to stay just as focused on getting stronger. This Michael or whatever was also a bit of a problem. There's no need to focus solely on getting stronger. This Michael or whatever has some issues too. In other words, he doesn't have time to go around saving people. Of course. I know this is a dangerous mission, everyone said. And it seemed that Zhang Yu wasn't too fond of the idea. But senior brother will be with you. If you need, we'll provide you with additional support. Oh. It's not because of the danger. He answered firmly. He wasn't lying. Saving people living in monster-infested areas was, apart from missions related to the demon cult, one of the most dangerous tasks. No. Ordinary missions related to the demon cult weren't that dangerous. Still, he wasn't too worried. After his magic power reached 129, Zhang Yu had surpassed even the great demon kings. For him, this wasn't a big deal. He crossed his arms, falling into deep thought. He really didn't want to do it. But it wasn't like he had anything else to do. The demon cult hadn't made a move yet, because his stat growth was blocked. Absorbing the souls of Demonkin to fulfill the first condition of the demon soul was his top priority. But the problem was, there were no Demonkin. Unlike other players, he didn't need to train, which left him even fewer things to do. I guess I could be a hero for a while. Gaia, Shin Shixin, and the other guardians all believed that Zhang Yu had inherited the power of the god of heroes, becoming the successor of the hero Reinhard. Whether that was true or not, Zhang Yu would occasionally try to show off his heroic spirit. Recently, the attacks have increased. It could also be because of the demon cult. He thought that by investigating their movements and saving civilians along the way, he could let people know he was the successor of the god of heroes. It wasn't a bad idea. Zhang Yu nodded. All right. I will accept the mission. Ah. Thank you very much, Zhang Yu. Gaia showed a bright smile. Although he looked fragile, his brilliant smile had something that could touch the heart of any man. Sihun, you should thank me. He felt guilty for sacrificing the innocent Reynard for Sihun's love. But seeing how things turned out, he felt a bit proud. Speaking of which, where has that guy gone lately? He heard that Sihun went somewhere else for training, but he didn't know exactly where. They had met a few times at the Guardian shop, but only exchanged simple greetings. He felt like Sihun was avoiding him. Could it be because of that? When Tyrio's power was tearing apart his body, Zhang Yu treated him coldly, because Sihun didn't realize the pain he was going through. In that case, I'll arrange a flight to South America for you. Could I also ask you to convey the mission details to Guardian Kim Sihun? Ah, all right. Of course. Guardian Kim Sihun has been keeping his head down lately. Please ask if he has any concerns too. Gaia said worriedly. Zhang Yu nodded. He was planning to do so anyway. Sihun probably wasn't upset because of that. Was he? He quickened his pace to look for Sihun. Shixin was in the training room of the Guardian store. As Zhang Yu approached, he heard an explosion. Crack. Bang. 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 Whoosh. Whoosh. Shixin swung his sword, slashing at a training dummy. The dummy, made with a special magic device, was in tatters, looking like a mop. Shixin. Good. Good brother. As soon as Zhang Yu entered the room, Shixun's expression turned serious. Shixin averted his gaze and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I have something to tell you." Shixin remained silent. Zhang Yu looked at him quietly, then spoke. "Let's go somewhere more comfortable, bro." He took Shixin to the rooftop of his apartment. The view from the rooftop was stunning. It truly was a mansion. Leaning against the railing, Zhang Yu asked, "Has something been bothering you lately? If it's because of my behavior before, then No. It's not because of you." Shixin stood beside Zhang Yu, smiling bitterly, his voice carrying a hint of loneliness. "This is my own issue." "What kind of issue?" A brief silence. After thinking for a moment, Shixin spoke. "Do you remember when Reinhard died?" "I remember." At that time, he bit his lip and clenched his fists, gripping the railing tightly. His hands left dents in the metal railing. Shixin spoke in a trembling voice. "To be honest, I felt a bit relieved." "Oh. So that's how it is." Zhang Yu smiled. Sihun felt relieved after his rival in love disappeared, and hated himself for it. It was a typical Sihun kind of worry. Zhang Yu said, "Don't worry. It's normal for humans to feel that way. But you're different, brother." "Not at all. If I were you, I would have been dancing with joy back then." "Ha ha ha." Sihun laughed. He probably thought Zhang Yu was joking. But he wasn't joking. If it were Zhang Yu, he really would have danced with joy. Looking at Sihun, he said, "Let me ask you something." "What is it? Why are you so hard on yourself?" Zhang Yu had been wondering about it for a long time. More precisely, ever since he saw Sihun risk his life to stand up for Alec. He had been thinking about it. It felt unnatural. It couldn't just be called a personality trait. During the Isu War incident, even though Zhang Yu told him to do it, Sihun was able to cut down ordinary people who had turned into demon beasts without hesitation. Alec and Reynard could never have done that. Sihun was different from them. He just wanted to be like them. A heavy silence fell. Sihun narrowed his eyes. He fell into deeper thought than ever before in silence. "Ha ha. I guess I can't hide anything from you, brother." Sihun chuckled softly. "When I was a kid, my mother told me something." Sihun looked up at the sky, his eyes tinged with sadness. "She once said, 'I'm sorry for giving birth to you.'" Shixin clenched his fists, his body trembling lightly. "I despised those words. I hated them so much I couldn't even listen. But, yes, I believe she wouldn't think that way now. No. She probably doesn't even remember saying that to me." As he continued, his voice became suppressed. "But that wasn't something I earned myself. It was you who saved me, bro." His voice grew stronger. "I want to be a bro like you. I want to be a savior to people suffering like I once did. So that one day I can proudly say, the words my mother said when I was a child were wrong. That's why I can't stand the narrow and selfish side of myself." After Shixin finished speaking, Zhang Yu sighed. A savior, huh? Zhang Yu felt like he finally understood what kind of man Jin Shixin was. Shixin didn't want to be a hero. He didn't seek people's worship or admiration. He simply wanted to extend a helping hand to those in need. Only then could he feel proud of himself. Idiot. Zhang Yu frowned. In a way, Shixin was even dumber than Alec. It was a frustrating, infuriating, and childish thought. Trying to help others to overcome childhood trauma. Only someone with a middle schooler's naive mindset would think of that. It was a notion Zhang Yu neither understood nor sympathized with. But, Pat. He placed his hand on Shishun's head. Bro. Then Zhang Yu ruffled his hair. Ah! What are you doing? Bro. Ha! Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. He smiled as he watched Sihun look up at him in confusion. Damn it. I've become so weak. Even though it was just for a brief moment. He was cheering for Sihun. Zhang Yu didn't understand him. Nor did he calculate what he could gain from it. He was purely cheering for Sihun in the purest sense. This wasn't like Zhang Yu at all. I feel like I'm going to throw up. His stomach twisted violently. But it wasn't an unpleasant feeling. Bro. Let's go. Where to? He smiled and gently patted Sihun's head. To save people. Delusions of grandeur. Only people with delusions of grandeur desperately seek to stand out. And are convinced they possess hidden knowledge or secret powers. Chapter 159. Hero Kim Sihun 2. Chapter 159. Hero Kim Sihun 2. We divided into 3 groups. Zhang Yu. Kim Sihun. Han Shuya. Echidna. Che Yenju. Zhang Taishu. Bai Yuan. Zhu Xianmo. Tian Suyan. And Tian Wuchen. Zhang Yu thought he might as well keep being a hero. So he gathered as many people as he could. They landed in Venezuela, the country at the tip of the continent. Most South American countries had collapsed after the day of disaster. But Venezuela was an exception. Not because Venezuela was a strong country. Nor because it had outstanding players. But because of the United States. The U.S. used Venezuela as a base to wipe out monsters in South America. Because it was the closest. They also planned to reclaim the rest of the earth. Of course. They didn't do it out of goodwill. That was obvious. The reason America worked so hard to reclaim countries invaded by monsters was not because they were selfless. On the surface, they claimed it was for world peace and human progress. But everyone knew that in reality, it was to promote themselves as the most powerful country in the world. Well, whatever their reasons, they were indeed helping. In fact, without America, the World Revival Plan couldn't even have been launched. It had a positive influence on countries like China and Korea, helping to spark the revival of the Middle East. There are only 10 of us. Isn't splitting into 3 groups too few? Yenju asked. Zhang Yu shook his head. The main force is the U.S. military. The natives are too scattered. Acting together would be inefficient. Most of the natives left in South American countries lived a nomadic lifestyle. They built villages to settle. But if monsters attacked, they would abandon the village and relocate to build a new one. As a result, there was no large group gathered in one place. Rescuing them wasn't easy. Then how will you divide the teams? Wu Chen asked. Given the current situation, we should split into 2 groups. One group will focus on hunting monsters. The other group will focus on guiding refugees to the U.S. military. Su Yan, who was flipping through documents, replied. Wu Chen and Su Yan had been cooperating with Korea and Japan to reclaim the Middle East. However, this time they joined the operation at Zhang Yu's request, as it would serve as a great reference for the Middle East revival plan. Then, with Tian Wu Chen as the center, Su Yan, giant scorpion demon, Hua Yan, and Yan Zhu will join the monster subjugation group. Shixin, you'll take Shuya and Taishu to rescue the natives and guide them to the U.S. military. What about you, brother? Echidna and I will travel with the monster suppression team to eliminate monsters. But we'll also focus on tracking down the demon cult. Oh. Do you think this is related to the demon cult? Shuya asked. Zhang Yu shrugged. I'm not sure. But since multiple monster attacks happened at once, it's worth investigating. Will it be dangerous? Shueya asked worriedly, grabbing his arm. Zhang Yu was about to laugh it off, but coughed to suppress his emotions. He. I'm sure it won't be dangerous. So don't worry. From a numbers standpoint, it seemed like Zhang Yu and Echidna were in the most danger. But that wasn't actually the case. Zhang Yu's strength had long surpassed that of other humans on Earth. Only if a Hell Prince appeared would things get troublesome. I think Tian Wuchen's group is in more danger. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Oh, right. Everyone has the necklace Echidna gave you, right? It has explanation and tracking magic on it. So make sure you don't lose it. You don't need to worry about us. We'll be fine. Yenju snorted and turned her back. Huayan gave a wry smile and said softly, please understand. She's just upset because she couldn't be in the same group as you. Huayan. Yeah. Ha ha. Then let's head out. Wuchen and the others set off first. Zhang Yu approached Shueya and said, they were attacked by monsters. So there should be quite a few injured. I think so too. Don't try to save every wounded person. Focus only on those in critical condition. And bring them to the US military's location. When your mana drops to half, take a break. Then focus on replenishing it. He. You're telling me to stockpile mana just in case. Right? You don't have to keep reminding me. Shueya nodded with a bright smile. Zhang Yu said, Shixin, Taishu. If there's any conflict between people, or a monster attack, stop it as quickly as possible. Shueya's safety is in your hands. He. Bro. Trust me. I'll make sure no one even dares to harm my sister-in-law. We'll rescue as many people as we can, as quickly as possible. All right. Zhang Yu said. Then he turned and ascended into the sky with Urkadina. Shixin looked back at Zhang Yu. Let's go. Yeah. Shixin. It's been a while since we teamed up like this. Shixin. Ha ha. I think you're right. Although Enfei isn't here. Well. We can't bring a kid under 20 to such a dangerous place. True. Shixin said with a soft smile as he looked at the team he hadn't seen in a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mom. A child, about 5 years old, hugged his mother tightly. Though not fully recovered, he was much better than before, when he was barely hanging on. Much better. Shueya smiled brightly and waved at the child. The child's mother bowed several times. At that moment, wow! Shueya heard cheering outside the camp. The Taishu guarding Shueya burst into laughter. Looks like Shixin has arrived. Yeah. Seems like it. As soon as the two stepped outside, they saw Sihun and the men from the village. The men shouted in unison. Hello, everyone. The US military will arrive today. This gentleman here defeated all the monsters in the area. Everyone looked at Sihun. Sihun scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. The village chief approached him. Grasping his hand, tears welled up in his wrinkled eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without you, we would all be dead. No. That's not. Sihun didn't know how to respond to the man's sudden words. You're our hero. Seeing the man's radiant smile, Sihun felt a strange sensation all over his body. I'm sorry. He heard a voice filled with sorrow. Sihun shook his head. No. I'm not a hero. He barely held back the last words, forcing a bitter smile. It was hard for him to express his emotions. Sihun turned and walked toward Shueya and Taishu. HMPH. Isn't that our hero, Sihun? Oh. I told you. Don't call me that. He. You've saved hundreds of lives these past few days. Who else deserves to be called a hero? I didn't do it alone. Sihun said with a bitter smile as he looked at them. Shueya and Taishu were also busy tending to the native villagers attacked by monsters. Did you manage to get in touch with Brother and Mars? Rumble. A deafening roar interrupted Sihun's words. It echoed all around them. The massive shockwave shook the military camp. The building collapsed. Yes. Shiksen. What happened? Shueya and Taishu stood up. But before they could fully get up, Shiksen was already running toward the explosion. What? Shishun's eyes widened. At the edge of the village, holes appeared in the ground like torn paper. The villagers' screams rang out. Shiksen! Help! Courage! Ah! A neat hole had opened in the village chief's belly. The hole was cleanly cut, as if made by a precision machine. Blood spurted out. The chief collapsed. But Shishun's eyes were not on the fallen chief. They were on the village entrance. Demons. He saw 2 horns, black wings, black skin, and yellow reptilian eyes. 3 identical figures, like cloned demons, stood at the village entrance. Is it that human? I think I sense the power of a god. A vassal of Gaia. The 3 demons spoke among themselves. Shiksen shuddered. He could tell at a glance, they were powerful. A chill ran through his body. Capture him alive. And ask where Gaia's incarnation is. Harfaz. Will you do it? I want to see how strong Gaia's vassal really is. The middle demon stepped forward. Shiksen! Shiksen! Shueya and Taishu arrived. They're demons. Shiksen said anxiously, biting his lip. His mind went blank. I don't know what to do. All right. Let's begin. The demon didn't give him any time to think. Harpaz reached out his hand. A ball of black magic flew toward Sihun. Sihun! Bang! Kurg! Taishu blocked the black orb with his shield. Even though it was just one attack. After being hit by the black orb, Taishu was sent flying like a piece of paper. Taishu! Shueya immediately shouted his name, casting healing magic on him. White light enveloped Taishu. Harpaz's eyes lit up, watching the glow surrounding Taishu with great interest. That light. Sihun stomped the ground and leapt forward. A blue sword aura extended from the Elquero sword. Harpaz twisted his body, waving both hands. In an instant, he turned into several black orbs, which shot toward Sihun. Damn it! Boom! 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 Sihun rolled on the ground to evade. Explosions erupted over a patch of blackness on the sea. Sihun dodged Harpaz's attack and swung his sword. The battle continued. Boom! Kurg! Sihun was overwhelmed. He couldn't land a single hit. All he could do was dodge Harpaz's attacks. Malphas and Phoenix clicked their tongues in disappointment. Their conversation reached Sihun's ears. So this is the level of Gaia's blessing? What a disappointment. Damn it! Sihun frowned, clenching his fists. In that brief moment, another attack flew toward him, grazing his leg. His clothes were torn, and the wound widened. Sihun! Shueya hurriedly used healing magic and buffs on him. The wounds healed. He regained his strength. But he knew better than anyone that he was still no match for the demons. Run away with Taishu. What? Take the villagers and leave this place quickly. But, hurry! Shiksen didn't hesitate. Even if he fought side by side with the other 2, the outcome wouldn't change. He wasn't even sure if he could beat the demon called Harphas. Defeating 3 demons at once was impossible. Shiksen pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. This is the location the U.S. military mentioned. Get there as quickly as possible. I'll buy you as much time as I can. Shueya hesitated, looking at Shiksen. Shiksen shouted fiercely. Go! Even if the 3 of us fought together, we'd just end up with 2 corpses. Shueya closed her eyes, took the paper, and when Taishu tried to say something, she grabbed his hand and said, I'll call Zhang Yu right away. Shueya dragged Taishu and ran. Shiksen watched them go and let out a breath of relief. I'm going now. Malphas turned his head toward the fleeing Shueya and Taishu. Where do you think you're going? Shiksen stomped on the ground. Azure dragon footwork. Snake-like tracks spread out on the ground. Shiksen dashed forward. His aura exploded from his dantian. flowing through his arm and enveloping the Airquero sword. Condensed sword energy surged forth, aimed at Malphas's head. HMPH. Malphas seemed unable to confront the condensed sword aura directly. The demon frowned and retreated. The Airquero sword brushed past his shoulder and chest. Wounds appeared on his body. Black blood spurted out. Malphas reached out his hand, instantly turning into a black orb, and shooting toward Sihun. Malphas rolled on the ground. Cough. He coughed up blood. He had only been hit by one orb, but the numbing shock and intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He clenched his teeth, and used his sword as a crutch to stand up. Oh. Looks like he's not a servant of Gaia for nothing. Step back, Malphas. What about the ones who ran away? They're not important. What's important is Gaia's servant. Harpaz took another step forward. Sihun silently stared at the three demons. I can't win. He couldn't even face just one of them properly. If they attacked him all at once, he could see his own chances of survival were almost zero. Ha! Ha! His body trembled from fear. His legs shook uncontrollably. All he could think about was running away with Shueya and Taishu. He was trembling. Harpaz sneered at him. He saw Sihun's legs trembling in fear. Sihun took a step back. Thud. Something bumped against his foot. He looked down. It was the body of the village chief who had called him a hero. Once again, he had failed to save someone. I'm sorry. For giving birth to you. He heard that voice again. It was the voice he was used to. Hero? Nonsense. He gripped his sword tighter. He put more strength into his trembling legs. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Harpaz. I never wanted to be a hero. I never wished to be one. That painful voice was already engraved in his mind. He wanted to break free from that voice. If someone said the same thing to him in the future, he wanted to be able to lift his head proudly and tell them they were wrong. It was so childish and foolish. Even a kid who idolized heroes on TV might be better than him. He was just a pathetic, traumatized loser. An idiot whose behavior didn't match his age. An idiot who couldn't move on from an unfortunate past. He knew that. It wasn't that he didn't know. He was fully aware of how foolish his thoughts were. But even so. He raised his sword, and took a trembling step forward. I won't run. Shixin stomped on the ground. Jing Hao. Warning. Chapter 160, The Hero's Spirit 3. Chapter 160, Hero Spirit 3, Shixin stomped down. He focused all his attention on his sword. He felt as if he was becoming one with it. His energy flowed into the sword. A mysterious ecstasy swept through his body. He took a deep breath. The energy in his dantian synced with his breathing, spreading into his arms, legs, and sword. Crack. His foot left a deep imprint in the ground. He shot forward using a sliding step. Interesting. Harpaz smiled. Black spheres shot out in all directions. Shishun's eyes gleamed sharply. Dozens of black spheres rushed toward him. Getting hit even once could be fatal. I can't block them all. Maybe he could deflect some. But dozens of them. Blocking all of them was impossible. Should I jump into the air? He shook his head. Some of the spheres were aimed into the air too. It was as if Harpaz had anticipated his evasive maneuver. Unless he could fly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to jump into the air to dodge the black orbs. So, he lowered his body until his chest almost touched the ground. Then he dashed forward. Boom! Under the force of gravity, his body drooped, drawing an arc before slamming onto the ground. At that moment, Azure Dragon Soaring Moon. He twisted his body and slashed his sword toward the ground. He instantly shot vertically upward from the ground, as if inertia had disappeared. Looking down, he saw Harpaz visibly surprised. Azure Dragon Flash. He swung his sword. Blue condensed sword energy surged from the blade, aiming directly at Harpaz's head. Good. Harpaz grinned widely. He thought this boring fight had suddenly become interesting. He stretched out his left hand, creating a barrier of dark energy. Pressure. A loud boom echoed throughout the area. The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Harpaz was pushed back slightly. He spread his arms open. Struggle more. Gaia's servant. Between his outstretched arms, a black orb the size of a fist formed. Ha ha ha! Harpaz laughed wildly. Explosive magical energy burst from within his body. The black orb grew larger. From 30 centimeters to 50 centimeters. Then to 1 meter. Good. Try blocking this too. Calm down. Harpaz. What will you do if the servant dies? The other two demons tried to stop him. But Harpaz didn't hear them. The spark had already been lit. The demon's frenzied fighting instincts made him lose his mind. The black orb expanded beyond 2 meters. Sihun shivered all over. He could feel an astonishing destructive energy from the black orb. Crackle crackle. The black spheres shot forward, devouring everything in their path. Crack, crack. Their pull was incredibly strong. A powerful wind, like a typhoon, pushed from behind. If he loosened his grip even a little, he would be sucked into the black spheres. Shishun's face turned pale. He couldn't endure it either. The black spheres closed in rapidly. Damn it. He bit his lip. Subconsciously, he knew he couldn't win. Shixin gripped his sword tightly. The condensed blue sword aura grew even stronger. Huff, huff. He could feel cold sweat running down his back. He swallowed nervously. The fear of death engulfed him once more. Focus. He infused energy into his trembling legs. Clenched his fists. If he couldn't dodge, then smash. He swung his energy-infused fist like a hammer driving a nail. His legs dug into the ground. Up to his knees. He gripped his sword with both hands. I will block it. He raised his sword over his head. The gleaming darkness opened its jaws wide toward him. The energy within him exploded. The condensed sword aura surged into the sky. Who? He took a deep breath. Then held it in. He relaxed his body. Focused on the sphere. He only had one chance. He wasn't sure if it was possible. But that was fine. A smile appeared on his face. He felt no pressure. Instead, being in such a desperate situation felt like the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. He could see the back of a figure. The person who appeared when he was about to die at Kim Young-hun's hands. Brother Zhang Yu. They weren't related by blood. He didn't know who Zhang Yu was, nor what kind of person he had been in the past. But there was one thing he was sure of. At that moment, Zhang Yu saved him. Zhang Yu pulled him out of the life he thought he would be trapped in forever. Crackle crackle. The black orb closed in. Sihun swung his sword down from above his head. It wasn't a fast swing. It was slow and deliberate. Come. You have learned a unique skill. Heavenly Dragon Flash. A notification window appeared in front of Sihun. But he paid it no mind. He swung his sword down at the black orb. Ah! Harpaz grimaced. He had created that black orb with the power bestowed upon him by the evil god Lucifer. Even if Sihun was Gaia's servant, Harpaz's technique was not something a human could counter. But Harpaz. Dodge. He heard the screams from the other two demons. The black orb split in two. The blue energy that split the orb shot toward him. Harpaz instinctively twisted his body. Slash. Kurg. The blue energy severed his forearm. Pain spread from his arm throughout his body. Harpaz's expression stiffened. That was too dangerous. If he hadn't twisted his body at the last moment, he would have been cut in half. No. If he hadn't dodged, he would truly be dead. A mere human. He burned with rage. His face flushed red. To be humiliated like this in front of his brothers. Boom! Sihun, who had split the black orb, sprang forward, rushing straight toward Harpaz without hesitation. Harpaz frowned, raising his right arm. Even though he got hit because of a moment's carelessness, he wouldn't let it happen again. Slash. Crack. Shishun's sword flashed as it shot forward. The blade grazed Harfiz's right arm and cut across his shoulder. Harfiz swung his right arm anxiously. I'm faster. Harfiz wasn't just faster. He was also much stronger than Shixun. The human's slow sword trajectory was clearly visible. And it was weak. Easily deflectable. However. Slash. How? He couldn't block Shishun's attack. Even when summoning black spheres to shoot. Or creating magical barriers to defend. Or counter-attacking. He still couldn't completely dodge the human strikes. Harfiz's body was gradually covered in wounds. And then. So. Good. The sword wrapped in blue light targeted his neck. Harfiz retreated quickly. But it was useless. The sword traced an incomprehensible path. Sticking to him. The fear of death spread throughout his body. Am I really going to die at the hands of a human? Impossible. It shouldn't be possible. He was a demon serving the evil god Lucifer. Losing to a human was unthinkable. You idiot. Phoenix stepped forward. And kicked Shixun, who was aiming at Harfiz. Bang! Thud! Shixun was sent flying by the kick. And tumbled across the ground. Harfiz! What do you think you're doing, fighting a human? Harfiz lowered his head. His right hand clutching the severed part of his left arm. Saying nothing. Phoenix clicked his tongue. And walked toward Shixun. Looks like he's still just the servant of a half-dead high god. Phoenix stomped on Sihun's arm. Crunch. Ah! Sihun screamed in pain. Phoenix snapped his fingers. A black orb the size of a fingernail. Floated down lightly. Landing on Sihun's body. Pierce. 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 His skin was punctured. His shoulder. His chest. His abdomen. Holes the size of fingernails appeared all over. Blood flowed from his wounds. Cough. Cough. Sihun coughed up blood. His intestines spilled from his torn abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him. If he moved any further, he would die. Harpiz. Take responsibility. Go find out where Gaia's avatar is. All right. Harpiz nodded, biting his lip. Ha. Ha. Sihun's consciousness began to blur. A tear slid down from the corner of his eye. He was terrified. He tried to fight it. But things had already gotten too bad. His body began trembling. He could feel his mind starting to fade. He thought of his mother and comrades. Even of Kim Young-hun and Kim Jae-hyun. Brother. He desperately wished to be saved. He had resolved not to run away. But this was the outcome. Now he was at death's door. The growing fear emptied his mind. A laugh escaped from Sihun's lips. He looked so pitiful. Even his tears had stopped. Once again. And again. And again. I couldn't do anything. Bang! A loud noise broke his thoughts. Shixun turned toward the direction of the sound. A young man wearing a white mask. Walked out of the dust. Oh. Zhang Yu looked around. The first thing he saw was Shixun lying on the ground. Shishun's right arm was bent unnaturally. And blood was flowing all over him. The wound on his abdomen was so severe his intestines were visible. Setting aside that he was a guardian. Shixun was still human. To survive such injuries was impressive. Truly admirable. Zhang Yu walked toward Shixun step by step. Grabbed his collar. Jin Shixun. There was neither sadness nor anger. Even seeing Shixun, grievously wounded yet still alive, felt unbelievable. Yet he felt nothing. Who told you you could fight? You idiot. To Zhang Yu. Shixun was only worth that much. Zhang Yu had turned him into a familiar. To use him however he pleased. To Zhang Yu. He was merely a pawn. Nothing more important than that. You let them escape. And stayed behind to buy them time. Zhang Yu wouldn't get angry over losing a pawn. He had a high opinion of Shishun's potential. But Shixun wasn't important enough to affect his plans. Trying to act cool? Ha! The hand grabbing Shishun's collar trembled slightly. Dark energy burst uncontrollably from his body. What's wrong? Someone called you a hero. And you got cocky? Of course Zhang Yu wasn't angry. He could never be mad about something like that. Brother. If you judged you couldn't win. You should have fled immediately. You idiot. He screamed. Zhang Yu's breathing grew heavier. His bloodshot eyes trembled slightly. He pulled off his mask and put his thumb in his mouth. Crunch crunch. He bit off the tip of his thumb along with the nail. Blood gushed from the wound. He stuffed the bleeding thumb into Sihun's mouth. He activated Regeneration Fist with all his might. Sihun's wounds began healing rapidly. Didn't you say you wanted to save people? Huh? Didn't you say you wanted to overcome your childhood trauma? Is this how you're going to end it? Huh? Who knows? If you even overcame it? If you die here, human. Phoenix frowned and walked toward Zhang Yu. Do not interfere. TCH. Ah! Zhang Yu, who had been holding onto Sihun's collar, grabbed the back of Phoenix's head. Before Phoenix could react, Zhang Yu slammed his head into the ground. Smash! Thunk! Phoenix's head got stuck in the ground. Zhang Yu lifted his foot and stomped on his head. Crack! Phoenix's head exploded. Didn't you see I was talking? Zhang Yu turned his head. The whites of his eyes had turned black. The red demon transformation began to spread. Madness flickered in his pitch-black eyes. Shut up. Don't move. You bastards. Warning, warning. Chapter 161 What is 1000-7? Chapter 161 What is 1000-7? Phoenix. This. Seeing Phoenix's head explode, and his body convulsing, Malphas and Harphas were left speechless. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Phoenix. I almost lost to a human. Are you mocking me? Harphas asked angrily. Although it happened because he had let his guard down. The fact that he almost lost to Gaia's vassal did not change. For a loyal servant of their great master, the evil god Lucifer, there was no greater humiliation. Saying he almost lost because the opponent was Gaia's vassal was just an excuse. After all, in a sense, the three of them were also servants of the evil god Lucifer. Moreover, Gaia was practically half dead from failing to properly manage his own system. Losing to the servant of a half-dead god was utterly unacceptable. Phoenix. Stop messing around. Get up. Now's not the time. Malphas shouted. He and Harphas thought the same. Demons were born vastly superior to humans. To them, it was like a tiger getting killed by a cat's punch. Such a reality was unacceptable. Phoenix. But there was no response. Phoenix, struck by the suddenly appearing human, remained motionless. Phoenix. I told you to stop fooling around. Malphas frowned and walked toward Phoenix. The human standing on Phoenix shifted his gaze to Malphas and said, Hey! I told you to shut up. Then, Zhang Yu checked on Kim Sihun's condition. Although Sihun hadn't fully recovered, he was no longer in critical condition. With Sihun's regenerative abilities, he should recover completely without further treatment. Brother. Go to sleep. We'll talk later. Zhang Yu placed Sihun on the ground and exercised the power of forced command over his familiar. Sihun closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. Hearing Sihun's steady breathing, Zhang Yu finally sighed in relief. Since Sihun was no longer in danger, he felt much better. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Although he felt some relief, he still couldn't fully control the raging demonic energy inside him. A fierce urge boiled up within him. Calm down, he told himself. He covered his face with his hand to block his vision. Then he slowly opened his eyes again. He once again saw the demons who had pushed Sihun to the brink. A cold flame ignited within Zhang Yu's mind. It felt cold like ice. But there was no other way to describe his current mood. Damn it. Fuck. He couldn't help but curse. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. And at the center of it all was Sihan. He cursed him. Zhang Yu cursed again. He gritted his teeth. This was the first time he had felt like this since returning to Earth. Ever since the battle with Prince Mammon in Hell, where more than half his body had been reduced to ash. Zhang Yu hadn't been this agitated. Yeah. He wasn't angry. He was just furious at what had happened. He was so frustrated he couldn't stand it. Since that was the case, Zhang Yu looked at the approaching demons. There was only one way to vent this frustration. Malphas approached Zhang Yu, frowning as he stared into Zhang Yu's eyes. Because of the mask, he couldn't see Zhang Yu's face. But he could see his eyes. A demon? Malphas thought. Black sclera, yellow irises. It was a typical trait of most demons. Occasionally, when demons were extremely excited or enraged, their white sclera would also turn black. Lord Lucifer once said that Satan was like that. Malphas had heard from Lucifer that the Prince of Wrath, Satan, had white sclera, which would turn black in battle. Lucifer also told them, if they ever encountered Satan with black eyes, they must not look back. Just run. Could this person be Satan? Malphas shook his head. Impossible. Such cases were extremely rare. It was hard to believe that the person in front of him was human. Aside from yellow-red demons, Malphas had never seen a human with black sclera. Are you really human? Malphas asked. There was no answer. Malphas clicked his tongue. Since there was no response, Malphas had no choice but to force one out. He extended his right arm. Dozens of black spheres appeared. Zhang Yu silently watched Malphas approach him. Malphas shot dozens of black spheres at Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu simply snapped his fingers. A wave of demonic energy. A wave of demonic energy deflected the black spheres, scattering them away from his body. Malphas was stunned by the sight. Zhang Yu stepped forward. Demonic energy surged within him. The energy gathered around his heart, forming a channel. A channel leading deep into an endless sea of demonic energy. A massive surge of energy flooded his body from the core. His entire body trembled. As if. What? Zhang Yu took another step forward. Suddenly, he disintegrated and vanished. Then reappeared right in front of Malphas. Malphas hurriedly raised both arms. But Zhang Yu tore them off in an instant. Crunch. Ah! Agonizing pain spread through Malphas' entire body as black blood spurted from his severed arms. Gritting his teeth, Malphas struggled to his feet. A black sphere the size of a fist appeared in front of his chest. He drew upon the power granted by his master, the evil god Luth. And the black sphere grew larger and larger. The word destruction was the perfect description for this black sphere. It devoured everything around it. The massive gravitational pull tried to drag Zhang Yu into it. But Zhang Yu did not resist. Instead, he reached out and touched the black sphere. Seeing this scene, Malphas laughed. Lightly patted. Ah! However, nothing happened. Zhang Yu touched the black sphere. But his hand wasn't torn off. Nor was it sucked in. Crack. Ah! Ha! Eat. Eat. Rather. The black sphere was being devoured by the black smoke emerging from Zhang Yu's hand. Malphas' face turned pale. The power granted by Luxifa was rapidly disappearing. What did you do? He shouted anxiously. Malphas couldn't help but feel something was wrong. A subconscious fear. The fear a prey feels toward a predator overwhelmed his heart. This can't be. He screamed like a madman. Malphas turned and retreated. I must create some distance first. He, Halphas, and Phoenix were all skilled at long-range attacks. Create distance. And use powerful mana bullets. That was their fighting style. Maintaining distance was the key to gaining the advantage. But, Malphas' eyes trembled wide open, as if seeing something unbelievable. He had done his best to retreat, backing up several hundred meters in a second. However, didn't I tell you to stay still? the man said. He was still right in front of Malphas. It was like a nightmare for Malphas. The man was so close to him. Malphas could even hear his breathing. Ha! Ha! Malphas turned around, trying to escape. But Zhang Yu grabbed Malphas by the legs. Crunch! Ah! Zhang Yu crushed Malphas' legs with the weight and pressure of a massive press. Then, like twisting a wrung-out cloth, he twisted both hands. Malphas' skin tore apart. Black blood splattered into the air. Black smoke rose from Zhang Yu's hands still holding Malphas' legs. It seeped into Malphas' wounds. Crunch! Crunch! You! What are you doing? Ah! Please! The black smoke devoured Malphas, spreading through his veins across his entire body. His whole body convulsed as if he were being electrocuted. No. If it were just electrocution, he wouldn't be feeling such overwhelming pain. The unbearable pain shattered Malphas' composure. Even his loyalty to Lucifer became meaningless at that moment. I'm sorry. Tears of blood dripped from Malphas' eye sockets. He no longer had the strength to maintain his dignity. Then, the excruciating pain suddenly stopped. Malphas' desperate screams seemed to reach the man's ears. What's 1000 minus 7? What? What? What does that mean? Even though only a fingernail-sized piece of flesh was bitten off. The devouring power amplified Malphas' pain. His body convulsed again. Next. Ah! Stop it, please. Continue. 986. Ah! Next. 979. The numbers kept decreasing. With each number Malphas uttered. What's 1000 minus 7? Even though it was only a fingernail-sized chunk of flesh each time. The devouring power would bite off another piece. It was a torture method Zhang Yu had seen. In a comic before he fell into hell. In that comic, it was said, making someone repeatedly subtract a large number will cause the brain to keep working, thus amplifying fear and pain. Next. 419. This method is very effective. A demon's computational ability isn't vastly superior to humans. It's just that they are much stronger. The sixth technique finally ended. Malphas drooled. About to lose consciousness. What? The real show is just beginning. An insane pressure Malphas had never seen or felt crushed him. Zhang Yu said slowly. The function px equals 0 has 7 distinct roots. The function qx equals 0 has 9 distinct roots. Set A equals x, y, such that px, qy, equals 0 and qx, py, equals 0, where x, y, are from an infinite level. B is a subset of A. Defined as B equals x, y, x equals y. If the number of elements in set B is n, then nitrogen monoboride will vary based on px and qx. Find the maximum value of nitrogen monoboride. 3. What? Solve it. No. Wait. What does this mean? Malphas screamed in agony. Zhang Yu laughed. Malphas. Do you understand now? This is just a small taste of Korean mathematics. At the white part. Arabic numerals. This is a reference to the manga and anime Tokyo Ghoul. A ghoul named Jason forced his victims to repeatedly subtract 7 from 1000. So they wouldn't go insane. 3. Solve this problem. And you won't be tortured. D. Hashtag. Chapter 162. Declaration of War. Chapter 162. Declaration of War. Gulp. Malphas screamed in despair. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Drool dripped from his mouth. Black blood gushed out of his body. Oh! Zhang Yu spread his arms wide. He seemed revitalized. He felt much better now. The irritation in his heart had faded somewhat. B. Reach the maximum value. What? You still haven't finished him off? Hey! Ah! Layer. B. Birds. Soul. Korean word. Untranslated in original. Ah! B. Ed. Ah. Fight. B. Ah. B. C. B. L. Follow. By. B. 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 Their bodies amplified their demonic desires and emotions. Among demons, even a shoulder bump could lead to a deadly fight. It was truly awful fighting against them. Back then, when Enma was pushed to a corner, Zhang Yu's irritation became extremely intense. At that time, he recalled a memory from the past. The ground had been destroyed. The sky was scorched black. Everything was burned away. There. Go. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. That was not a scene he wanted to recall. Let me think. Zhang Yu took out his phone and switched to selfie mode. He looked at his own eyes. The sclera and deep brown irises under the mask had returned to normal. Back to normal. Whenever his eyes got excited or angry, their color would change, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, it might happen again like when he fought against the horses. Thinking back now, that bastard Satan was just like him. Zhang Yu realized he actually had quite a few similarities with Satan. Frowning, he thought. Could it be that I share traits with the demon of prophecy? This was not good news. Some people might mistake him for the demon of prophecy, rather than Satan. That was something he could not accept. Putting that aside for now, Zhang Yu turned around to look at Malphas. He was trembling and muttering non-stop. It seemed he had completely lost his mind. I think this has gone too far. We can't interrogate him any further, Zhang Yu said. Only later did he regret going too far. Then he shifted his attention from Malphas to Halphas. Halphas was lying unconscious on the ground. Zhang Yu walked over to him. Sir, you can't sleep here. He nudged Halphas with the tip of his shoe. Halphas slowly opened his eyes. Ah! Ah! Halphas groaned in pain as he woke up. Clutching his wound, he raised his head. His eyes filled with fear. Staring at Zhang Yu. You! Stomp again. Zhang Yu stomped on Halphas' face, pressing his head into the ground. Zhang Yu spoke softly. You know you have no right to ask questions, right? A heavy silence followed. Fortunately, Halphas wasn't so stupid as to be unaware of his situation. Zhang Yu lowered his head and looked at Halphas. Who are you three? He had never seen them before. Their strength was comparable to that of high-ranking demons from the ninth circle of hell. However, even after fighting in the ninth circle for so many years, he had never encountered them. Well, maybe he had just overlooked them. Even though he was the lord of the ninth circle, it didn't mean he knew every demon there. The ninth circle was vast, housing an enormous number of demons. However, there was another problem. They had used Lucifer's power. The black sphere with strong absorption ability was a technique Lucifer had used against Zhang Yu in the past. The technical characteristics were too similar. It was hard to believe it was a coincidence. Are you Lucifer's vassals? Grr. Halphas frowned. That brief reaction was enough of an answer. I don't remember seeing these faces among Lucifer's vassals. Zhang Yu thought of Halphas, Malphas, and Phoenix. They looked exactly the same. As three identical demons, their appearance was extremely distinctive. There was no way Zhang Yu could forget them. After all, Lucifer's war had been going on for a long time. Were they new vassals? It was very likely. Zhang Yu stroked his chin in thought. If they were newly recruited subordinates, it would be troublesome. Had Lucifer already regained his former strength? These three demons were no pushovers. The reason Zhang Yu could overwhelm them was because he had recently absorbed Tyrio's power, resulting in tremendous growth. If he hadn't been able to use the demonic power from the depths of the demon sea, it wouldn't have been so easy to crush them. These subordinates probably weren't as powerful as the strongest demons of the ninth circle. Lucifer had fallen onto the continent of Arno. What kind of place was Arno? Zhang Yu didn't know, but it probably wasn't as saturated with demonic energy as the ninth circle. So, Lucifer can create such powerful demons. Which shows how strong he is. This is bad. Lucifer couldn't have created only 3 vassals. Zhang Yu didn't know how many vassals Lucifer had created. Or how much stronger they were compared to these 3. I heard he fought angels. So, Lucifer creating more vassals. Might be for fighting angels. Damn it. Zhang Yu frowned. So many beings crossing from the Arno continent to Earth. Means the spatial barrier between the 2 worlds has become very weak. He was already annoyed dealing with the demon cult. If Lucifer's forces start crossing to Earth more frequently, it'll be trouble. Don't come bothering me. You bastards. Zhang Yu suffered for 10,000 years. And just wanted to enjoy life. Why does everyone keep troubling him? Damn. What did I even do to deserve this? He could confidently say. He lived an honest life. Living well. It's not fair. Zhang Yu sighed. So why are you here? I can't tell. Do you want to end up like that? Harpaz looked at Malpaz, driven mad by extreme pain. They are demons. But that doesn't mean they feel nothing seeing something like that. No. Demons might be even more afraid. Because of their obsession with living as long as possible. We came here to find Satan. What? Zhang Yu looked at him in shock. Satan is really here? He felt like he'd been hit in the back of the head. You came here to find Satan? Yes. Recently, Tyrion, the hero god, was destroyed by Satan in this world. Lord Lucifer ordered. We found him and requested his cooperation. Oh. Zhang Yu nodded. Now he understood what had happened. So, that was what they were talking about. For a moment, he had thought the real Satan had appeared on Earth. Wait. No. He shook his head. Satan was already on Earth. The demon Satan from the prophecy had already been confirmed to have arrived on Earth multiple times. And he was leading the demon cult. Zhang Yu had long known that Satan was indeed on Earth. Yes. Of course. Satan was the one who killed the guardians Alec and Tyrio. He was with the Tyrannid faction. He had almost forgotten a very important fact. Besides that, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Satan, Lucifer, and the Alliance. These 3 words began to swirl around in his mind. How much do you know about Satan? Not much in detail. We only know that he has been building up his power by raising vassals in this world. And that he is currently fighting Gaia's vassals. Oh. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. This. He could use this. The gears in his mind spun rapidly. Zhang Yu clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Goo. WH. What? Zhang Yu's demonic energy erupted. He deliberately refrained from using his Dominator of Demonic Energy trait. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Zhang Yu, Harfa's face turned pale. You say. You don't believe. You don't know anything. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu sneered. You said you came looking for Satan. He's right in front of you. Isn't that hilarious? WH. What? Halfa's eyes widened. Thinking. This guy is Satan? Impossible. The man standing before Halfus was wearing a mask. But he was clearly human. Judging by appearance alone. Why would Satan protect Gaia's vassals? And then attack them? Judging by your reaction. It seems your eyes are just for decoration. Taking this opportunity. I'll get rid of your useless eyes. WH. Zhang Yu pierced one of Halfus' eyes with his finger. A chilling scream ripped from Halfus' mouth. Halfus looked up at Zhang Yu. Blood flowed from his eye. At that moment, he felt that this human before him looked more like a demon than any demon he had ever seen. Are you really Satan? Can't you see it yet? Looks like your other eye is useless too. No, no. Halfus quickly answered. He bit his lip and nodded. This man was Satan. This man's chilling magic. His insane behavior. And his eyes. The way his sclera turned black when he was enraged. These were traits only a rare few demons possessed. If even this couldn't prove he was Satan, then nothing could. What had I done? We failed to recognize the Prince of Hell. And enraged him. Halphus almost laughed bitterly. Saw. Lord Satan. We have finally reached an agreement. So, Lucifer asked me to cooperate? Yes. Yes. Cooperate on what? He said. As long as we told you to take down Mohai, you would understand. It wasn't hard for Zhang Yu to guess what Lucifer meant by taking down Mohai. Bastard. He was after me. Zhang Yu realized. More precisely, he was after the endless sea of demonic energy Zhang Yu possessed. The Wan Mo River. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. A dog that already lost once still hadn't learned his lesson. He burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Lucifer. Haven't you had enough beatings? This situation was different from the time with Jin Zixin and Baek Kanghyun. Lucifer was well aware of what kind of being Zhang Yu was. Yet he still wanted to go against Zhang Yu. That alone was laughable. You already know who I am. Back when Zhang Yu declared war on the 7 princes of hell, he was still weak. Although he suffered dozens of defeats, in the end, he still emerged victorious. It wasn't just because he was strong enough to defeat the princes of hell. If it were merely a matter of strength, then defeating them would have been an impossible feat. Tell Lucifer. Zhang Yu said as he grabbed Harfaz by the neck. I have already seized the demon sea. What does that mean? Ha ha ha. Lucifer. You fool. You truly know nothing. Zhang Yu grinned. Did you think I created the demon cult for nothing? The demon sea is already in my hands. Absorbing its power is only a matter of time. He stared at Harfaz with eyes full of madness. Lucifer is in Arnor, right? Why yes. Good. I'm starting to get tired of this world. Zhang Yu threw Halphus onto the ground. Tell this to Lucifer too. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. I will personally bring my vassals. Where the demon cult goes. Lord Satan. Don't tell me. Ha ha ha. Listen well. Vassal of Lucifer. He spoke in a voice full of madness. Demonic energy radiated around him. I, Satan, declare war on Lucifer. Zhang Yu burst into laughter. You can fight amongst yourselves. Chapter 163, In the Name of Light. Chapter 163, In the Name of Light. You'll regret it. It's you who will regret it. Hearing those words, Halphus bit his lip tightly. Oh. From Halphus' expression, Zhang Yu could see complex emotions. A sense of relief for surviving. Despair at the failure of the plan. And fear at having to deliver this truth. To Lucifer. Lord Satan. My will is firm. I will lead my vassals. The demon cult. And destroy Lucifer's forces. Hey! Why? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Halphus shouted in confusion. It was an understandable reaction. Halphus could understand. Satan refusing to cooperate. But why suddenly declare war? It was as if Lucifer had sent envoys to form an alliance with Satan. Only for Satan to suddenly decide to send troops. To invade Lucifer's territory. Ha ha ha. You really don't know anything. Zhang Yu hadn't declared war thoughtlessly. There was calculation behind it. If Satan seized the demon sea, it would be enough of a reason to attack Lucifer. Tell Lucifer. This time, I will take your soul. And your hell weapon. After all, the 7 princes of hell were never true allies. While Zhang Yu fought the princes were also fighting among themselves. In the end, they had banded together against Zhang Yu. However, their alliance was not built on trust, but on mutual despair. If one prince gained Zhang Yu's power, they would have no reason not to wage war on the others. After all, they also desired to devour each other, to gain even greater power. However, this guy apparently didn't know what the Wan Mo box was. If Harfaz knew, he wouldn't have asked Zhang Yu why he declared war on Lucifer. Still, even if Harfaz didn't know, his master Lucifer surely did. Lucifer would definitely attack Satan. Zhang Yu had already made all preparations. If Harfaz passed everything that happened here back to Lucifer, then Lucifer would have no choice but to attack Satan. The demon sea is already in my hands. Absorbing its power is only a matter of time. Zhang Yu didn't say much, but his meaning was clear. The message he delivered was, Satan had obtained the demon sea, but had not fully absorbed it yet. Lucifer would easily understand what this meant, and would attack Satan. Zhang Yu had thrown out an irresistible bait. Lucifer had no choice. He could only take the bait. He wasn't very clear about Lucifer's situation, nor did he know how much force Lucifer could deploy to deal with this world. But that didn't matter. If Lucifer couldn't send many troops because the Gaia system was intact, that was fine too. If he could send enough troops to pose a real threat, then that force would target the demon cult. In the end, Zhang Yu would have to eliminate both the demon cult and Lucifer. So nothing would be better than them destroying each other. The demon cult and Lucifer. The best result was for them to fight each other, while Zhang Yu watched from the sidelines and profited from it. No matter who won, Zhang Yu would benefit. This was the essence of divide and conquer. What are you waiting for? Do I have to rip off your other arm before you'll go back? Gulp. Harfaz swallowed hard at those chilling words. He glared angrily at Zhang Yu, then quickly hurled himself into the blue rift. Satan and the demon cult. You'll soon realize how grave a mistake you've made. Not fast enough. Zhang Yu thought to himself, smiling inwardly, as he pushed Harfaz into the blue rift. Harfaz didn't know what Zhang Yu was thinking. He kept glaring at him. As he disappeared into the blue rift, Zhang Yu took off his mask and tucked it into his clothes. That's that then. Since the message had been delivered to Lucifer through Harfaz, it was now time to enjoy the rewards he had earned. Zhang Yu turned to the corpses of Malphas and Phoenix. A pity he had to let one escape. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he couldn't deliver the message to Lucifer personally. It was an investment in the future. It was better to think of it that way. Predator's fist. Black smoke spread from his hand, enveloping Phoenix and Malphas. They were devoured by the Predator's fist. Consumed completely. Not even a single arm of Harfaz was left. Come, Ning. Activate the special skill. Curtain of the Reaper. I don't know how much longer I can last. Zhang Yu muttered, looking at the information window before him. So, at that moment, black demonic energy burst out from his body. His eyes widened. A blue information window appeared before him. First demon soul condition achieved. Maximum mana increased to 130. Due to achieving the demon soul condition, the system's level limit suppression is being lifted. Your maximum level has been raised to level 79. You have achieved your 8th awakening. Good. Zhang Yu clenched his fist. It seemed he had met the first condition, because he had absorbed a demon soul, whose power rivaled that of an undeveloped demon from the 9th circle. The following notification made him even happier. The pathway to the Wanmo River has expanded. As the Soul Taker trait absorbs more demon souls, the channel will continue to grow. Very good, he said with a smile. The expanded passage to the Wanmo River also increased the number of omnipotent abilities he could use. Some omnipotent abilities, unlike blade and acceleration abilities, required some preparation to activate. If he could use these techniques, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flame Demon. No. He could surpass the Flame Demon. Let's see. I wonder how much my attributes improved after the 8th awakening. Full of anticipation, Zhang Yu opened his status window to check his attributes. 8th awakening attributes. Level. The 8th awakening attributes will fully unlock once mana reaches 130 points. Oh. Zhang Yu sighed in disappointment. It was just like with the Sixth Awakening. Every time he nearly forgot, he would frown at those question marks. It was like an author whose novel had achieved unexpected success, desperately trying to maintain the reader's interest. But this time, unlike before, he knew exactly what he had to do. His goal was to raise his demonic energy attribute to 130 points. And the method to achieve it was clear. The most likely method to succeed was using the soul-stealing curtain to absorb demon souls, constantly expanding the gateway to the abyss. Thank goodness. The level cap had been lifted. There was no need to kill Gaia's guardians. As long as the condition involving demon souls was fulfilled, he could surpass the level cap. That was already great. Then, he thought, there were two options. He could kill the guardians to weaken the system sealing his power. Or he could grow strong enough that the system could no longer seal him. All right. No need to think about which was better. There was no reason to do something stupid like killing his teammates just to become stronger. First, reach 130 points in demonic energy. Considering that awakening a special trait was related to becoming a demon god, he needed to unlock it as soon as possible. There shouldn't be a problem. He smirked. All he had to do was wait for Lucifer to take the bait Halphus had delivered. Zhang Yu figured he wouldn't have to wait long. Lucifer must be terrified. Satan had obtained the magic sea that Lucifer had long coveted. Demons always craved more power. So he wouldn't just stand by. Satan would surely act before he finished absorbing the magic sea. Lucifer would make a move. If Lucifer made a move, if that happened, the demon cult wouldn't just sit back either. So, Zhang Yu would just reap the benefits under the name of a guardian. But there was one problem. He narrowed his eyes and thought of the worst-case scenario. If Lucifer learned the truth. However, Zhang Yu wasn't too worried about that possibility. He believed Tyrion was destroyed because of Satan. Tyrion had informed others of Satan's existence as a last desperate struggle. At that time, Tyrion believed that Satan was the holder of the magic sea. There was absolutely no way Lucifer would know the truth. The Lord of the Ninth Circle disguised himself as Satan and destroyed Tyrio. Damn Tyrio. Glory be to him. As a loyal apostle of Tyrio, the god of heroes, Zhang Yu couldn't help but admire him. Tyrio's desperate last words had given Zhang Yu the ultimate excuse to rid himself of all doubts. As expected of Lord Tyrio, when Tyrio was about to be destroyed, he had unhesitatingly entrusted his power to Zhang Yu. It was all to avenge Reynard. He was a true hero. Even when he was erased for excessively interfering with the system, he still revealed the existence of the prophesied demon, Satan. I will never forget your sacrifice. Thinking of Tyrio's sacrifice brought tears to Zhang Yu's eyes. Other than hero, no other title could suit Tyrio. Until his last breath, he had used his life to warn others about the prophesied demon. You are the true hero, Lord Tyrio. Tyrio had the heart as steadfast as a colossal pillar, and an indomitable will that would never yield under any circumstances. Ah, Tyrio. Zhang Yu sighed. I realized your greatness too late. He had never thought Tyrio's death would leave such a gaping void in this world. Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart. But he felt no guilt. He had inherited Tyrio's will. He was working hard to eliminate the prophesied demon, Satan. Thus, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Zhang Yu stood up. Since he had become Tyrio's apostle, he could not sit idly by. He would not watch the world be destroyed in the fierce battle between Lucifer and Satan. I will personally punish them. In the name of light. Alert, alert. Chapter 164. Light betrayed me. Chapter 164. Light betrayed me. Gu. Jin Shixin spoke. You're awake. Zhang Yu said as he sat next to Shixin. Shixin slowly opened his eyes. He looked toward Zhang Yu. Brother. He looked up at Zhang Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Well. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. Yeah. It's me. Brother. Ah! Shi Shuan hurriedly tried to stand, but clutched his stomach and fell down again. Zhang Yu grabbed Shi Shuan and pressed him back to the ground. Then, Zhang Yu lightly tapped Shi Shuan's head. Don't move. You're still injured. Zhang Yu. The regeneration ability can't completely heal someone. It can heal surface wounds, but not deep injuries or exhaustion. Shi Shuan was badly injured. It wouldn't be surprising if he died. There was no way he could move so easily. Why do you keep fighting like an idiot? You should have escaped when you had the chance. Stalled for time. Didn't Shui Ya say she would contact me? I'm sorry. Huh. Zhang Yu sighed. Well, I guess escaping would have been nearly impossible. After all, there were 3 enemies. Shi Shuan probably didn't even spot an opportunity to escape. Even though he understood that, Zhang Yu still couldn't help feeling angry. More importantly, what about the demons? Shi Shuan asked. 2 are dead. 1 escaped. Well, Zhang Yu let 1 escape. Ah! Shi Shuan's face darkened. He lowered his head. I think I know what you want to say. This is awkward. So shut up. Don't blame yourself. Stop acting pitiful. It's pathetic. Ah. Ahem. You're being so dramatic all by yourself. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the most tragic person in the world. Yang Ning. Shi Shuan's face flushed red from embarrassment. Zhang Yu burst into laughter. So, stop putting on a one-man show. Just stay lying down. You don't seem like yourself today, brother. Brother. Shixin muttered, stunned by Zhang Yu's harsh tone. Zhang Yu sneered. Is that so? He was indeed harsher than usual toward Shixin. But this was actually closer to his usual speaking style. Zhang Yu. Brother Zhang Yu. Are you alright? Han Shuya, Zhang Taishu, and Echidona came running over to him. Yeah. Zhang Yu said softly. Just then, he saw a middle-aged golden-haired woman running toward them carrying Gaia. He tilted his head in confusion. That's Grace. Mike Cuban. You. Zhang Yu said in surprise. I called him. Someone answered. Zhang Yu turned his head toward the voice. It was Tian Wuchen speaking. He was with Che Yenju, Bai Weiyan, and Tian Suyan, members of the Monster Conquest Unit. Are you injured? Wuchen asked as he approached Shixin. Shixin tried to stand up, but he collapsed again, groaning in pain. Wuchen placed a hand on Shixin and said, You have serious internal injuries. He closed his eyes and channeled energy into Shi Shuan's body. Shi Shuan's pain-contorted expression gradually eased. Zhang Yu shifted his gaze from Wu Chen, who was treating Shi Shuan, to Yan Zhu. Did you call Gaia and Grace? He asked. Yes. Strictly speaking, it was Uncle Wu Chen who called them. Zhang Yu nodded. The Guardians were a secret organization, but most world-class players and national leaders knew of their existence. Wu Chen was a Chinese leader and also a world-class player, so it was only natural that he could contact Gaia. Zhang Yu. I heard a demon attacked Shi Shuan. Is he alright? Gaia asked worriedly. He was blind, so he couldn't tell Shi Shuan's current condition. Zhang Yu nodded and answered. Fortunately, he's much better now. I defeated the demons. But where are the demon corpses? Grace asked. After I killed them, they turned to dust and scattered everywhere. Ah. Now that you mention it, the same thing happened with Oryx before. Yan Zhu recalled past events. Grace tilted his head. Really? When I killed demons, nothing like that happened. Definitely not. Normally, demons don't turn into dust after death. The reason Oryx disappeared was because Zhang Yu had used the Predator's fist. However, Zhang Yu said calmly, it might vary depending on the demon. After all, we still don't know much about them. That's true. They had only been fighting demons for a few years. and knew little about them. So, no one questioned further. Even Zhang Yu made up an excuse. Speak. It was settled so easily. No matter what happened. As long as it concerned the demons. He could say whatever he wanted. And it would be taken as fact. More importantly, Mr. Tian Wuchen witnessed the demons attacking this village. Gaia said. Yes. It seems the traces we found today belong to the demon cult. Wuchen nodded in reply. Gaia sighed. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. You found traces? Yes. Before we even heard about the attack on Jianlong. I had already found traces that seemed to belong to the demon cult. Gaia added. I came here. Because Mr. Tian Wuchen said. He had found evidence of the demon cult. And on our way here. We heard about Jianlong being attacked. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. So they didn't come because of the news. He had found it strange how quickly they arrived. But if they were already on the way. Before hearing the news. Then it made sense. Other than that. What clues did you find? Zhang Yu asked Wuchen. I found a summoning magic circle used by the demon cult. And those strange monsters we fought back in Manzhou. Yanju approached Zhang Yu and said. Handing him an item. We found this at the center of the magic circle. This is. It was a black wooden stake in the shape of a cross. Zhang Yu's expression grew serious. A rift seed. The wooden stake was a rift seed. An object the demon cult used to weaken the Gaia system. Judging from its condition. It hadn't been planted long. It was unusually clean. There was no way Yanju would have cleaned it deliberately. Which meant that just shortly before Yanju found it. There were demon cultists sowing seeds in the area. This must be the reason why monster attacks have increased recently. Yan Zhu speculated. The monsters here are more aggressive than usual. Hua Yan nodded and added. Zhang Yu remained silent. Shi Xuan, propping himself up, speculated. In that case, the demon cult must be behind the attacks on the villages. I think so too. Guardian Kim Shi Xuan. Gaia said. No. Zhang Yu shook his head. He thought of the three demons he had just faced. Malphas, Phoenix, and Halphas. They had nothing to do with the demon cult. They were Lucifer's minions. Coming from Arnor continent to Earth. And had no connection to the Earth's demon cult. However, practice seeds. Corrupted beasts. Magic summoning circles. Lucifer's minions were unlikely to be involved in these. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. If that's the case. And if we say these two events are unrelated. Then there's only one possibility. That is. The demon cult acted first. Lucifer's minions were just uninvited guests who arrived around the same time. Most likely, it was the demon cult that turned the monsters into corrupted beasts. And made them attack the natives. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Damn. They made their move. While Zhang Yu was waiting for Lucifer to take the bait. The demon cult had already boarded the ship and started acting. It was as if they didn't want Lucifer to get bored while waiting. Since there was more than one magic summoning circle, he might as well consider another mass summoning. Long live Demon King Kurt. Zhang Yu laughed while clenching his fists. He had been worrying about how to raise his magic energy attribute to 130. The demon cult had handed him the perfect solution. He almost wanted to worship the demon cult. Gentlemen, where have you been all this time? Anyway, it's time to make a move. After planting the rift seed, they hadn't made any further moves. The timing was perfect. Zhang Yu barely suppressed the urge to jump for joy. He was only one step away from unlocking his 8th awakening trait. Hearing that the demon cult was preparing a mass summoning filled him with delight. I've been waiting for you. He had worried that the cult might have collapsed after the Rift Seed project failed. But it turned out they hadn't given up. Zhang Yu had known they wouldn't give up. He believed they would overcome hardships and rise again. And ensure that the world would be swallowed by darkness. I knew you could do it. My dear demon cult gentleman. He didn't know what kind of demons or how many they would summon. However, aside from the princes of hell, There were no demons that could threaten Zhang Yu now. And the chance of summoning a prince was almost zero. The magic circle that Yenju and the others found resembled the one used to summon Aureas. The 7 princes of hell were no longer in the 9th circle. So summoning a prince was impossible. Lucifer, who had fallen into Arno continent, or princes from other dimensions, could still possibly be summoned. But, so far, all the demons and monsters the cult had summoned were from the 9th circle. So the chances were slim. Which meant all he had to do was enjoy the feast the demon cult chefs had prepared for him. I'll never forget the taste of the delicious bento the demon cult prepared for me. The cult's favor completely melted away his previous reverence for Tyrio. Damn that stingy bastard. The agony he felt while absorbing Tyrio's power stood out even among his 10,000 years of suffering. Tyrio had preached so much about devotion to the light. But he couldn't even recognize someone truly fighting to save the world. Why couldn't the light be as generous to me as the demon cult? Zhang Yu felt like crying. He thought his past grief over Tyrio's death was utterly pathetic. I shouldn't be worshipping the light. Now's not the time to sing praises to trash like Reynard. Zhang Yu clenched his fists and raised them to the sky. As the sun set and darkness slowly spread across the sky. From now on, I will worship the demon cult. The light betrayed me. Uncle is what young people call middle-aged men. While absorbing Tyrio's power, he felt. It stood out especially during the 10,000 years of suffering. Tyrion spoke so much nonsense about devotion to the light. Yet he couldn't even recognize a true hero who fought with all his might to save the world. Why couldn't the light reward him like the demon cult did? Zhang Yu wanted to cry. He felt pathetic for having once mourned Tyrion's death. I should not worship the light. Now is not the time to praise garbage like Reyna. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. He raised his hands to the sky. As the sun set, darkness slowly filled the sky. From now on, I will worship the demon cult. The light has betrayed me. Uncle is how young people address middle-aged men. The intense pain felt when absorbing Tyrion's power stood out especially during the 10,000 years of suffering. Tyrion spoke so much nonsense about devotion to the light. Yet he couldn't even recognize a true hero who fought with all his might to save the world. Why couldn't the light reward him like the demon cult did? Zhang Yu wanted to cry. He felt pathetic for having once mourned Tyrion's death. I should not worship the light. Now is not the time to praise garbage like Reyna. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. He raised his hands to the sky. As the sun set, darkness slowly filled the sky. From now on, I will worship the demon cult. The light has betrayed me. Uncle is how young people address middle-aged men. Chapter 165. Road to Hero. Chapter 165. The Road to Becoming a Hero. Demon Cult. Gaia muttered the name with a worried look. He began to tremble slightly. What are you planning? Are we heading straight to the magic summoning circle? Grace McCubbin asked Gaia. But, Guardian Jin Shixin. I'm fine. Jin Shixin stood up. Although it couldn't be said that he had fully recovered. He couldn't just lie down in such a critical situation. He grabbed his sword and forced more strength into his shaky legs. Gaia remained silent. She grabbed the hem of her skirt. This was too dangerous. Sihun showed his fighting spirit. He hesitated. From his perspective, it was natural to hesitate. The prophesied demon, Satan, had attacked their secret vault and taken away the training lords they had painstakingly gathered. Guardian Alec, Osborne, and the divine messenger Reynard were all dead. And if it hadn't been for Zhang Yu, Sihun would have died too. Under such circumstances, it would have been strange not to hesitate. He spoke carefully. It would be best to spend some time analyzing their forces, then suppress them with the help of other nations. That made sense. South America had already become a monster's territory. Even with large-scale summoning, there wouldn't be many civilian casualties. Just like in the Manchurian War, it was better to organize the army first, before facing the enemy. Gaia. Zhang Yu stepped forward. He understood why there was hesitation. But they couldn't afford to be indecisive. They might, just like last time, drive the demons away from their army. In Manchuria. The reason Zhang Yu was able to track them was because Anton Sidorovich had suddenly sent him a food ticket. But there was no guarantee they would do that again. No. After suffering losses previously, there was no way they would use the same strategy again. If he missed the exact moment the demon cult began their summoning ritual, the demon might be moved elsewhere. I can't let that happen. If we give them time, we don't know how much more damage they could cause. We must attack as soon as possible. I know. But I know what you're worried about. You're afraid we'll die at the hands of demons. Just like Reynard and Alec did. Gaia remained silent. Zhang Yu guessed correctly. Zhang Yu drew out the demonic energy from his body and added a bit of the energy he had previously absorbed from Tyrion. That energy now resided within the all-demon box. A faint dark golden energy, different from normal black energy, flowed through him. The only thing that changed was the color. It was still demonic energy. But visually, it was truly stunning. Ah! The people around him gasped in surprise. Zhang Yu was bathed in a soft golden glow. Like a hero of light. It was a cliched scene. One that had appeared countless times in comics and novels. But there was a reason such imagery persisted. Good reaction. She suppressed a smile. And said, "If you're afraid of dying, you can't protect anyone. Of course. I'm not being arrogant. Nor blinded by justice. To the point of wanting to commit suicide. This is the conclusion I reached after confronting those demons not long ago." She transformed the demon C's core into Reynard's golden sword, Delrain. Gripped it tightly. And plunged it into the ground. Demons are formidable foes. But we are their opponents. Damn. Such a grand scene. Gaia said. But still, we'd better not waste time. The longer we delay, the greater the destruction. There are still people living here. Though not many. The flames of determination burned in her eyes. An unbreakable will surged from within her. Even if the people were few. But we must protect them. Damn. Bro. Even though I said it myself. I still got goosebumps. When talking about human lives. Numbers don't matter. Oh. Damn it. What if Gaia falls in love with me? Am I too cool right now? She felt proud of the line she had just improvised. Gaia slowly opened her mouth. As if she had been hit on the back of the head. Please. Zhang Yu stared at her seriously. Please don't call me a scoundrel. If she laughed at her absurd lines, she might die of embarrassment. She wasn't joking. She had tried her best to look as good as possible. But if she laughed at her, there would be no recovery. She said, I understand. I guess I'm just a coward. Damn it. I dodged a bullet. She continued. You're right. Zhang Yu. We are guardians. The ones who protect this world. If we fear death, we won't be able to protect anyone. Thank you for not laughing at me. Lady Gaia. Zhang Yu was touched that she was persuaded. Without much resistance. And his tense heart calmed down. Let's head to the magic summoning circle. Mr. Tian Wuchen. Please lead the way. Got it. Tian Wuchen turned and started running. The guardians and others followed behind. Hey! Che Yenju placed her hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder. She frowned, seemingly unable to hold back anymore. I'm going to throw up. Then. This cruel reality struck her heart like a hammer. After saying that, Yenju left Zhang Yu behind. And followed Wuchen. A heavy silence fell. Zhang Yu covered his face with his hands. A wave of shame hitting him belatedly. I want to throw up too. The road to becoming a hero is long and grueling. Following Wuchen, they arrived at the location of the magic summoning circle. This was the Amazon, known as Earth's wasteland. They traversed vast jungles, where ordinary people couldn't even set foot. It was much harder to navigate than rocky areas like the Grand Canyon. However, everyone present was at least a monster-level strong individual. Moving in this harsh environment was a piece of cake for them. Crunch. Slash. Wuchen slashed an oncoming corrupted beast in half. Zhang Yu did not join the battle, instead using his observer privileges to search around. As expected, it was the demon cult. He was very familiar with their traces, so he followed the trail. It wasn't far. The further they followed the trail, the more frequent the corrupted beasts appeared. And they grew stronger. Dense demonic energy enveloped the entire area. It seemed to confirm that the demon cult was preparing another large-scale summoning like in Vladivostok. However, Zhang Yu could now manipulate the demonic energy from the depths of the demon sea. Thus, locating the source of the demonic energy spreading across this area was not difficult. Zhang Yu pointed toward a spot. Over there. Have you found any other traces? No. He had already prepared an excuse for how he found them. Lord Tyrion's power guided me. It was the second ability he had acquired after defeating Satan. As long as he invoked the name of the hero god Tyrion, he could avoid any potential conflicts. Let's hurry. We don't know what might happen if we delay any longer. Sihun and Gaia agreed with him. Grace, who was holding Gaia, nodded. She rushed in the direction Zhang Yu pointed. Who's there? A valley. How did they find it? An ice valley. Pushing through thick vines, they arrived at a clearing formed by felled trees. There, they saw cultists dressed in black robes. Long time no see. Everyone. Upon seeing the cultists, Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed naturally. He quickly scanned the area. He wasn't really searching for the cultists, or monsters corrupted by demonic energy. Who were they? They must be the Guardian members mentioned earlier. Demons appeared behind the cultists. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Damn. These demons were on a completely different level from the ones summoned in Vladivostok. Most of them came from the 7th hell, and a few were even from the 8th hell. Actually, not that many. He licked his lips. He checked the number of cultists and the summoning sites. This was probably not the only summoning location. Given how widespread the demonic energy was, there must have been many summoning ceremonies happening at once. In other words, besides the demons here, even more demons might be summoned. You did it. Guys. He couldn't help but be amazed at the cultists' efforts. You adorable bastards. Although the Gaia system had been weakened by rift seeds, to be able to summon demons from below the 7th hell on a large scale meant they had put in an incredible amount of effort. Ah! They were still humans after all. What could a group of struggling worms achieve? A demon with 4 legs and 6 eyes laughed loudly and stepped forward. Lord Galaxus. Let us eliminate these. No. It's been so long since I tasted blood. I will face them myself. The demon from the 8th hell, Galaxus, raised both hands, igniting hellfire. He strode forward. The demons under his command hesitated. Galaxus's lieutenant, Ebony, shook his head and said to the other demons, "Let him have his fun." Ah. As you wish. The demons bowed. Galaxus stomped heavily on the ground. I, Galaxus, the king of the 8th hell, king of hell, will face you. He spread his arms wide, heat surging outward. The guardians watched as the surrounding plants withered instantly, their expressions freezing. Galaxus smirked proudly. Come on. You pathetic mortals. Zhang Yu stepped forward, a golden longsword appearing in his hand. A cultist laughed loudly as he saw Zhang Yu walk alone. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I don't know how you found this place, but now it's too late. The cultist looked at Galaxus's back and cried out. This isn't like Manchuria. Now, Lord Galaxus, King of Hell, is with us. Crack. Sizzle. Oh. Sizzle. The sword shone with golden light. Galaxus was sliced from his shoulder to his groin. Without even blocking a single blow, he was cut in half. Huh? The cultist's eyes widened. Galaxus had been split in two. His body turned into black smoke and vanished. What? What happened to Lord Galaxus, ruler of Hellfire? What just happened? He had once been here. But now he was gone. Alert alert. Chapter 166. Road of Heroes. Part 2. Chapter 166. Path of Heroes. Continuation. Lord Galaxus. What? Not only the cultists. Even the demons were in an uproar. They weren't terrified. They were confused. If it had been a defeat after a fierce battle, they could have reacted with, how could Lord Galaxus lose to a human? That would have made sense. But that wasn't the case. He couldn't even defend against a single blow. And was split in two. Galaxus, who prided himself as the ruler of Hellfire, didn't even leave behind a scrap of flesh. Was this Lord Galaxus' intention? But why would he? They thought Galaxus was playing a trick on them. That Galaxus being killed by a human in a single blow was simply too shocking. Zhang Yu. Ha! Are you really human? Han Shuya and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. Tian Wuchen could hardly believe it. How much stronger had Zhang Yu become compared to when they sparred? Only Gaia and Jin Sihun weren't as surprised. They had long known Zhang Yu's true strength. Recently, he had received the blessing of Tyrion, the god of heroes, and became his apostle. So that's divine power? Yes. Sihun's words made everyone nod. The god of heroes, Tyrion. They didn't know who he was, but they felt such power must indeed come from a god. Che Yenju smiled and shook her head. Unbelievable. The red bracelets on both of her wrists started glowing. I'll find out the details later. Now's not the time to wonder how he got so strong. You're right. Wuchen raised his sword. The demons quickly realized their situation. They finally accepted Galaxus's death and began to panic. Clearly, this was a great opportunity to attack. Yenju sighed and charged at the demons. Damn it. Now I don't even flinch at the appearance of sub-gods or demons. He could feel just how much the world had changed in just a few short years. Ha! He sighed again, clenched his fists, and stared sharply at the cultists. Whether demons, angels, or gods, he had only one goal. He saw a cultist shouting behind the demons. Because things had clearly gone wrong. They were shouting into communication orbs, trying to flee. Where do you think you're going? He clenched his fists. Scarlet chains rose into the sky, surrounding him. Wuchen, Bai Huayan, Tian Suyan, and the giant scorpion demon all drew their weapons. Taishu raised his shield. Shuya cast powerful buffs on the players. Humans and demons. The battle between the two sides began. Zhang Yu thrust out his golden longsword, which looked like Tyrion's holy sword, Delrain, but was actually a replica crafted from the Demon Sea's core. Although a replica, its base was still a transcendent class weapon. Demon Sea's core. The energy emitted from this sword was even stronger than Reynard's Delrain. Crack. Crack. The sword pierced through the magical barriers created by two people, killing the demons. Zhang Yu didn't even need to use the hilt. The physical difference between them was overwhelming. Even if he charged purely by physical strength, the demons couldn't resist. I've really gotten stronger. He could feel how much stronger he had become over the past few months. His current strength could no longer be compared to when the Oriax cult was summoned. But he used the devouring fist. Before the demon's corpse even hit the ground, they were engulfed by the smoke silently rising from Zhang Yu. In the eyes of others, the demons' corpses seemed to be dissolving into black smoke. Special trait activated. The magic aura and souls of the soul-seizing demons surged into his body. As the soul-seizing trait activated, he felt the passage to the 10,000 demons and beyond expanding. This isn't enough. A burning thirst scorched his throat. He could feel that to raise his magic aura to the 130 he desired. He needed more. He stomped heavily on the ground, brandishing his sword. More. More. He desperately craved more power. It was a primal desire that nothing could replace. Stay back. Crunch, crunch. He tore through their flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. A foul stench stung his nose. He couldn't get enough. He took a deep breath. Black blood splattered on his white mask. Rather than an apostle of the hero god, his blood-drunk appearance resembled that of a demon. He annihilated the demons with overwhelming power, leaving them no thought of resistance. Before long, he had devoured all 12 summoned demons. Gulp. Reinforcements. Request reinforcements. The demon cultists shouted anxiously. They grabbed a crystal ball to contact someone. Yan Zhu was about to charge and attack them. Wait. Zhang Yu stopped Yan Zhu's steps. Why? Hold on a moment. Yan Zhu narrowed their eyes, watching the cultists calling for help. Are you using them as bait? Yeah. He nodded. If they're calling for reinforcements, there's no need for us to go looking for other cultists. Delivery. He almost found it cute that the cultists were calling for backup. Zhang Yu panted heavily, as if utterly exhausted, bending over and clutching his chest. The cultists watched Zhang Yu's perfectly staged performance. With gleaming eyes. The enemy's worn out. Send reinforcements quickly. Understood. Behind the mask, he smiled. He could sense it. A group of individuals brimming with demonic energy was moving toward him after receiving the support call. A grin spread across his face. He shrugged. Good. Call them all over. He had already anticipated that multiple summoning rituals were underway during this generation. He wasn't sure how many demons would come, but he knew it wouldn't be a small number. The demonic energy was spreading far and wide. He noticed that most of the areas visible with the observer's privilege were tainted with demonic energy. It meant that many powerful demons had been summoned. Good. He liked how things were developing, even if it was just a little at a time. Let's talk about it. About these demons' rituals. On their bodies, Gaia and the other Guardians members had a pathway to the depths of the all-demon river that was expanding. His allies believed he was the apostle of the hero god Tyrion. As long as he endured some ridicule, becoming a hero wasn't difficult. He just needed to shine a little. Say some noble-sounding words. And most importantly, he was Tyrion's apostle. If they didn't see him as a hero, that would be the strange part. Even Yenju, who had earlier said she wanted to vomit at his lines, was now looking at him differently. There was no doubt his lines had been very effective. Now, his influence might even rival Gaia's. No. His goal was to surpass him in influence. I'm going to take over the Guardians. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The true hero, Tyrion, had already laid down the tracks. All he had to do was follow them. Satan. Tyrion. Thank you both so much. Becoming Tyrion's apostle. Breaking free from the accusation of the prophesied demon. If it weren't for Satan and Tyrion's sacrifices, he wouldn't be in such a fortunate situation. Of course, he would be grateful to them. At that moment, I want to ask you something. With Grace's help, Gaia stepped forward. With Grace's support, Gaia took a step forward. He clenched his fists and opened his mouth. Why did you obey Satan? Such an evil demon's orders? Through the crystal balls, the cultists requesting reinforcements looked at him. Gaia trembled. Why? Why would you try to destroy this beautiful world? He bit his lip and shouted loudly, as if venting all his pain. You killed Reynard and Alec. You sacrificed countless lives. For what? Tears dripped from his eyes. The people he trusted had died. The comrades who promised to save the world together had been killed. Although he was an apostle of a god, at heart he was still just a fragile girl. After such a tragic event, he tried to stay strong. But it was hard to erase the sorrow and anger. Seeing the cultists, his rage exploded. Gaia. Calm down. Grace grabbed Gaia, looking at him sadly. Gaia's slender shoulders trembled, and the tears seemed unstoppable. Gaia. Through the vision feed, Gaia could be seen clutching his chest in sorrow. What? The cultists tilted their heads and looked at each other in confusion. Acting on Satan's orders? What is he talking about? They stared at Gaia, as if he were spouting nonsense. The demon cult did indeed serve demons. But Satan wasn't the one giving them direct orders. Satan was more of a symbolic figure of demons. If it was meant as a metaphor, they could understand. But what he said next was even harder to comprehend. Reynard. Alec. Who was he talking about? They looked at each other in confusion. As if asking, do you know? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Oh damn. Zhang Yu's expression hardened. Alec and Shixin also frowned when they saw the cultists' confusion, trying to figure out what was going on. No. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Then, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. There was only one way to solve this. He grabbed the Demon Sea's core, still in the form of Delrain, and raised it high. Golden light burst forth from it. How dare you deceive me? What? Did you think I didn't know? That you killed my child, Reynard? No, seriously. Who the heck is Reynard? Shut up. Zhang Yu stomped on the ground. A massive burst of energy exploded outward. The ground trembled. How could you wear human skin and still be so shameless? The golden light grew even stronger. Tyrion tried to grasp the glowing golden sword with both hands. Ah! That's... Gaia and Shixin gasped in shock. The golden light now was incomparable to before. Even Zhang Yu's way of speaking had changed. Mythical. They couldn't help but think that Tyrion had incarnated through Zhang Yu's body, because of the shamelessness of the cultists. Seeing the furious god, Gaia swallowed hard. One of the cultists said, honestly, who the hell are these people? Scum like you are not even worthy of talking to them. Tyrion, the god of heroes descending through Zhang Yu's body, rushed at the cultists, swinging his longsword. Receive the judgment of light. The cultists' heads were blasted away by Derlane's sword blade. Alert alert. Chapter 167. No witness, no murder. Chapter 167. No witness, no murder. 80. Derlane gleamed brightly. The flat side of the blade blasted the cultists' heads apart. It was a terrifying sight. A furious god waging war, covered in blood. You dare. You dare. It was a voice of sorrow. The bursting light gradually dimmed. Tyrion, the god of heroes, had manifested through Zhang Yu's body. He breathed heavily, feeling uncontrollable rage. Lord Tyrion, daughter of Gaia. Lord Tyrion said, continuing sadly, do not heed them. Do not try to seek answers from these wicked demons. I am sorry. Demons are inherently dishonest. They will always try to deceive you with sweet words and cunning lies. I will remember that. Gaia bowed respectfully after listening to Tyrion's sincere advice. But one more question remained unanswered. Jin Sihun asked in Gaia's place. Lord Tyrion, after what happened last time, weren't you already destroyed? Back then, a blue message appeared before them. No. Even without the message window, Tyrion had made it clear. He said he would pass his power to them, and had resolved to be destroyed. They believed that the god who transferred his power to Zhang Yu had died, yet here he was, speaking through him like nothing had happened. Thus, it was understandable they were suspicious. Nervousness. Tyrion, borrowing Zhang Yu's body to manifest, trembled very slightly. Too subtly to be seen by the naked eye. But he hesitated only for a moment. He had already anticipated this question. He explained. You're right. To be more precise, it was my divinity that was destroyed. Now, I am but a fragment of my former self. Ah! I may not be able to appear many more times in this form. But I needed to tell you this before things spiraled out of control. He spoke urgently, his gaze tense. Do not be deceived by demons. Dear heroes. When you hear the demons' whispers, Evil will begin to corrupt your mind. It is the voice of despair. The golden glow around them began to fade. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. The light extinguished. Huff. Huff. Zhang Yu gasped for breath. Clutching his chest, he turned and looked around at his surroundings. Just now, Lord Tyrion manifested through your body. Brother. What? Zhang Yu looked utterly confused, staring at his own hands, as if he couldn't believe what Shixin had just told him. You don't remember? I don't remember. But wasn't Lord Tyrion already destroyed? He said his divinity had been erased. But he still lives within you. Oh. Zhang Yu let out a short exclamation. He looked at his own body, seeming somewhat moved. I see. He's still within me. Only now do we realize how much Lord Tyrion cared about us. Gaia said sadly. I don't know how he felt. No. I understand why you said that. Zhang Yu shook his head. To be honest, I'm curious too. Why would they want to destroy this world? Lord Tyrion said. We shouldn't listen to them. I see. He nodded. Since Tyrion personally appeared to tell them, they had to take it seriously. Zhang Yu's expression hardened, seeming to understand the deeper meaning in Tyrion's words. Damn it. That was a close call. His heart raced. I didn't expect he would question those cultists back then. He could understand Gaia's actions. They had lost so much to Satan. If he hadn't been frustrated at all, that would have been strange. It was amazing he could suppress his emotions for so long. Truly incredible. But Lord Tyrion had managed to smooth things over. The demon's wicked words almost ruined everything. Those damn bastards. He remembered how they acted confused. As if they weren't Satan's followers. And hadn't killed Reynard or Alec. Or Osborne. They didn't deny these claims. Just tilted their heads, looking utterly confused. It seemed like they really didn't know what Gaia was talking about. Their acting was so shameless. It almost fooled Zhang Yu. If he didn't truly know the truth, he might have believed the demon cult had nothing to do with it. Even Tyrion's loyal apostle, the successor of the hero Reynard, the savior of this world, was almost deceived. It showed just how brilliant their acting was. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu said, Now's not the time to wonder why they're doing evil. He turned around. He could feel the demons crossing the vast jungle, approaching them. Tyrion was right. Now was not the time to wonder why the demon cult acted this way. Why they killed the innocent Reynard and Alec. Boom, boom. They're here. After saying this briefly, Zhang Yu and the other guardians raised their weapons. Galaxus. You idiot. You needed help just because you couldn't kill one weak human? Let's carve the fear of demons deep into these pathetic humans' hearts. Ding dong. Zhang Yu heard a doorbell sound in his mind. They're here. The long-awaited delivery had arrived. He swallowed heavily, picked up Delrain, and said, Here we go. He stomped on the ground and rushed at the demons radiating demonic energy. Crack. Squelch. A demon's head was smashed by Delrain. Black blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Yu curled the corners of his mouth. Put it on my tab. The massacre had begun. Squelch. What? What the hell? Screams of despair rang out. Unstoppable. There was no other way to describe it. Even the demons wouldn't believe that he was human. And yet he so easily wiped out the demon race. Ha! Goo! The problem wasn't just the one at the front. The ones behind him. They were nothing like the weak and helpless humans they knew. All of them were as powerful as demons from the seventh hell. Some were even stronger than the demons of the seventh hell. Zheng Yuan. Humans. Yes, sir. My lord. The cultists who came with them raised their crystal balls. 4 world-class players. An elderly man with a sword. A red-haired girl with chains. A blonde woman with a rapier. And a young man wielding a blue glowing sword. At a glance, They all looked like world-class players. Moreover, crack. Gulp. Stop that monster quickly. A human wearing a white mask and holding a golden glowing sword. This. He had overwhelming power incomparable even to world-class players. Watching him slaughter the demons one-sidedly. The cultists were left speechless. The demons themselves felt grief at the one-sided slaughter. This is bad. At this rate, if it continued, their summoning ritual, the core of their plan, might be disrupted. I can't let that happen. The cultists had invested an enormous amount of resources into this summoning. The evil apostles. No. Even. The minds. Were placing great hopes on this plan. Failure was not an option. Please, just hold on. The cultists shouted desperately. Just a little longer. And the core summoning ritual would be complete. If they succeeded in summoning that demon, they could easily destroy that monstrous human. HMPH. You said wait a little longer. Panting. The monster who had been slaughtering demons instantly closed in on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu grabbed the cultist by the collar and said softly, "Wait a little longer. You must still have something up your sleeve." A terrifying energy burst forth. A fear the cultist had never felt even when facing countless demons invaded his mind. Ah! An irresistible terror consumed his consciousness. He opened his mouth wide. Madness filled his eyes behind the mask, making it impossible to believe this man was a hero fighting against demons. Seeing Zhang Yu's eyes, the cultist's mind went completely blank. "All right. Tell me, what are you waiting for?" Zhang Yu asked. "I can't. Didn't you join the demon cult? Because you wanted immortality? You want to live forever. What's the point of dying here? Serving the demon cult. Worshipping them. What meaning does it have now?" His words were like sweet poison. "Don't you want to live?" An irresistible temptation was laid before the cultist. A strong desire to survive flared up inside him. Zhang Yu said, "Just be honest. No one will blame you. After all, you have no other options now." "No other options?" "Yeah. Anyone would do the same in your place." Zhang Yu whispered. Without realizing it, the cultist nodded. "Yes. I have no other way." This man was a monster who had slaughtered powerful demons. How could he resist such a monster? "I have no other choice." The cultist nodded. He looked at the slain demons and his fallen comrades. He was terrified. He didn't want to die. He felt that if he wanted to escape the fear that was about to drive him insane, he should listen to this monster. Zhang Yu said, "I promise you. If you tell me the truth, I will guarantee your life. I swear it in the name of Tyrion, the god of heroes." Tyrion? It was his first time hearing that name. "It is the name of the god I serve." The cultist remained silent. His mind began racing. "I guess he's a hero. A champion chosen by the gods." That sounded so cliché. But because of that, he felt a little calmer. Come to think of it, weren't the guardians composed of divine retainers too? Those who interfered with their plans. The monster before him must be one of those retainers. The fear in his heart faded. A smile appeared on his face. "I can survive." A servant of the gods had made a vow in the name of his god. The cultist didn't believe that someone claiming to be a hero would break a vow made in a god's name. "As long as I survive, as long as I live, I'll have a chance to rise again and achieve the immortality I dream of." His hesitation lasted only a moment. He opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "The first summoning. You mean summoning demons from the ninth hell?" After hearing the cultist's explanation, Zhang Yu's face broke into a smile. The ninth hell was the deepest part of hell, where only the strongest demons gathered. It feels like they could be summoned. Devouring demons from the seventh and eighth hells was good. But demons from the ninth hell were on a whole different level. You could tell by how absorbing hundreds of demon souls still hadn't satisfied the requirements for gaining a demon soul. Even after absorbing the souls of Malphas and Phoenix, The conditions have been met. It's close. He killed dozens of demons. But his demonic energy value hasn't reached 130 yet. However, he instinctively knew that before reaching this level, there wasn't much left to go. If he killed demons from the 9 hells, absorbing their soul attributes would easily push him to 130. All right. His throat was parched with thirst. Zhang Yu smiled. He would soon quench this craving. Thanks for the information. He raised his sword and thrust it without hesitation into the trembling cultist. Stab. Kurg. The cultist looked up at him in confusion. Hey! Why? The promise Zhang Yu made in the name of the gods, that if he told the truth, he would let him live, was easily broken. You said you would let me live. The cultist reached out with blood-stained hands. He shouted with wide eyes. You swore in the name of the gods you serve. But he spat blood. He couldn't understand. The hero he knew, the servant of the gods, wasn't like this. At the very least, they were beings who kept promises made in the name of the gods they served. But what was wrong with him? The man didn't hesitate, as if the promise to the gods meant nothing to him. Seeing his bewildered expression, Zhang Yu spoke. Buddy, I was going to, but I thought about it. You see, his tone was serious. No one will know if you die, right? What are you doing? If you die, no one will know that I broke my oath to the gods. Wait a second. Damn it. Why didn't I think of such a good idea until now? You're talking nonsense. Zhang Yu laughed. He twisted the sword that was stabbing into the cultist. No witnesses, no murder. Ah! As if enlightened, Zhang Yu realized a new truth. He was so thrilled his hair stood up. You orca. Ah! This was a saying from the Korean Assassin's Creed community. If there are no witnesses, it's an assassination. But I made some changes. I made some adjustments. I made a few adjustments. Chapter 168. I don't know what he's saying. Chapter 168. No idea what he's talking about. The battle was over. All the demon corpses turned into black smoke and disappeared. Not only that, the demons also paid the price for their sins. After a brief silence. Ah! Zhang Yu's companions gasped for breath after the fierce battle against the demons. Waves of light. Han Shuya spread her arms and cast magic. The angel wing sigil on her back began to shine and spread to the others. The panting people looked at her in surprise. This is amazing. This wasn't just simple healing magic. They felt their accumulated fatigue and mental stress from the battle being healed. When did you learn to use magic like this? Jin Sihun asked in astonishment. There were many healers who could heal wounds, but few could heal accumulated fatigue and adding mental stress recovery. It was no longer just ordinary healing. This was thanks to a trait I gained during my 8th awakening. That's truly incredible. To be honest, this was truly a surprise. Shui's healing magic was just that special. Speaking of which, the buff effect was also incredible. Sihun thought. It was thanks to the buff she placed on him that he could face Hafiz, one of the 3 demons. He had never heard of a buff that increased absolute values. He had truly never heard of such a thing before. And no. Shuya blushed shyly from the attention. But she wore a bright smile on her face. After all, few people dislike being recognized and praised. Shuya looked at Zhang Yu, clenching her fists excitedly. Zhang Yu, you must be more tired than anyone else. So let me cast the spell on you again. Shuya jogged toward her, grabbed her hand, and used magic once more. Honestly, Zhang Yu had defeated 2 out of the 3 demons. So what she said wasn't wrong. Thanks. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Shui's lips curved into a gentle smile too. Zhang Yu lowered her head, watching the light flowing from Shuya, entering into her body. The effect was truly amazing. It felt as if the fatigue from battling the demons had completely vanished. After Zhang Yu's mana exceeded 120, Shui's buff effects no longer increased her stats. Just like how the Black Pearl Cloak's enhancement no longer worked on her. So she thought it would be hard to get Shui's help in battle. But she had underestimated her. Zhang Yu narrowed her eyes. Unlike Sihun, she hadn't accepted the soul of the martial god. Nor was she empowered by the Gaia system like the other guardians. However, she could still sense a mysterious power emanating from her. What could it be? She couldn't tell. Zhang Yu shook her head as she thought about it. The answer was too foolish to even begin solving right now. I just need to keep an eye on her. That's all I can do for now. Rather than getting answers, it was more important to deal with the current situation. Let's put that aside for now. Is it over now? Che Yenju asked. Zhang Yu nodded. I don't sense anything nearby. It seems to be over. She answered calmly. Actually, the cult's plan isn't over yet. The cult is probably still working hard to summon monsters from the ninth hell. We can't ruin their admirable masterpiece. It's best to attack them right after they summon the creatures from the ninth hell. I think we can stay here for a while. Then find an excuse to act. She had already been informed of the location of the summoning ritual. She thought that once she sensed it, they'll move out. Good. Zhang Yu smiled. Because everything was going according to her plan. At that moment, Gaia let out a short gasp. She was feeling around in the air. What's wrong? Shixin asked worriedly. Gaia's expression stiffened. She spoke up. Lady Gaia herself assigned me a task. What? Please wait a moment. I'll share it with everyone. She waved her hand. A blue message window appeared before them. Right. Begin S-Class Unique Quest. Quest Objective. Stop the summoning of demons from the ninth hell. Reward. None. P.S. I'm sorry. My children. This is all I can do right now. What is this? Zhang Yu looked at the quest window in front of her, frowning. But she quickly realized what Gaia had done. That damned troll. She scowled. Through this quest, Gaia was letting them know that the cult summoning plan wasn't over yet. They were trying to summon demons from the ninth hell. Bastard. She could understand why he did it. He probably couldn't just stand by and watch his children relax, thinking they'd already defeated the enemy. His intentions were good. If she hadn't known, they were trying to summon demons from the ninth hell. It would have helped a lot. But why now, of all times? Even if his intentions were good. If the outcome was a complete disaster, it would all be meaningless. Gaia's quest was about to ruin the carefully crafted results she had achieved. At least give us a reward. Seeing no reward, it seemed her ability to interfere with the system was also diminishing. Watching a god waste her power on something like this gave her a headache. Thinking hard, the gears in her mind started to spin at full speed. Now others noticed that the demon summoning ritual wasn't over yet. She had no choice but to find another way. The summoning ritual seems to still be ongoing. Gaia continued speaking, her expression turning serious. We must stop the demons from the ninth hell from being summoned. Yan Zhu stepped forward and asked, I mean, do we really have to stop them? Considering Zhang Yu's current strength, she had seen it with her own eyes. She had slaughtered dozens of demons with overwhelming power. She almost felt sorry for the demons. So she really didn't feel it was necessary to stop them. Yes. Gaia agreed. Although with Zhang Yu's help, they could easily defeat the demons. If the key demon of this summoning ritual were summoned, the situation would change. Although Zhang Yu was a hero blessed with divine power, they weren't sure whether she could fight against a demon from the deepest level of hell. Gaia is right. We must stop them as soon as possible. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said loudly, It's not that I lack confidence in facing demons from the nine hells, but rather that we should prevent their summoning in the first place. That's the simplest and most effective method. Zhang Yu is right. Gaia agreed. Then, let's first check the summoning site. I might know where it is. Really? Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. After receiving the mission, I could feel it. In Lord Tyrio's power, there was an ominous aura. She once again used Tyrio as an excuse. This was a cheat code on the level of Satan. Whenever she mentioned sensing something unpleasant, people reacted. Where to? Follow me. Zhang Yu turned and started running. He led them running in the opposite direction of the summoning. I need to buy time. That was the best option for him right now. He had to buy time. Until the demon cult could complete the summoning ritual. Damn it. You demon cult bastards. After everything I've done for you. You better not fail. It was a cry of pure desperation. Zhang Yu kept leading them farther and farther away. Hurry up. 10 minutes passed. How much farther? Bro. We're almost there. 20 minutes. Bro. At this rate, the summoning ritual will. This way. Just 5 more minutes. 30 minutes. Zhang Yu. Are you sure we're heading the right way? We're really close. Just up ahead. Why are they so slow? His anger was understandable. The farther they went in the direction he pointed, the weaker the demonic energy became. The monsters had also vanished. Naturally, their trust in him plummeted. Please. Hurry up and finish. He couldn't keep misleading them forever. The demon cult was moving too slowly. He was about to lose it. Please. It was as if his desperate prayers reached the heavens. A massive pillar of demonic energy erupted into the sky. Finally. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. They had finally done it. Over there. Everyone, hurry. They ran toward the massive black pillar. Zhang Yu gulped as she looked at it. At least it's a demon lord. The demon lords are the strongest beings of the 9 hells. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. His steps became lighter. He was almost proud of managing to deceive his allies for 30 minutes. Zhang Yu, eyes gleaming, arrived at the summoning site. Intruders. HMPH. So you've made it this far. As expected of a ritual to summon a demon lord from the 9 hells. Unlike other summoning rituals with just 5 or 6 people, there were at least 50 here. Amazing. He raised his weapon with a smile. Your evil plans end here. He shouted. You succeeded. You bastards. Even though they were slow as hell, they still succeeded. Zhang Yu smiled under her mask. Now let's see who you managed to summon. He stared at the black rift. Then. You're too late. Damn servants of the gods. He is coming. You won't escape death. Step by step. A 5-meter-tall giant demon emerged from the black rift. He was heavily muscled. With crimson skin. Goat-like horns on his forehead. Bat wings, and a grotesque stomach. Just feeling the destructive energy radiating from him was enough to make them suffocate. The demon cultists knelt down, bowed, and worshipped him. Look! The great demon of the 9th hell. The king of destruction. Yanmo. A heavy silence fell. The demon who emerged from the rift opened his mouth. So this is Earth. Yes, my lord. And who are you? We are the loyal servants of demons. Mortals who long for eternal life. The demon turned his head, looking disinterested. At that moment, Zhang Yu's eyes met the demon's. Ah! Zhang Yu was wearing a mask. Which meant his disguise was just a thin cloth, covering his face. But Yanmo had spent thousands of years with him. So the mask was meaningless. My demon king. Yanmo knelt down. At last. I can finally see you again. You have no idea how much I've longed to see you again. Since hearing news of the Doomsday Guardian. Bang! He slammed his forehead against the ground. My king. I, Yanmo, stand before you once more. To swear my loyalty. Silence. No one spoke. No one could speak. Feeling everyone's eyes on him. Zhang Yu turned his head. And spoke slowly. I have no idea what he's talking about. Ah. My demon king. I really don't know. Sigh. I missed you so much. But I have no idea who this Demon King even is. Oh my god. Another heavy silence. He could feel everyone staring at him. And he let out a curse. Shit. I'm so screwed. Warning, warning, Chapter 169. Wu Kangyu. Warrior of Light. 1. Chapter 169. Oh. Zhang Yu. 1. Oh. Zhang Yu was doomed. There was no better word for it. Yanmo smashed his head against the ground, crying out how much he missed the Demon King. The demon cultists had poured enormous effort into summoning Yanmo. Meanwhile, the Guardians received Gaia's orders and rushed to stop the cultists. As for Zhang Yu, oh, damn it. All kinds of curses swirled around his mouth. He could feel everyone's eyes fixed on him. Their gazes were full of confusion, denial, distrust, and doubt. Of course, most of them were desperately trying to deny the reality. They thought it was a trick by the demons of the ninth hell. However, my god, Yanmo was now crying out for Zhang Yu even more desperately. From his cries, it was clear that it came straight from the heart. Pure joy at seeing Zhang Yu. The sound was so filled with despair that it was hard to imagine it was a trick. Yanmo's cries were so sincere that even Kim Shixin and Han Shuya, who trusted Zhang Yu deeply, tilted their heads in confusion. Why now, of all times? Zhang Yu thought. If it were like when the Doom Guardian was summoned, and he was alone, things wouldn't have gotten so messy. The problem was, all the people called companions were now gathered here. Members of the Guardians, his roommate, his sworn brother, the guildmaster who sponsored him, the captain of South Korea's special forces, even someone who could influence the Chinese government. Everyone important to him was gathered there. Why now, of all times? Zhang Yu clutched his head. The unexpected turn of events left his mind completely blank. All the trust he had built through his actions, his title as a hero, everything was now on the verge of collapse. This was my fault. Zhang Yu had to admit it. When he heard they were summoning demons from the ninth hell, he should have anticipated this kind of disaster. He should have been prepared for it. But greed blinded him. Instead, he got greedy, chasing after reaching 130 in his stats. This was something he could have avoided or prepared for. It was all his fault. No. But still, he felt it was unfair. There were countless demons in the ninth hell. After the fall of the seventh prince's forces, the number of demons had decreased. But there were still over 100,000 left. So then, out of all those demons, why did it have to be Yanmo who got summoned? God damn it. Zhang Yu lifted his head, still mindful of his allies' reactions. Before things got any worse, he had to act. First, he came up with a plan to turn his current situation around. The best solution, when all was said and done, the best solution was for Zhang Yu to tell Yanmo exactly what was going on. That was the fastest way. Naturally, he had to be told personally. Moreover, Zhang Yu had to do it discreetly. Considering how he dealt with Oryx before, it shouldn't be too difficult. He just needed to send a message directly to Yanmo's mind that only he could hear. The problem was, Zhang Yu bit his lip. He imbued his will into the demonic energy and shot it toward Yanmo. With a sudden thrust, the demonic energy that reached Yanmo's head vanished without a trace, just as Zhang Yu had expected. He helplessly scratched his hair. Damn muscle pig. The way Zhang Yu transmitted his will through demonic energy was similar to sound transmission techniques in wuxia novels. However, Yanmo's nature posed a major problem. Namely, his skin was always covered by a powerful barrier of demonic energy. Other demons had it too, but Yanmo's was special. His defensive shield was like the diamond barrier found in wuxia novels. It was practically a passive ability. There was always A thick layer of demonic energy around him. Compared to most demons, even if they used all their strength, it was hard to form a barrier like his. In other words, Yanmo instinctively blocked everyone's demonic energy. Trying to bypass his shield to deliver a message was not impossible. But Zhang Yu's current demonic energy wasn't strong enough. Of all these demons, why did it have to be you? The constant demonic energy barrier on Yanmo's body didn't even need conscious effort to maintain. Among demons, a powerful trait known as demon armor. Because Yanmo seemed to be constantly wearing armor made of demonic energy. If it were anyone but Yanmo, say, the Doomsday Guardian, things wouldn't be so complicated. Zhang Yu could have successfully conveyed his will through magic to the Doomsday Guardian and asked for his cooperation. But he couldn't do that with Yanmo. Should I get closer to him and whisper something? Zhang Yu shook his head, rejecting the sudden idea. Everyone here had physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. Even the healer, Shuya, was no exception. So, unless someone like Shixin or Tian Wuchen noticed it first, there was no way Zhang Yu could send a message to Yanmo. Should I just say it out loud and let him figure it out? But Zhang Yu wasn't confident he could explain everything properly by speaking. Besides, he was wearing a mask, so that wasn't an option either. I can't take off the mask. He wanted to leave himself some room. An excuse like, because I was wearing a mask, there's no way that demon could have recognized me. So, he couldn't take it off. Zhang Yu bit his lip anxiously. Should I send him a written message? But there was no time. And besides, Yanmo couldn't understand Korean. Damn it. Zhang Yu cursed inwardly, knowing that the more Yanmo talked about him, the more suspicious the others would become. At this point, all he could do was pretend he knew nothing. Everyone. This is all the scheme of that cunning demon. Setting aside whether or not I'm the Demon King, I'm wearing a mask. How could that demon possibly recognize me? Oh, since you put it that way. Yeah. You're wearing a mask. Shixin nodded. When that demon called you the Demon King and praised you, I knew something was off. It must be part of a conspiracy. Yeah. I'm just as confused as you are. Zhang Yu was indeed confused. Well, a demon you've never seen before suddenly kneels down and calls you the Demon King. Of course you'd be confused. Even though he didn't know what the King of Destruction was planning. He was innocent. Of course. Brother. That demon probably doesn't even know your name. If we ask, he'll definitely panic. No. Ha ha. Wait, let's see how he tries to cover it up. Ah, I get it now. Hearing Shishun's suggestion, they asked Yanmo. But he didn't know Zhang Yu's name. Zhang Yu's heart sank. However, using the mask as an excuse, he managed to dispel the other suspicions. Now all he had to do was let Yanmo know his true situation. That was the biggest problem. The problem circled back to the start. Zhang Yu began racking his brain frantically. And at that moment, Lord Yanmo, why are you calling that servant of the gods the Demon King? You're mistaken. They're guardians, servants of Gaia. The cultists who summoned Yanmo gathered around, seeing the demon they summoned, calling a human Demon King. They were shaken. And that human was one of the guardians, their enemy. The situation was too bizarre. They felt it was less funny and more tragic. Wow! Good job, everyone. Getting help from the cultists. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist triumphantly. Thanks to the cultists. Shouting that Yanmo had made a mistake. Zhang Yu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lord Yanmo, King of Destruction, please raise your head. That person is not the Demon King. They are the ones who stand in the way of our ultimate goal. Please raise your head. and defeat them. Punish those hypocritical servants of the gods. Zhang Yu silently cheered for the cultists. Good. Come on, give me a hint. He desperately hoped Yanmo would notice his situation and cooperate with him. You've known me for so long. Zhang Yu had spent over 1,000 years with Yanmo. They could understand each other. With just a look. Well, not completely. Honestly, I know you're pretty dumb. But please. Just this once. No matter how positively he viewed Yanmo. He had been far too optimistic. He thought they could understand each other without needing to speak. If they truly understood each other that well, Yanmo would never have handed Zhang Yu a mage's severed head, claiming there was nothing to eat in hell. Come on, Yanmo! Zhang Yu screamed hopelessly in her mind. However, Yanmo stood up, stepping on Zhang Yu's hopes. He waved his muscular red arm. Boom! With just a casual swing, he smashed a demon cultist's head apart. It exploded instantly. Yanmo glared at the surrounding cultists and roared. How dare you mock me? Hey! Yanmo. Zhang Yu thought. You got it wrong. That person isn't the Demon King. He's a servant of the gods. Stop it. Arg. You humans dare worship demons. I had such high hopes for you. But instead, you're just a bunch of idiots. Just admit you made a mistake. Rumble. Yanmo stomped fiercely on the ground. A massive vortex of demonic energy churned around him. The demon cultists, gasping in terror, turned pale with fear. At that moment, Yanmo raised both hands. A whip wreathed in black flames materialized. He swung the whip savagely. Swoosh! With a simple strike, he turned half the cultists into ashes. Everyone present was instantly overwhelmed by King Yanmo's destructive power. The remaining cultists stared at him in sheer terror. Humans, listen up. Hey! The person standing before you is the Lord of the Ninth Hell. The true Emperor. Stop. Bro. The demon who defeated the 7 princes of hell and rose to the pinnacle of the demon realm. Please, stop. Rumble. The ground trembled. Yanmo's furious roar. Yanmo's furious roar echoed in everyone's ears. He is the Demon King. Zhang Yu. You madman. A technique that makes the body immune to damage from blades, swords, and arrows. Alarm, alarm. Chapter 170. The Indestructible Zhang Yu. Warrior of Light. 2. Chapter 170. Oh. Zhang Yu. Warrior of Light. 2. You madman. Oh. Zhang Yu gasped. The Demon King. Zhang Yu. The moment Yanmo called out Zhang Yu's name, all of Zhang Yu's contingency plans were blown away. His mind went completely blank. It felt like someone had smashed his name with a hammer. Blank. Linking Zhang Yu's exact name with that title. There was a huge difference between the two. How could that demon know my brother's name? Zhang Yu. What happened? Kim Shixin and Gaia were the first to question him. Damn it. Zhang Yu thought. Chosen by Tyrion, the god of heroes. Zhang Yu and the demon Yanmo of the Ninth Hell were meeting for the first time. The truth didn't matter. From the other's perspective, it was Zhang Yu's first time meeting Yanmo. Yet Yanmo knew Zhang Yu's name and even pledged loyalty to him. Such a huge contradiction was hard to cover up with trust alone. What does this mean? Tian Wuchen, Tian Suyan, and Che Yenju all looked at Yanmo and Zhang Yu with puzzled expressions. They had originally thought it was a scheme by the demon cult. But seeing the cultists' reactions, and how Yanmo wiped them out in an instant, it clearly wasn't. Zhang Yu. Even Han Shuya looked at her with trembling eyes. This situation gave Zhang Yu a massive headache. Turning his head, he saw Yanmo looking at him with sparkling eyes. Zhang Yu's heart grew even more tangled. At that moment, gulp. Since it had come to this, those hit by Yanmo's earlier attack started chanting under their breath. They began transforming into something evil. Grant us the power to control all monsters. Huh? Yanmo frowned and muttered. Before he could act, the magic circle beneath his feet burst forth. Goo! You! What are you doing? Black light wrapped around Yanmo. Geometric patterns surfaced on his body, as if branded by a red-hot iron. That's... Zhang Yu's eyes widened. He recognized the magic circle forming on Yanmo's body, though its shape and size were different. But Zhang Yu had seen the same magic circle before. He thought it could only control monsters. The black magic circle used for control began to cover more of Yanmo's body, emitting an eerie light. Zhang Yu frowned. Are they trying to control Yanmo? This is completely different from controlling monsters. Yanmo is a demon no one can forcibly control. Even Zhang Yu, at the peak of his power in hell, couldn't control him. How could they possibly? Besides, Zhang Yu didn't even know who the evil god leading the cult was. Do you really believe you can control me? Help me. Damn it. Quick. Keep chanting. Yanmo struggled against the control of the magic circle. He swung his limbs, smashing the surrounding cultists into pulp. Even so, the survivors desperately tried to keep controlling Yanmo. The magic circle, glowing with black light, completely enveloped Yanmo. Ah! Yanmo roared, furiously swinging his whip. Black flames ignited on the whip. The remaining cultists were all reduced to ash, scattering into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Zhang Yu's expression darkened. He cursed silently. Damn it. Yanmo, having wiped out all the cultists, was now glaring at Zhang Yu with hatred. It seemed Yanmo still couldn't fully break free from the magic circle's control. Forgive me, my king. An uncontrollable urge surged in his heart. He suddenly lashed his whip and charged at Zhang Yu. Bro! Fall back! Ignoring everyone's warning, Zhang Yu stepped forward, even though others still had a chance. At that moment, only he could face Yanmo head-on. He stomped hard and raised Dalian, blocking Yanmo's rocky whip. Clang! Goo! The impact was tremendous, traveling down Zhang Yu's arm. In the blink of an eye, Yanmo crashed into Zhang Yu with his shoulder. Goo! Zhang Yu bent over, unable to withstand Yanmo's heavy blow. Like a pebble struck by an explosion, he was blasted away, rolling across the ground. Damn it, Feng Zhu! The king of destruction, Yanmo, truly lived up to his title. Zhang Yu's face darkened. Wah! Who dares to control me? Yanmo cried out in despair. He twisted his body, struggling against the magic circle enveloping him. Yanmo's red skin began to crack, and black blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. At this rate, Yanmo would die struggling against the power of the magic circle. Stand still, you idiot! Zhang Yu rushed anxiously toward Yanmo. He gathered the might of Titan into his fist and struck. But Yanmo raised his knee to counterattack. Rumble. The ground shook. The clash of their tremendous forces sent trees flying. Cough. The immense impact made blood gush from Zhang Yu's mouth. Dark blood splattered. Ah! What have I done to my king? Yanmo's face turned pale, unable to accept that he had attacked Zhang Yu. Blood flowed even more profusely from his nose and ears. Goo! If I have to hurt my king, then I would rather. Yanmo raised his hand, trembling violently as he fought the magic circle's influence. That bastard! Zhang Yu's eyes darkened. He quickly realized what Yanmo was planning to do. Yanmo placed his hands beside his head. Stop! You madman! Yanmo thought to himself. He would rather die than be forced by some unknown power to attack his king. For someone with only average loyalty to their king, he would definitely do so without hesitation. Shit! Zhang Yu turned and glanced at the others. They were looking at him in confusion. not understanding what was happening. Yanmo wanted to kill himself. The situation was getting worse. However, Zhang Yu still had one way to solve all this. I could give up on Yanmo. If Yanmo killed himself, Zhang Yu could claim it was all a plot by the cult. However, damn it, damn it, damn it. Zhang Yu cursed. Yanmo was the first demon Zhang Yu had ever fought, and his loyal companion for over 1,000 years. They had fought countless battles together, winning countless victories. You damn idiot. You're totally useless. Zhang Yu blamed him. Yanmo was an idiot, even after Zhang Yu declared war on the 7 princes of hell, becoming the common enemy of all 9 hells. Yanmo still stayed by Zhang Yu's side, as long as it was for Zhang Yu. This foolish demon would fight any opponent, no matter how strong. He was a fool, obedient to Zhang Yu's every command. Tell him to fight, and he would fight. Tell him to die, and he would die. Zhang Yu burned with anger. And at that moment, Yanmo was reaching toward his own head, trying to blow it up. If Zhang Yu saved Yanmo, he wouldn't be able to clean up this mess. It would be the same as openly admitting there really was a connection between him and Yanmo. This wasn't a demon cult conspiracy. Yeah, just let him die. It wasn't surprising for Zhang Yu to think that way. If Yanmo died, if the root cause of this chaos died, then Zhang Yu could settle everything cleanly. But, damn it, damn it, damn it. He stomped the ground hard. Yanmo! Zhang Yu shouted. He lunged at Yanmo, kicking away the hand about to crush his own head. You idiot! How many times do I have to tell you? Stop trying to kill yourself every time something bad happens. Ah! Gu! My king! My king! That thing will disappear in a few minutes. Stop being reckless. Just stay put and calm down. But Zhang Yu frowned and said in a low voice, Since when did you start questioning my orders? I'm sorry. Yanmo quickly replied. The ritual was still ongoing. Yanmo was powerful, but Zhang Yu wouldn't have trouble holding on for a few minutes. Moreover, if Zhang Yu used a technique that drew on abyssal magic, he could defeat Yanmo. Either way, there was no need to go that far. Gulu. Ah! Yanmo wasn't going all out. While fighting Zhang Yu, he was also resisting the magic circle as much as he could. Zhang Yu was doing the same. Once the magic circle's energy ran out, the battle would end. There was no need to fight desperately. Whoosh! 5 minutes passed. The magic circle surrounding Yanmo turned into black smoke and disappeared. The battle was over. Bang! My king! Yanmo knelt down, slamming his forehead hard into the ground. A dent appeared on the floor. Please, behead this traitor who dared to attack you. Yanmo shouted tearfully. Ha ha. Zhang Yu let out a sigh. Bro. Zhang Yu, what the hell is going on? Shixin and Gaia looked at him in confusion. The others were the same. Shit. Zhang Yu could no longer come up with any excuses. The situation had gotten too chaotic. Think. His mind raced, desperately trying to come up with a way to overcome this. There was one way, but it wasn't perfect, nor was it a guaranteed success. It was more of a gamble, relying solely on the trust everyone had in him. It was reckless, but there was no other way. Zhang Yu could no longer pretend this was all a demon plot. The situation was way too complicated. Damn it. He hated this kind of scheming. If the others heard what he was about to say, they would definitely call him crazy. And he wouldn't be able to argue back. I trust you all. Zhang Yu turned to look at each of his companions. However, even though they trusted him deeply, his plan still had a high chance of failure. But if he succeeded, he would be able to act more freely from now on. All right, let's fix the problem. If he stayed silent, nothing would be resolved. Since he had decided on a plan, all that was left was to put it into action. I guess I can't hide it anymore, Zhang Yu said as he slowly took off his mask. Speaking to his companions, he looked at them with sorrowful eyes and confessed, I am the Demon King of the ninth hell. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and continued, or at least, I used to be, Zhang Yu said with a bitter smile. Until the rebellion led by Satan. There's a saying, the best lies are 99% truth. Only 1% is falsehood. Which means a cleverly twisted truth is more effective than a complete lie. Zhang Yu understood this well. But when he was on Earth, he had no need to twist the truth cleverly. More precisely, it wasn't necessary. Gaia, the Guardians, and the others he had built relationships with. They knew very little about hell. Since they knew nothing, there was no need to distort the facts. That's why, up until now, Zhang Yu's story had been 100% lies. But, however, things had changed because of Yanmo. It was getting harder for Zhang Yu to keep lying to the others. Just thinking about it made him furious. Zhang Yu looked at the dejected Yanmo and sighed. You idiot. Of course, Zhang Yu wasn't really angry at Yanmo. He knew why Yanmo was reacting that way. It was because he was truly happy to see his long-lost master again. Yanmo couldn't have known that his actions would damage Zhang Yu's reputation. Zhang Yu hoped Yanmo could understand the truth. But Yanmo was too stupid. Zhang Yu didn't expect him to understand. Yanmo was just a loyal subordinate. And there weren't enough hints for him to grasp. Yanmo couldn't have known that after returning to Earth, Zhang Yu had hidden his identity and pretended to be a hero. However, I really need to fix his bad habit of trying to kill himself at the slightest mistake. Yanmo was far too loyal to Zhang Yu. Even the smallest mistake he made, he would treat as a fatal error and say he deserved to pay with his life. His excessive loyalty was a huge burden on Zhang Yu. If it were someone else saying it, Zhang Yu could have ignored it. But Yanmo couldn't. Zhang Yu. What does this mean? You. Are you the Demon King? Bro. Gaia and Shixin were so shocked by this bombshell revelation that they couldn't react. I understand. They hadn't known each other long. But because of Zhang Yu's efforts, they had placed great trust in him. Thus, it was natural that Zhang Yu's sudden confession would cause such a reaction. Yes. I was once the Demon King who ruled the ninth hell. Zhang Yu raised his hand. He didn't use his mana overlord skill, but instead pulled pure mana into his hand. Gaia gasped sharply. He trembled all over in shock and took a step back. You've been lying to us all along? Grace McCuban asked. He drew his weapon, staring at Zhang Yu with sharp eyes. Shixin and Shueya hesitated, their faces filled with disbelief. I expected this reaction. Zhang Yu had long known they would react this way. In fact, he thought their reaction would be even worse. Not bad. He saw the possibility of the plan succeeding. Initiate it. Zhang Yu's plan. Warrior of Light. He clenched his fists. Zhang Yu had hidden his identity, pretending to be a hero. But he really needed to correct this bad habit of trying to kill himself whenever things went wrong. Zhang Yu was angry about Balrog's excessive loyalty. Even for the slightest mistake, he would claim he had committed a fatal error and deserved to die for it. His overwhelming loyalty was a huge burden on Zhang Yu. If it were someone else, Zhang Yu could have ignored them. But when it came to Balrog, he couldn't. Zhang Yu. What do you mean? Are you the Demon King? Brother. Gaia and Shixin were shocked by this explosive revelation. I understand. Though they hadn't known each other long. Because of everything Zhang Yu had done, they had trusted him deeply. So, after Zhang Yu suddenly confessed he was the Demon King, it was only natural for them to react like this. Yes. I was once the Demon King who ruled the ninth hell. Zhang Yu raised his hand, without using the magic power dominator, and simply gathered pure magical energy in his palm. Gaia gasped sharply, shivering in fear, and taking a step back. You've been lying to us all along. Grace McCubbin questioned sharply. He drew his weapon, glaring at Zhang Yu with sharp eyes. Shixin and Shueya hesitated, their faces full of disbelief. I expected this reaction. Zhang Yu had already known they would react this way. In fact, he thought their reactions would be much worse. Not bad. He saw the signs of his plan's success. It's working. Zhang Yu. Activate the Light Warrior plan. He clenched his fists. Zhang Yu had hidden his true identity, pretending to be a hero. But I really must fix his habit of trying to kill himself over everything. Zhang Yu was angry at Balrog's excessive loyalty. If Balrog made even the slightest mistake, he would always say he had committed a fatal error and deserved to pay with his life. His excessive loyalty put great pressure on Zhang Yu. If it were someone else, Zhang Yu could have ignored it. But when it came to Balrog, he simply couldn't. Zhang Yu. What do you mean? Are you the Demon King? Brother. Gaia and Shixin were stunned by this explosive revelation. I understand. They hadn't known him long. But because of all he had done, they had come to trust him deeply. So, it was natural that after Zhang Yu suddenly admitted he was the Demon King, they would react this way. Yes. I was once the Demon King who ruled the ninth hell. Zhang Yu raised his hand, without using Mana Overlord, but gathering pure mana into it. Gaia gasped sharply, trembling all over, and stepped back. You've been lying to us all along? Grace McCubbin asked. He drew his weapon, staring sharply at Zhang Yu. Shixin and Shueya hesitated, their faces full of disbelief. Zhang Yu had expected them to react like this. In fact, he thought their reaction would have been much worse. Not bad. He saw the possibility of the plan succeeding. Let's initiate it. Zhang Yu. Warrior of Light plan. He clenched his fists. Zhang Yu had suddenly confessed he was the Demon King. So their reaction was only natural. Yes. I was once the Demon King who ruled the ninth hell. Zhang Yu raised his hand, not using the magic power dominator, but instead gathering pure magical energy into his palm. Gaia gasped sharply, trembling in fear, and took a step back. You've been lying to us all along. Grace McCubbin asked sharply. He drew his weapon, staring at Zhang Yu with sharp eyes. Shixin and Shueya hesitated, their faces filled with disbelief. I expected this reaction. Zhang Yu had long known they would react like this. In fact, he thought their reaction would have been much worse. Not bad. He saw the possibility of the plan succeeding. Let's initiate it. Zhang Yu. Warrior of Light plan. He clenched his fists. Zhang Yu had suddenly confessed he was the Demon King. So their reaction was only natural. Yes. I was once the Demon King who ruled the ninth hell. Zhang Yu raised his hand, not using the magic power dominator, but instead gathering pure magical energy into his palm. Gaia gasped sharply, trembling in fear, and took a step back. You've been lying to us all along. Grace McCubbin asked sharply. He drew his weapon, staring sharply at Zhang Yu. Shixin and Shueya hesitated, their faces full of disbelief. I expected these reactions. Zhang Yu had long known they would react this way. In fact, he thought their reactions would be much worse. Not bad. He saw a glimpse of his plan's success. It's working. Zhang Yu. The Light Warrior plan. He clenched his fists. Alarm alarm. Chapter 171. Wu Kangyu. Warrior of Light. 3. Chapter 171. Oh. Zhang Yu. Warrior of Light. 3. I'm sorry. I had planned to tell you eventually. But I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Oh. Zhang Yu said. I don't understand. Gaia said, looking shocked. You're a human. How could you be the demon king of hell? What do you mean by Satan's rebellion? Let me explain from the beginning. Zhang Yu said. 5 years ago. On the day of calamity. I was sucked into a black gate. And fell into hell. What? What do you mean? I don't know why I fell into hell either. I'm not sure if it was just a coincidence. Or if someone deliberately caused it. But what I can tell you is, that day, I fell into hell. Silence. Zhang Yu continued explaining. I wasn't even a player. I was just a weak human. So I did everything I could to survive. And during that process, the demonic energy of hell invaded my body. Then, you became a demon. Gaia trembled as she realized. Zhang Yu nodded. Those who accept demonic energy cannot retain their humanity. Either they die because they cannot resist its power, or they lose themselves to their desires and become mindless beasts, or they become demons. Yes. After becoming a demon, I struggled to survive for a very, very long time. What do you mean? It's only been 5 years since the day of calamity. Che Yenju said coldly. Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile. I've been on Earth for 5 years. But the time I spent in hell was much, much longer. Just how many years were you in hell? You're saying 10,000 years. What? I spent 10,000 years in hell. Silence fell over the group once more. 10,000 years was too long. They couldn't even begin to imagine what that was like. It was hard to comprehend how long that truly was. No one could even respond. But it was true. Over the past 10,000 years, the Demon King had ruled from the 1st to the 9th layer. Yanmo. Silence. Yes, my lord. Yanmo's words helped Zhang Yu this time. Hearing Yanmo testify that Zhang Yu had indeed spent 10,000 years in hell, the others began murmuring among themselves. Whoa. Yanju's jaw dropped in shock. Really? You really spent 10,000 years in hell? She asked, her voice trembling. Yes. And then? You became the king of hell? Yes. For a time. Does that mean you are no longer the king of hell? Zhang Yu nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. This was only the beginning. The real point started here. Everything she had said so far was the truth. 5 years ago, she fell into hell on the day of calamity. She spent 10,000 years in hell, and ultimately became the ruler of the 9th hell. But the real lie was about to begin. Zhang Yu recounted the story he made up in his mind. In hell, there are extremely powerful demons known as princes. I have been fighting them in hell. I subdued them. Subdued them? Yes. Zhang Yu nodded in response. Because they had set their sights on Earth. Among them, Satan was particularly interested in Earth. So you became the Demon King to stop the princes of hell from invading Earth? Gaia asked. That's not it. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't exaggerate it too much. He couldn't exaggerate. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't exaggerate it too much. He couldn't appear overly righteous or altruistic. Settings that clash too much with a normal personality would ruin the story's credibility. I'm not that righteous. I just fought desperately to become the Demon King so I wouldn't be killed by demons. Zhang Yu continued calmly. However, when I saw them trying to invade the world where I was born, I couldn't just sit back. Even though a lot of time had passed, I still missed Earth dearly. However, if Satan really comes to Earth, it would mean, yes, just as you thought. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. He bit his lip. Let's get to the main point. The most important thing was his timing and performance. He trembled and spoke in a low voice. I lost to Satan. He awakened the demon sea. He awakened the 666 authorities. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't beat him. Satan took away my power. He usurped my throne as the Demon King. He consolidated his forces, created a massive rift, and came to Earth together with the lords of hell. I followed Satan to Earth. Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide. and spoke with determination. Go stop him. Gaia remained silent. Zhang Yu could tell he was conflicted. I understand. Gaia could never imagine. After all, that the demon Satan and Zhang Yu might be the same person. Zhang Yu had made up many excuses. Naturally, others wouldn't think that way. Regardless, once they knew Zhang Yu was a demon, it was still hard for them to trust his words. From now on, as the saying goes, trust is contagious. It's something people experience in daily life. Humans are simple creatures. If someone is unsure whether to buy something, and someone nearby says, it's a good product, they're more likely to buy it. After all, there's a reason. The term word of mouth exists. I'll be the one to stir things up. Zhang Yu turned his head toward Shixin. Shixin gazed at Zhang Yu with misty eyes, activating the authority of obedience. You have successfully controlled the familiar's actions. I trust you, brother. Guardian Kim Shixin. Gaia asked in a panic. Shixin nodded without hesitation. Gaia, think about everything brother has done so far. If he were siding with demons, why would he fight so hard against them? But Gaia hesitated. He understood what Shixin was saying. But how could they believe a demon's words without any doubt? I believe in Zhang Yu too. Han Shuya chimed in. She was the next to step forward. At first, seeing how much Zhang Yu liked kimchi stew, I really thought she was a bit strange. Shuya said, gazing sadly at Zhang Yu. She reached out and carefully caressed his cheek. But now, I understand. It must be because you endured alone in hell for so long. Tears fell from Shuya's eyes. She didn't know what hell was really like. But based on Zhang Yu's reaction when they first met, she could imagine it. He must have been very lonely. She bit her lip. Among everyone, she had known Zhang Yu the longest. Thinking back to all their time together, it must have been because of that he had such a lonely look in his eyes. Sometimes, Shuya would see deep sadness in Zhang Yu's eyes. Now, she could finally understand the reason. Since meeting you, I have never been lonely again. Shuya, Zhang Yu said, grasping the hand that was touching his cheek. She hadn't expected this. She hadn't expected Shuya to step forward to defend her. However, thanks to her support, the small ripple stirred by the video call grew larger. I will push it even further. Zhang Yu couldn't just ride the wave she had created. Just like in a relationship, the right amount of push and pull is important. It's the same when it comes to lying. She extended the Guardian's white mask toward Gaia. No matter what, the fact that I deceived everyone remains unchanged, Zhang Yu said, placing the mask into Gaia's hand. From now on, I will leave the Guardians. Ah. Young Nim. You. What are you saying? Zhang Yu. Everyone was shocked by her sensational declaration. Zhang Yu didn't use the power of submission to control Shi Shuan this time. But Shi Shuan still quickly ran over. Meanwhile, Shui Ya was crying out. Not to mention the reaction of Tian Su Yan, who had openly expressed her affection for her. Zhang Taishu shook his head in shock. 162. ASC 003. 55,340 to 003. 56,340. This is complete nonsense. Do you know how much I care about you? Yan Zhu shouted, her face flushed. After everyone's intense reactions, all attention focused on Gaia. Zhang Yu. She touched the mask Zhang Yu had returned to her. A sad expression on her face. Biting her lip. Can I trust Zhang Yu? Gaia recalled all the time she spent with her. She hadn't known her for long. Just a few months. But in that time, she learned a lot about her. Zhang Yu was the one who was most furious. After Satan killed Alec Osborne and took Shi Shuan's life, She was also the one who knew about the demon cult's plans and worked harder than anyone to stop them. After Satan raided the Guardian's vault, Zhang Yu was the one who roused them from complacency again. She was also the first to notice Leonard was in danger and shed genuine tears after her death. And Zhang Yu always gave her advice when she was on the verge of despair. Zhang Yu. How could I doubt her? Gaia tightly gripped the mask Zhang Yu gave her, her frail hand trembling. I believe in you, Gaia said. Gaia. Whether you're a demon or a demon lord. Gaia continued calmly. No darkness can overshadow the light in your heart. After all, the god of heroes, Tyrion, chose Zhang Yu. There must be a reason why Lord Tyrion chose Zhang Yu. He could feel it through Reynard. The energy of Tyrion. He could tell how much Tyrion despised demons. Even so, Tyrion still chose Zhang Yu. There was no way Tyrion could have been unaware of Zhang Yu's true identity after linking with him. Even so, Tyrion remained inside Zhang Yu. That could only mean one thing. He saw the light within Zhang Yu. Gaia couldn't help but think so. Zhang Yu. Please stay with the Guardians. We need you, Gaia said, handing the mask back to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked surprised, but accepted the mask. Thank you for believing in me, he said. At that moment, It was as if the black demonic energy around him began to be dyed with dazzling golden light. Oh! Seeing the radiance emanating from Zhang Yu, the others gasped. I swear, no matter what, I will help the Guardians save the world, Zhang Yu declared. They could feel his firm determination through his voice. Still surrounded by golden light, Zhang Yu put the white mask back on. He was a man born from darkness. But now he had become light itself. Though possessing the body of a demon, he was a hero more committed to justice and protecting the world than anyone else. The U.S. military assisted the natives in migrating and began establishing a base for rebuilding in Venezuela, the only controllable area in South America. Oh! Zhang Yu's team entrusted the remaining tasks to the U.S. forces, Grace and Mike Cuban, and returned to Korea. On the way back, Zhang Yu and his companions barely spoke. Zhang Yu said. They could feel his unwavering determination from his voice. Still surrounded by golden light, Zhang Yu put the white mask back on. They could sense the firm resolve in his voice. Still surrounded by golden light, Zhang Yu put the white mask back on. One reason was that a demon over 5 meters tall was standing beside him. But the bigger reason was Zhang Yu had revealed his hellish past. Even though they said they trusted Zhang Yu, it was hard to treat him the same as before. It's like hearing that your friend used to be a violent criminal. Zhang Yu might be different. Because after falling into hell alone, he became a demon just to survive. To them, it was probably like a person eating human flesh to survive on a deserted island. That was probably the best analogy. They could understand Zhang Yu's situation. And yet, they still struggled to fully accept it. Well, I believe that with time, things will sort themselves out. Time doesn't solve everything. But Zhang Yu thought, for him, time would make things better. What they needed was not time to trust Zhang Yu again, but time to clear their thoughts and accept a demon as a companion. In any case, the situation had already improved. A blessing in disguise. That phrase was the best way to describe it. When he had tried his best to hide his identity, but it was exposed because of the overflow. Zhang Yu's true self was revealed. When he had tried his best to hide his identity, but it was exposed because of the overflow. Zhang Yu racked his brain, trying to figure out how to overcome the situation. However, everything ended in a positive outcome. From now on, he could act more freely. The greatest benefit was that he could now use the overflow without restraint. If Zhang Yu continued to hide the fact that he was a demon, it would be very difficult for him to use Enma as an ally. Moreover, even if Zhang Yu wanted to use Enma, He would have to, just like with Val Zahak, put on various ridiculous acts. Being able to freely use Enma as an ally would, in turn, make Zhang Yu feel like he truly had an ally he could count on. It would make it much more worthwhile to use Enma in the war. Although it seemed like a small matter, it was not. Enma's strength was comparable to the entire Guardian group. Jin Shixin might have the potential to surpass Enma, but not yet. Setting other things aside, the value of Enma could be summed up in Zhang Yu's next thought. Enma could face off against a Prince of Hell. However, Enma could not defeat a Prince of Hell. Everyone praised Enma, saying his strength was not inferior to that of the Princes of Hell. But in actual combat, that wasn't the case. So Zhang Yu didn't need to worry about what others thought when using Enma. For Zhang Yu, this was a tremendous gain. But Val Zahak was a different story. Val Zahak had almost been branded as one of Satan's minions. If Zhang Yu openly used him, he might very well be accused of being the real murderer of Reynard. That must not happen. The reason Zhang Yu could be recognized as a warrior of light was precisely because of Satan's existence. If it were revealed that he and Satan were the same entity, then everything would truly be over. All of humanity would rise up against him with weapons. For Zhang Yu, who dreamed of living a comfortable life, that was absolutely unacceptable. I'm sorry, my king. I had no idea about your situation. If you didn't know, then it's fine. They were in a building near Zhang Yu's apartment. Enma was nearly 5 meters tall. Zhang Yu couldn't let him into his home. So Zhang Yu bought a building. Then he remodeled it into a place he could live in. Now Zhang Yu was sitting inside that building. The ceiling above him was as high as 3 floors. Yama knelt before Zhang Yu with his head lowered. He couldn't believe the Demon King would deceive humans. Deceive? What are you talking about? Huh? Weren't you thinking you were some warrior of light? Only to stab people in the back? What nonsense, man. Zhang Yu sighed and shook his head. What nonsense was Yama spouting? Zhang Yu had been fighting to protect Earth. He began to explain his true intentions to Yama. After listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Yama said, "The Prince of Hell has been resurrected." No. More importantly, my king, someone as great as you. Why would you protect such weak beings like humans? You should conquer this world. Make it bow before you. I'm not interested. Zhang Yu replied lazily. I've fought long enough. I just want to rest for a while. All right then. You're a demon. So you probably wouldn't understand. Demons don't understand the concept of peace and security. They are immortal. So such thoughts are practically impossible for them. If they could think that way, their population would have grown endlessly. Demons, like humans, reproduce. Some even possess the ability for asexual reproduction. If they were a race pursuing peace and safety, the number of demons in hell would probably reach nearly 1 trillion. He didn't know how angels managed it. But demons maintained population balance by slaughtering one another. Zhang Yu didn't know who had created demons, but he couldn't help but think it was meticulously done. Of course, even among demons, there are a few who long for a peaceful life. But they are the minority. Most demons love fighting and love trampling their enemies. Enma was one of them. You're not planning to go against my will, are you? Of course not. Enma lowered his head. He instinctively craved destruction and conquest. But there was one thing more important than that instinct. The commands of his master, Zhang Yu. If it was for Zhang Yu, Enma would risk his life without hesitation. If the Demon King wished for peace, I would kill all your enemies, so they wouldn't disturb your rest. Of course. Now that I've explained the situation, let me ask you a few questions. You can ask me anything. While I was away, was there any change in hell? Zhang Yu wasn't worried about the army he left behind. What concerned him were the ancient beasts. He was worried about the abnormalities he had heard about from the Doom Guards. The ancient beasts, which supposedly never left their territories, had started expanding their domains. Ever since the cult began summoning demons from the ninth circle of hell, Zhang Yu felt it was best to gather more information. About that, I actually have something to report to you. Enma's expression tightened. I think Amon is up to something. Amon? Zhang Yu frowned and asked. Amon used to be one of Satan's subordinates. But he eventually defected and joined Zhang Yu. Amon didn't have high physical combat power, but he was extremely knowledgeable in magic. He even helped Zhang Yu create a spatial rift connecting hell to earth using hellish weapons. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, radiating intense killing intent. Enma trembled slightly, then lifted his head to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. Still the same bronze eyes. I'm not too sure either. There's no solid evidence. But ever since you went to Earth, he's been buried in his research ever since. He never came out again. But that's always been his way. This time, though, it's serious. Ever since you went to Earth, I haven't seen his face once. I even tried to force my way in. But he sealed the door with a powerful barrier. He even sealed the door. Zhang Yu frowned. Amon's behavior was indeed strange. I never really trusted him from the start. After all, the only reason he accepted Amon as a subordinate was because Amon was the only one who knew how to use hell weapons to create rifts. Did he betray us? I'm not sure. But the fact is, after he shut himself away, the ancient beasts started stirring. We've even detected movement from Behemoth. Behemoth is on the move. Behemoth is the strongest among the ancient beasts, and one of the 7 princes of hell. He's Leviathan's father. If I remember correctly, Leviathan is a hybrid of an ancient beast and a demon. Aside from being Leviathan's father, there isn't much information about Behemoth. During Zhang Yu's 10,000 years in hell, Behemoth had never made a move. Damn it. Zhang Yu felt deeply uneasy. But what felt even worse than the unease was his helplessness. I can't go back to hell. He couldn't summon them to Earth to destroy them. But he also couldn't return to hell himself. And hell no, he didn't want to. Zhang Yu had fought so hard to make it back to Earth. There was no way he intended to go back to hell. What about the others? I heard the Doomsday Guard say. He's investigating it. The Doomsday Guard and Argus are investigating. But they haven't found the exact cause yet. Damn it. Zhang Yu never imagined that even after returning to Earth, he'd still have to worry about the 9 hells. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed Amon before coming here. Although he thought so, he knew it didn't make sense. He had believed that once he returned to Earth, he would have no more ties to hell. He hadn't expected Gates and the cult to still exist there. Now, the only thing he could do was become stronger. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. There was no other way. My demonic energy hasn't even reached 130 yet. Besides, after failing to summon Enma, the cult would probably retreat for now. Should I wait for Lucifer's forces to attack the cult? The only plan he could think of was to wait for Lucifer's forces to cross from the continent of Elno to Earth, and then attack them. Zhang Yu let out a deep sigh. His head hurt badly. He hoped no more complicated problems would arise. His brain capacity was already at its limit. More importantly, my king. Enma looked around and asked, "Where is Lilith?" "What do you mean?" "Lilith is in hell." Zhang Yu shook his head, clearly not wanting to hear anything about Lilith. "What?" Enma tilted his head in confusion. "But Lilith arrived on Earth before me." "What?" Zhang Yu's eyes widened. "What the hell? Lilith is already on Earth. Alert! Alert!" Chapter 173. The Letter He Left Behind. Chapter 173. The Letter He Left Behind. Wait a second. What are you talking about? Oh. Zhang Yu's vision blurred. His ears were burning. His head spun. He had never imagined. He never expected to hear something like this. Lilith has already arrived on Earth. Yama nodded. Yeah. He's been bragging everywhere, saying the Demon King finally summoned him before leaving. Yama's brow furrowed deeply. Yama was already frightening, but this expression made him look like a character from a horror movie. He bit his lip anxiously. Yama was genuinely worried. That damn girl. Just because she's pretty. She acts so arrogant. My king. You must not be tempted by her. Zhang Yu replied coldly. Shut up. What? I said shut up. Zhang Yu trembled as he grabbed his hair. No. A muffled groan. The sound of dozens of green tentacles writhing. Sticky slime dripped from the tentacles. Thousands of silver plates reflected his skin. 18 eyes and a long, snake-like body brushed against his lips. Oh my god. Fuck. Those were memories from the past. The shame of Zhang Yu's trauma carved into his mind. Memories he could never erase. The emotions, the sensations. Shixin. I'm sorry. For calling you stupid. He thought Shixin was stupid. For being unable to overcome his past trauma. But what about himself? Save me. In the endless nights of hell. Whenever Zhang Yu tried to sleep on his meticulously made blanketless bed of hell, tentacles would slip under his blanket. When he hastily lifted the blanket, he would see 18 red eyes staring up at him. Wet hands would lift his clothes. Sticky fluids dripping. Running down his body. Soaking his clothes. Just as he opened his mouth to scream. A long tongue quickly shot out and entered his mouth. I love you. My king. Ah. Like a student meeting a bully. Like prey encountering a predator. He felt a chill. His body began to tremble. Lilith was on Earth. Fear seized control of his body. The memories of those dark nights haunted him. You could say, if he truly hated her, he could have stopped her from entering his chambers. But it wasn't that simple. It was nearly impossible to refuse to sleep with Lilith. Because they were not just allies. She was also his bride. Even if only in name. For example, imagine a king not sharing sympathy with his queen. In a nation where the people deeply loved and worshipped him. Zhang Yu was struggling in battles against the 7 princes of hell. He couldn't allow his army to split apart. So he had no choice but to sympathize with her. Ah. He wanted to vomit. He covered his mouth with his hand. Judging by his reaction, it might be hard to believe. But he didn't actually hate Lilith. When he showed such loyalty to her, expressing his devotion and love, it was impossible for him to hate her. That was the problem. If she were an enemy, he could have just killed her. But she was an ally. Not only that, she was one of the 5 most important figures in his demon army. And more than that, he loved her deeply. If she wanted, he might even be willing to tear out his own heart for her. Both politically and emotionally, it was incredibly hard for him to refuse her completely. Yeah. Damn it. I was just too stupid. He thought about Yama and Lilith. If he had to choose whether they were important to him, he would definitely say they were. After all, they had spent over 1,000 years together, enduring all kinds of hardships. Even someone with only a sliver of humanity left would develop an attachment after going through so much together. Is something wrong? Ah. No, never mind. Forget it. He sighed and shook his head. For various reasons, he had spent a lot of time with Lilith, leaving him with traumas he could never fully escape, both politically and emotionally. It was hard for him to completely reject her. Yeah. Damn it. I was too stupid. He thought about Barag and Lilith again. If he had to choose whether they were important to him, he would definitely say they were. After all, they had been together for over 1,000 years, enduring all kinds of trials. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they stayed together. It was regrettable, but they still couldn't avoid conflicts. Even so, no matter what, they had to keep holding on to their bonds. They had to find a way. As long as they could relax, they could deal with the turmoil inside. However, this time, The scars were too deep to heal easily. It was too severe. Thus, even when they stayed together, they could only act independently. Moreover, the pressure on each of them was immense. At that time, they broke down. Completely. After all, they had spent over 1,000 years together, enduring all kinds of hardships. Even someone with just a sliver of humanity left would develop an attachment to a person after weathering so many storms together. Is there a problem? No. Never mind. He sighed and shook his head. He had stayed with Lilith for such a long time for various reasons, and it had left scars that would never fade. Of course. He narrowed his eyes. If she came here, then it must have been around that time. He recalled what happened in Japan. How he had almost failed to stop Lilith from being summoned. The battle against the insane cultist Akiyama. And everything that followed. Lilith's body hadn't emerged from the rift. There was a chance her soul had entered the body of Black Flag Lily. Ah! A short gasp escaped his lips. Black Flag Lily. He finally began to understand the strange behavior. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. Yeah. That would explain it. Why the Emperor's granddaughter stood by him, instead of by Tengbin Ryoma's side. Why she so easily obeyed his requests. It was suspicious. If Lilith was inside Black Flag Lily, everything made sense. Wait. Hold on. An exclamation mark appeared over his head. His eyes widened. Wasn't this a good thing? The only reason he avoided Lilith was because of her appearance. Some might criticize him for judging someone based on looks. But in Lilith's case, it was extreme. Spending 1,000 years with her. Let's see if you could still say the same thing. It was like having a giant squid clinging to you all day long, professing its love. Zhang Yu stood up and clenched his fists. If Lilith was inside Black Flag Lily, the core issue would soon be resolved. The beauty of Black Flag Lily was on par with Han Shuya. Alright. All this time. It's not like he wanted to do that kind of thing with Lilith. Shuya's face surfaced clearly in his mind. Zhang Yu licked his lips and nodded slightly. Anyway, this was good news. Although he didn't know how strong Lilith would be after possessing a human body. A demon's power ultimately came from the soul. Even Lucifer had regained strength thanks to his soul and a hell weapon. So it was possible she could recover her former power. Barag and Lilith. Hopefully they hadn't formed a demon king's army on Earth. He felt a bit uneasy. But overall, the situation was promising. He pulled out his smartphone and searched for Black Flag Lily's number. And gave him a call. No matter how long he waited. No one picked up. He called several more times. Still no answer. He frowned. No choice. Zhang Yu turned around. My king. I must go somewhere. So please stay here. If you have anything to handle, I will go with you. Barag said enthusiastically. No, it's fine. I don't need too many people. And with my current appearance, it would only cause a scene if I went out. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Hold this to your ear. Zhang Yu handed him a communication device suited to Yama's ears. Yama accepted it politely. I'll wait for your call. Zhang Yu didn't reply. He walked out of the building and soared into the sky using Sky Fist. The Black Flag Lily Guild was based in Tokyo. Probably. Rumor had it he lived in the Emperor's castle. Stepping on air, his figure shot forward at incredible speed. In less than an hour, Zhang Yu arrived in Tokyo. Standing before a luxurious castle, he found the entrance and went inside. Who's there? The bodyguards inside the castle quickly surrounded him. Zhang Yu took out a white mask. I'm a member of the Guardians. I'm here because I have urgent information for Princess Black Flag Lily. The Guardians? Ah, wait. The Guardians were a secret organization unknown to the public. But the heads of state knew about them and cooperated with them. The guards of Black Flag Lily also knew. It was only natural for them to recognize the Guardians. Please, let me through. At that moment, A young man stepped out from behind the guards. Captain Ito. I know him. He really is one of the Guardian Squad. You may all return to your posts. Yes, sir. He was a calm young man, with narrow, sharp eyes. Zhang Yu remembered seeing him in a photo. Are you Ito Shinji? Ito Shinji was a member of the Guardian Squad, and one of the Guardians personally chosen by Gaia. That's right. Zhang Yu. This is our first meeting. But I've heard a lot about you from Gaia. There's something I must tell Princess Black Flag Lily immediately. There was no time for formal introductions. So Zhang Yu quickly stated his purpose. Ito Shinji's expression darkened. Can you come with me for a moment? Zhang Yu followed Ito Shinji into a plain-looking room. There were no signs of occupancy inside. This is Princess Black Flag Lily's room. Is she out right now? No. Ito Shinji shook his head gravely. Zhang Yu frowned. Wait. Hasn't Princess Black Flag Lily been missing for a month? Damn it. His bad feeling had been right. Where exactly did he go? If it was a month ago, then it would have been when the world was united in collecting the parasite seeds. Do you know where he went? No idea. We searched the whole country. But, Ito Shinji sighed. He walked to a drawer inside the Black Flag Lily Guild and took out a white envelope. This is a letter the Black Flag Lily Princess asked me to pass to you, Mr. Zhang Yu. In case you ever came looking for him. What's in it? Don't tell me you haven't read it? Someone like a national leader suddenly disappearing. Zhang Yu figured there was no way they hadn't checked. Ito Shinji smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was written in an unknown language. It was probably intentionally designed so only you could understand it. Why didn't you contact me earlier? He said that if we contacted you first, the letter would burn and disappear. We didn't know how it worked, so we couldn't risk it. Zhang Yu grabbed the letter. What was he trying to do? He tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter. The moment he touched the paper, the black ink began to move. The letter was written in Korean. When did he even learn Korean? He pushed the thought aside and began reading the letter. To my beloved Demon King. If you're reading this letter, then you must already know who I am. Otherwise, you would have had no reason to visit the Black Flag Lily Guild. Sharp insight. In that sense, he was nothing like Yama. Zhang Yu nodded and continued reading the next paragraph. First of all, I must apologize for coming to Earth using a human's body, while hiding my identity. Oh right. Speaking of which, why did he hide his identity? I didn't have the courage to stand before my king with such a filthy appearance. What the hell? He couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell is he even talking about? Filthy. Black Flag Lily, no matter how you looked at her, was a beautiful girl. I've been searching for a way to get rid of this filthy appearance. To return to the person you once loved. No way. Even though I've been searching, I finally found a way. No fucking way. Other than shouting no. He couldn't say anything else. He. Aren't you already excited? Dear Demon King? Just the thought of reuniting with you makes my heart almost burst. No way. But why? Why the hell? There are plenty of humans familiar with manipulating demonic energy. They will help me restore my true form. Damn it. Damn what? Come to think of it. Didn't you mention that the cult dares to worship demon kings like Satan? He. I'm going to use this opportunity to show them who the real demon king is. Ah. His mouth fell open, completely stunned. I'm going to join the cult. Spread the identity of the true demon king. And once I restore my form, I will return to your side. His hands trembled. He felt like he was about to cry. Dear King, please wait a little longer. Sincerely, your Lilith. Fuck. Seeing the final heart drawn, he couldn't hold back anymore. Die. Arg. He tore the letter apart, roaring. Why? Why did you do this to me? What happened? He reached out, grabbing Jin Sis' collar. Damn it. What the hell did I do wrong? Please forgive me. Why me? Why did you do this to me? What did I do wrong? Why am I the only one who can't be happy? Chapter 174. Find him. Zhang Yu. Itu Shinji asked. Ha. Ha. Oh. Zhang Yu panted heavily. His bloodshot eyes. Staring at Itu Shinji. Zhang Yu's sudden change in attitude. Terrified Shinji. What? What happened? What exactly was written in that letter? The surveillance footage. I'm sorry. Please let me see it. The surveillance footage. Around the time the Black Flag Lily Princess disappeared. But we've already investigated it. Please, just let me see it. Rumble. The entire building shook. A powerful murderous intent erupted from Zhang Yu. Shinji felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on his entire body. His expression turned serious. It was a tremendous force. One he couldn't even imagine resisting. Ah. His hand trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't breathe properly. In disbelief, Shinji looked up at Zhang Yu. This was... He had inherited the divine body of the hero god. The power of Leo, the hero's power. Although he had heard the rumors, seeing divine power firsthand still made him tremble uncontrollably. Wait a moment. Shinji quickly moved, and Zhang Yu followed after him. Shinji led him into a valley with dozens of sharp stones. Then they entered a room lined with dozens of monitors. It was probably a surveillance room, monitoring the Emperor and Black Flag Lily. Shinji pointed to the side. That video over there. It's the footage of Princess Black Flag Lily at the time of her disappearance. Thanks. Zhang Yu sat down. On the screen, he could see Black Flag Lily from a month ago. Fortunately, during the footage, she still appeared human. It wouldn't be easy to restore her original form. But he still held onto a sliver of hope. He had to find a clue. No matter what. Even if it cost him his life. Zhang Yu sifted through the footage and found a video of Black Flag Lily sneaking out at midnight and recording it. He watched her easily vault over the castle wall and meet up with a man. Pause. Zhang Yu stared at the man she met. I can't see his face. He wasn't sure what magic was used. But only the man's face was blurred. No matter how much they zoomed in, they couldn't see the man's face. We tried to identify the man. But as you can see, his face is completely hidden. Is the rest of the footage the same? Yeah. Shinji muttered this vaguely, then let out a heavy sigh. Keep playing the footage. You should watch it till the end. Zhang Yu let out a short curse. He pulled at his hair and sighed. I have to find him. This isn't just to stop Lilith from returning to her terrifying original form. I mean, I also want to stop this whole mess. His mind was in chaos. Part of the letter resurfaced in his mind. It said he would spread his name throughout the entire cult. Shit. That's the real problem. He wanted to spread his identity throughout the entire cult. He wanted to spread his identity throughout the entire cult. He wanted to spread his identity throughout the entire cult. He wanted to spread his identity throughout the entire cult. That would cause a complete disaster. It had been hard enough to settle things after Yama worshipped him before their allies. If the cult started worshipping him as the Demon King, if that happened, it would truly be over. He would never be able to use the name of Satan to lead the cult again. Zhang Yu nervously bit his lip. But that possibility should be low. Even though he didn't know who the dark god leading the cult was. They had cultivated the cult's power for over 1,000 years. There was no way they would surrender it to Zhang Yu. Just because of Lilith's unreliable words. The real problem. Zhang Yu stared at the footage of Lilith and the unknown man disappearing. And asked. That man. Did you notice anything? About 1.75 meters tall. Around 60 kilograms. No wrinkles on his hands. Probably under 40 years old. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Everything Shinji said was something you could guess just from looking at the footage. So it was as if they hadn't learned anything at all. Damn it. About 1.75 meters tall. Weighing around 60 kilograms. He was looking into Zhang Yu's eyes. 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 About 1.75 meters tall. Weighing around 60 kilograms. Looked like he was in his 20s or 30s. This was the typical appearance of most young Japanese men. I can't draw any conclusions based on that. Although Japan's population had decreased after the disaster day. Just these features alone were not enough to pinpoint who the man Black Flag Lily had met was. First of all, based on that letter, that man was most likely the cultist Lilith had contacted. Shinji continued speaking. We did find one clue in the footage. That could help identify the man. What is it? Pay attention to this part. Ito Shinji played the video in slow motion. When the man jumped off the roof. Considering players' superhuman abilities, it wasn't that impressive. Here. Shinji pointed at the man's abdomen during the fall. It was just for a brief moment. But through the fluttering clothes, the man's abdomen was clearly visible. There was a scar on his stomach. Yes. It looked like he had been pierced by a sword. So, we checked the hospital records. But, we still haven't identified the man. Shinji finished his explanation. Zhang Yu stared at the scar, deep in thought. Wait. The cultist with the scar on his abdomen. The person Black Flag Lily was in contact with. These three facts tangled together in Zhang Yu's mind. His eyes sparkled. Akiyama. The man who once summoned Lilith. The reason he summoned Lilith was absurd. Other cultists worshipped him to a fanatical degree. Moreover, he was a pervert. He summoned Lilith because she was every man's dream. Zhang Yu frowned. The cultist Lilith contacted was Chushan. He couldn't think of anyone else who matched those three traits. Mr. Itu. Yes. If you know what this man's face looks like. Can you find his location? Yes. But how are you going to? This is him. Zhang Yu injected energy into the Devil Sea elixir on his right middle finger. The Devil Sea elixir could transform into things other than weapons. It could become anything he could imagine. That was the function of this extraordinary weapon, Devil Sea elixir. Thus, the elixir morphed into a black liquid, reshaping itself in the air. Based on Zhang Yu's memory, it created Chushan's face. There are a few things that make me suspect this man is the criminal. Please start the investigation from his face. Just a moment. Shinji snapped a picture of the face created by the elixir. And ran off somewhere. Huff, huff. Zhang Yu let out a heavy sigh. He clenched his fists tightly. I found a lead. Through the fact that Lilith contacted Chushan, he found some clues. Now, he just needed to wait for Shinji to gather more information. Please. His legs shook anxiously. He looked desperately at the ceiling. I hope I'm not too late. The ruins of destroyed buildings filled a dark, desolate tunnel. This was the place where the cult once attempted to summon Lilith. It was located beneath the Sapporo fortress. After Zhang Yu and Ryoma Tengmodo participated in the ritual, the station was destroyed. A woman was now walking through the rubble. It seems the preparations are finally complete. A freckled man nodded quickly. Yes. He. Well done, Archbishop Akiyama. No, not at all. As long as it helps you regain your true form. I'm willing to do anything. Akiyama said with a smile. How exactly does it work? We will create a massive rift to connect to the 9 hells. Then, we'll extract demonic energy from the rift and reconstruct your body based on the information engraved in your soul. Will that really work? He. It's all thanks to the knowledge bestowed upon us by the Guardians. Akiyama said proudly. Now that the Gaia system has greatly weakened, there's much more we can do than before. Is Satan among the Guardians you mentioned? Sorry. Even I don't know that. Information about the Guardians is highly classified even within the cult. I see. But once you regain your true form, I'm sure you'll meet them. Miss Lilith, Akiyama said hurriedly. Lilith nodded with a smile. She radiated overwhelming sensuality. Akiyama opened his mouth wide, grinning brightly. Lilith said, I'm very pleased. I've always wanted to meet them. Oh, have you finished the task I assigned you? Oh, we're still working on it. Akiyama nodded. Lilith had instructed him to spread the existence of the true Demon King. Akiyama secretly distributed the Book of Hell written by Lilith throughout the cult. But does the Demon King really exist? From what I've learned within the cult, the 7 princes of hell maintain the balance of the 9 hells. Hee hee. You'll find out soon enough. She flashed a brilliant smile. If everything is ready, then let's get started right away. Hee hee, Lady Lilith. You can finally return to your original form. Hee hee, you can look forward to the reward I will give you. Lilith said as she sensually stroked Chushan's chin. But it only lasted for a brief moment. She turned away and pulled out a handkerchief, wiping her hand clean as if she had touched something dirty. Hee hee. Chushan, unaware of Lilith wiping her hand, silly smiled while staring at her back. Finally, she clenched her fists. Soon, she would be able to meet the succubus queen. She was already so beautiful that she could hardly imagine how stunning she would be after returning to her true form. Chushan excitedly placed both hands on the magic circle. Dozens of cultists present began to chant to assist her. Guys, this is the moment our long-held dream comes true. A tear rolled down Chushan's cheek. Guys, raise Tungmei. A black crack began to form. Chapter 175, The Descent of Lilith. 1. Chapter 175, The Descent of Lilith. 1. Alright, let's begin the ritual now. The magic circle began to glow. A black rift appeared. Demonic energy surged out from it. For humans, the demonic energy turned their bodies into demons. For demons, it granted them even greater power. Of course, the mere presence of demonic energy in the air didn't mean all demons could harness that power. If that were the case, then all demons in hell would be endlessly powerful. A very advanced technique was required to make use of the demonic energy in the air. The demon worshippers began chanting, Cha-cha-cha-cha, Nizatanada Zazas. As the chanting continued, the black light flowing from the magic circle grew even stronger. Truly, the knowledge given by the demons was extraordinary. Akiyama's eyes sparkled. The evil demons were omnipotent beings who led the demon cult. The word knowledgeable wasn't enough to describe them. Akiyama wondered whether the demon king that Lady Lilith spoke of was even stronger than them. As a loyal follower of the demon cult, Akiyama couldn't help but have doubts. The knowledge imparted by the guardians of evil was too radiant. It was impossible to easily believe Lilith's words. How to summon demons. How to fuse a demon soul into one's own body. Even how to nullify the Gaia system created by divine power. All of this was knowledge far beyond human reach. I'm sure Lady Lilith must have been mistaken. Akiyama had not read the Book of Hell. He had been too busy preparing the ritual to restore Lilith's true form. Thus, he had only helped distribute the book with assistance from the Middle Eastern branch of the demon cult. I'll read it later. He was curious about the book's contents. Lilith had confidently declared that soon everyone would know who the true Demon King was. No, that's not the most important thing right now. Akiyama turned his gaze toward Black Flag Lily's altar. No, toward Lilith, lying atop it. He. Seeing such a beauty, he couldn't help but grin foolishly. I wonder what reward she'll give me. He caressed the weapon in his hand. The red whip seemed to ignite a fire within his heart. A wave of excitement spread through his lower body. He imagined Lilith looking down on him with disdain, her high heels pressing against him. This was the depravity of their world. Akiyama licked his lips, recalling the scene from his dreams. Drooling uncontrollably, he was completely immersed in his fantasy. casting his magic even more fervently. Black demonic energy surged toward Lilith, wrapping around her. Wow! The magic enveloping her gradually began to generate new skin. The human form within Black Flag Lily was slowly transforming into a demonic body. Rumble, rumble. Ah! Akiyama, Archbishop. There's an anomaly in the rift. We can't control it. Chushan's subordinate cried out in despair. Chushan shouted sternly. Don't hesitate. Everyone, hold your ground. But. One of the subordinates who was also casting magic suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Crack. The rift widened. More demonic energy surged out. Goo. The situation was unexpected. Chushan bit his lip. My lord. The rift is out of control. We must stop it. A subordinate shouted urgently. The dimensional barrier was like a dam. Very sturdy. Capable of blocking dimensions. The roll of the rift was like a temporary piercing of the dam. If the rift they were dealing with went out of control, a massive surge of hell energy could gush out all at once, posing a great threat to everyone nearby. Goo. Damn it. Normally, Chushan would stop the ritual and close the rift. No. We can't give up. Chushan shouted. However, they had waited too long for this moment. They had already tasted the bitterness of failure before. They couldn't give up now. Guys! We will keep moving forward. Toward our dream. Found it. Oh. Having stayed in the castle, Zhang Yu, who was assisting Shinji Ito, hurriedly stood up and walked over. Where? He asked. Look at this footage. Shinji said as he pressed the remote control. A monitoring feed appeared on the screen. Akiyama boarded a ship along the coast. His name is Ichiro Akiyama. He officially went missing a few years ago. We conducted a public investigation and found a witness. The witness confirmed that they sold him a ship. Sold him a ship? Yes. He reportedly purchased a giant cruiser worth billions of yen and set sail with dozens of people aboard. Did you find out where he went? If we predict based on their route, it's most likely Sapporo. Sapporo is an area where an SS-class gate appeared. But restoration measures have yet to begin. Zhang Yu thought. They must be heading to the site of the first ritual. That's very likely. First of all, the demon they tried to summon there was Lilith. So, Sapporo is the ideal place for the ritual. And he probably still has all the basic infrastructure from the previous attempt. I should have killed him back then. Zhang Yu regretted not killing Akiyama when he had the chance. He said, I'm going to Sapporo. I'll prepare a private jet. No need. Zhang Yu jumped up and floated into the air. It would have been better to ask for help. But he didn't even have time for that. In fact, it was better for him to go alone. That way he could prevent Lilith from spouting nonsense like Balrog did, claiming Zhang Yu was the true Demon King. Before leaving, Zhang Yu comforted Shinshi in the tone of a warrior of light. No matter what, I will rescue the princess. We believe in you. We'll wait for you here. Zhang Yu. Then Zhang Yu opened the window. And with a burning will, he flew toward Sapporo. I will stop Lilith's arrival. HMPH. He dashed forward, breaking through the veil of darkness. The wind roared around him. A powerful shockwave spread outward. Hurry! Tokyo and Sapporo aren't far apart. Zhang Yu flew toward Sapporo at full speed. He saw it. He saw an island across the sea. It was Hokkaido. Zhang Yu looked at it, his brows furrowing deeply. Damn it! He felt a surge of demonic energy, even stronger than when Beyond was summoned. It shook all of Sapporo. Something's wrong. The demonic energy was rampaging. He had witnessed countless demonic rituals before. But this was the first time seeing a ritual like this. It wasn't because of Lilith. He didn't know. He didn't know. What would happen if the demonic energy continued rampaging? Zhang Yu quickly headed toward the source of the leak. Rumble. At the ritual site, A vortex of demonic energy shook the surroundings. Boom 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 boom. There. Zhang Yu saw Chushan desperately chanting, along with other cultists. But they were all dead. Zhang Yu summoned Gingner. Wait. His hand stopped midair. He realized that the one barely controlling the wild demonic energy was Chushan. Damn it. Closing the rift was the top priority. If it grew any bigger, he didn't know what might happen. Zhang Yu turned toward the rift and saw a woman lying on the altar. Squeak squeak squeak. Squeak squeak squeak. She cried out. The woman's tentacles twisted constantly, making sickening noises. Lilith's body was getting closer to her true form. Ah! A nightmarish memory. A nightmarish memory. It flashed back into Zhang Yu's mind. She opened her mouth wide, trembling with anxiety. I must stop her. No matter what. She must close the rift. Zhang Yu approached the rift, summoning all her magic power. Creak, creak. Her hands were under tremendous pressure. Unimaginable. The raging vortex of magic was like a waterfall, rushing from a collapsed dam. Gulp. Zhang Yu felt she was about to be crushed by the torrent of magic. The power she now possessed was comparable to the 7 princes of hell, but using just her body to block this overwhelming torrent was far too much. Wow! Zhang Yu used Predator's fist, but it had little effect. It was like trying to scoop water from a waterfall with a basket. The only solution was to close the gateway with overwhelming force. You're from that time. Ah! Akiyama shouted. Kureg. Zhang Yu frowned, turning to face Akiyama. Come save me. You lunatic. Zhang Yu was sure Akiyama understood. What would happen if the rift completely spiraled out of control? No. Not until the ritual is complete. I can't do it yet. You idiot. Forget about the damn ritual. At this rate, we're all going to die. I don't care. As long as it's for her. I'm willing to give up my life. Oh. You bastard. The ritual continued. Zhang Yu saw Lilith revert to her true form. She was trying to close the rift. Zhang Yu, pale-faced, shouted at Akiyama. You lecherous bastard. Stop. Stop. If you die, what does the succubus queen matter? Do you think a man dies when? What? Akiyama continued, with passionate eyes and a resolute voice. When he loses everything, except his 2 balls. What the hell are you talking about? No. That's not when a man dies. Stop messing around. Stop the ritual. Akiyama coughed up blood while continuing the ritual. A man dies when he has nothing but his 2 balls. Boom! Akiyama stomped on the ground as he continued the ritual. Blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. You call him a lustful bastard. A delusional perverted otaku. You say. A pathetic virgin who's never held a girl's hand. I didn't do that, bro. Zhang Yu interjected. I won't give up. Even if it's a delusion. A useless dream. I won't abandon my ideals. Akiyama raised both hands. The energy converged onto Lilith. An explosive surge of power caused dozens of tentacles to sprout from Lilith's body. Stop it. Stop. Lilith. Zhang Yu shouted. His face turned even paler. Today, my ideals will transcend dimensions. Stop it. You bastard. Alarm, alarm. Chapter 176. The Descent of Lilith, Part 2. 2. Chapter 176. The Descent of Lilith, Part 2. 2. Zhang Yu let out a scream filled with curses. The rift had gone completely out of control. Lilith was getting closer and closer to her true hellish form. Meanwhile, Akiyama continued to spout nonsense. Zhang Yu grew furious at all of this. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! When he learned that Lilith had entered Black Flag Lily's body, he actually felt relieved. Zhang Yu felt deep sorrow. He had rejected Lilith's advances many times, just because of her appearance. Even though he was so loyal to her, he had even considered enduring everything and offering to sleep with her. Even so, he could never bring himself to approach her first. Even though Zhang Yu had become a demon, his basic human senses and aesthetic standards hadn't changed. But he felt everything would turn to dust. The paradise he pursued, his Garden of Eden, was about to be covered by sticky tentacles. Impossible. Zhang Yu bit his lip, staring at the raging rift. The rift had grown over 30 meters high. Not just Lilith, even a dragon emerging from it wouldn't be surprising. No matter what, I will close this rift. To stop the raging rift and Lilith's incarnation, there was only one way. Closing the rift. Huff. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, focusing his strength into his hands. The vast demonic energy in his blood surged fiercely. Crack. The sound of rocks splitting echoed. Zhang Yu's hands were about to be thrown away by the force from the rift. Titan's crisis. He increased the pressure on the rift, activating the passage toward Wanmo and the deeper realms. The rich demonic energy there was completely different from the demonic energy of the shallow zones. It spread out from his hands. I will stop him. Rumble. The earth trembled. A strong repulsive force shook Zhang Yu. The raging rift, under the suppression of Zhang Yu's demonic energy, began to shrink slowly. This action was like trying to plug a broken dam with bare hands. Zhang Yu grunted heavily, and a stream of black blood spurted from his nose and flowed into his mouth. What? Akiyama stared at Zhang Yu in disbelief. Who exactly is he? Akiyama couldn't help but wonder. Zhang Yu had used only physical strength, without any magic, to close the raging rift. It was unbelievable. Akiyama couldn't understand how Zhang Yu managed to do it. No. Impossible. Even a prince of hell couldn't close a raging rift with brute force alone. Is he really human? Akiyama wondered. He began to doubt. Is Zhang Yu even human? He began to doubt it. No matter how strong a human is, they can't stop natural disasters, especially dimensional catastrophes. Akiyama looked at Zhang Yu, who had surpassed human limits, and swallowed hard. I can't give up. However, he had to complete the ritual before the rift closed. Akiyama chanted desperately. He glanced at Lilith, who was surrounded by black demonic energy. Inside the black mist, something was writhing. However, he thought it was simply part of her transformation into a demon. Wow! He shouted. Akiyama exerted all his strength to control the magic energy. The ritual was almost complete. Zhang Yu roared. The veins all over his body bulged. His magic was pushed to its limits. He felt like he was about to explode from within. If the all-demon box was a water tank, it was now overflowing like an overfilled tank, on the verge of bursting. But still, he had made it this far. He couldn't give up either. Zhang Yu looked down at the rift he was suppressing. The rift had shrunk to about 3 meters. The rift had shrunk to only 1/10 of its original size. It was like a water tank, about to burst. However, having come this far, he couldn't give up. Zhang Yu looked down at the flattened rift. The rift's height had shrunk to about 3 meters. The rift had shrunk to only 1/10 of its original size. It was like a water tank, about to burst. However, having come this far, he couldn't give up. Zhang Yu looked down at the flattened rift. The rift's height had shrunk to about 3 meters. The rift had shrunk to only 1/10 of its original size. You have absorbed demonic energy from the rift. Warning. The quality of the demonic energy is too low. Starting demonic energy refining process. A notification window appeared in front of Zhang Yu. He ignored it. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, applying even more pressure to the rift. Then swoosh. The rift finally closed. Zhang Yu, gasping for breath, turned around and looked around the area. You're too late, Chushan said with a victorious smile. He turned toward the altar and knelt down. Lady Lilith, please show me your true form. Desire burned in Chushan's eyes. He sat down. Lilith stood up. The floor beneath her was stained red. Chushan's eyes widened in horror. The demon before him had dozens of writhing tentacles. 18 red eyes stared at him. Its tongue was long like a snake, licking its lips. It was a horrifying monster. The kind that wouldn't even appear in his worst nightmares. Akiyama gaped in shock. The true form of the succubus queen was far beyond anything he had imagined. What is this? He. Thank you. You worthless human. Thanks to you, I have regained my true form. Lilith said. This was the true appearance of the succubus queen. Akiyama trembled in agony. Lilith's face bloomed with a radiant smile. He. It seems my indescribable beauty has left you speechless. No. That's only natural. After all, you've only ever seen the filthy women of humankind. And now you dare admire me? What? Akiyama collapsed to the ground, turning his head toward Zhang Yu. Huff. Zhang Yu was panting heavily, staring at Lilith in despair. I told you to stop. You bastard. Ah! Akiyama let out a desperate scream. His pale face lifted, staring at Lilith. One of Lilith's tentacles touched Akiyama's forehead. Good job, human. I really want to reward you. But her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yu, her mouth stretching all the way to her ears, panting. It wasn't just a figure of speech. Lilith's lips tore open, grinning from ear to ear. My king is watching me. I can't do this, she said. Lilith exuded an overwhelmingly seductive aura. Although her appearance was horrifying, it was strangely enchanting. Chushan's eyes dimmed, as if possessed by a ghost. Crack! A sharp tentacle pierced through Chushan's head. At the moment of death, his eyes remained wide open. After getting rid of Chushan, Lilith strode quickly toward Zhang Yu. No. Don't come any closer. Zhang Yu stammered. My dear king. What are you saying? In an instant, Lilith rushed forward and embraced him. Zhang Yu had used too much strength to close the rift, so he couldn't escape her grasp. Resin-like roots sprouted from his body, and tentacles wrapped tightly around him. He sat down. Clear and sticky fluid dripped onto him, flowing down his body. Ha! My dear king. Shit. Zhang Yu could feel Lilith's excited breathing. Her 18 eyes stared intensely at him. Someone save me, he thought. Ever since returning to Earth, he had never felt such fear. Zhang Yu spoke, trembling. It's been a long time. I'm sorry, my king. I know you were eager to reunite with me, but I couldn't come to you right away. I never expected anything like this. However, my king, you can rest easy now. I have shed that disgusting form and returned to my true self. Please, return to your human form. Zhang Yu felt a burning sensation on his lips. Can you no longer return to human form? He asked. I can. Lilith snapped her fingers. The branches and tentacles sprouting from her body retracted into her skin, and she returned to the form of Black Flag Lily. Oh! Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. Lilith took a deep breath and placed her hands on her hips. Sorry for showing you such a filthy sight. However, the reason I can transform back into human form is because living in my original form in the human world would be difficult. That's right. Here, living as a demon would severely limit your daily life. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Disguised as Black Flag Lily, Lilith smiled. Hee. Exactly. My true form is too beautiful for humans to handle. What the hell is he talking about? Ha ha. It's so hard when it's this beautiful. No. Zhang Yu clutched his head. Wait. His eyes lit up. Whatever the reason, Lilith wanted to maintain a human form, to be able to live among humans. In other words, most of the time, she would look like the Black Lily Lilith. Fuck yeah. Exactly. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. Lilith being able to have a human form was something he never even imagined. While he was still in hell, Zhang Yu nodded and said, yeah. You're right. Humans can't handle your beauty. You're making me blush. My king. Lilith's cheeks turned red. I don't want unnecessary flies buzzing around you. Hee. Are you jealous? My king? You're so adorable. Zhang Yu grabbed her waist and forcefully pulled her toward him. Crack. Lilith. I don't want you showing your true form in front of others. Ah. My king. That's why. You should always stay in your human form. No matter when. But this form is too ugly. Lilith turned her head away. A sad expression on her face. No. Lilith. Your appearance doesn't matter. Zhang Yu said. He shook his head firmly, raising his hand to gently stroke her cheek. What matters is that you are Lilith, not your appearance. Ah. Tears fell from Lilith's cheeks. I did it. Zhang Yu smiled. I understand. Even if it's ugly. If it's your wish, I will live in this human appearance for my everyday life. Lilith replied. Ah. I actually used to worry that humans and demons, they always praised my beauty. But you seem to like my true form even more. He. I knew you would. My king. Zhang Yu felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His mind went blank, and he spoke instinctively, without thinking. You look more beautiful like this. What? Lilith looked at him, puzzled. You're right. At least in my eyes. As a human, you're much more beautiful. Oh. You really love to joke. My king. Trust me. I didn't know you could get jealous so easily. Come on now. Lilith smiled and lightly poked Zhang Yu's nose, saying, I'll only show my true form when we're alone together. Don't be like that. All right? He. Speaking of which, now that it's just the two of us, I should return to my true form. No. Please don't fucking do that. He begged desperately. Even though he struggled, the skin of the Black Lily started to crack open. Horrifying tentacles began growing from the cracks. Lilith. I'm begging you. Listen to me. You're much more beautiful when you're in human form. I really mean it. You're more beautiful when you're human. Zhang Yu desperately released Lilith. His face began to split open. 18 eyes emerged. You're so shy. My king. Lilith. I need to be completely honest with you. Right now I can only see you as a disgusting monster. Oh. You're so adorable, please. Listen to me. Zhang Yu roared, his eyes brimming with tears. He began to regret having lied to her. He should have been honest from the start. However, people only regret when it's already too late. I love you. My king. Lilith said. She leaned her face close to Zhang Yu. Let's be together forever. Lilith, like a shy girl, kissed Zhang Yu's cheek instead of his lips. A tentacle, gently oozing mucus, coiled around Zhang Yu. Coiled around Zhang Yu. Crack, crack. A torrent of demonic energy swept across the surroundings. Demonic energy erupted from Zhang Yu's body, as if a massive explosion had occurred inside him. Wow! Lilith was thrown back. Leon. Demonic energy refinement complete. Demonic energy reached 130 points. 8th awakening unlocked. Heroes always awaken in times of crisis. Zhang Yu was shrouded in darkness. Alarm, alarm. Chapter 177. The 8th awakening race. Chapter 177. The 8th awakening attribute. Ah. Oh. Zhang Yu felt a beam of light shine down, clearing away his hazy consciousness. The demonic energy he had spent to forcibly close the gate was now fully replenished. His whole body brimmed with vitality. Not bad. Zhang Yu looked down at his hands. His demonic energy attribute had finally reached 130 points. Every 10 points of increase brought a significant boost to the effects of his demonic energy. It was different from before, since he hadn't absorbed any demon souls. The passage leading deeper into the all-demon core hadn't expanded, but the absolute amount of magic energy had increased greatly, incomparable to before. My king. Zhang Yu could feel Lilith looking at him suspiciously. She glanced at him, then at the energy. First, revert to your human form. However, Lilith said firmly. She narrowed her eyes. This was the limit of the little comedy skit she was willing to play along with. As you command. Lilith bowed and replied. Zhang Yu looked at her with a bitter smile. He had managed to extinguish the greatest disaster. But the fundamental problem still wasn't solved. Lilith was currently obeying his orders. But as long as she believed her true form was more beautiful than her human form, she would keep reverting back to her demon form. If it was for the sake of seducing Zhang Yu, she would do anything. Just the thought of being surrounded by those horrifying tentacles again made him feel faint. However, he didn't have the mental capacity right now to think about how to solve this problem. Rustle, rustle. Ah! Lilith's tentacles retracted back into her skin, causing a spine-chilling sensation. Taking advantage of this moment, let's take a look at something else. While Lilith was returning to her human form, Zhang Yu averted his gaze from her and checked his status window. 8th awakening trait. After absorbing the demonic energy from the rift, his demonic energy had reached 130. Thanks to that, his 8th awakening trait had been fully unlocked. He couldn't help but feel excited. 8th awakening trait. King Slayer, SS rank effect. The player can use the omnipotence of the 7 princes of hell through the soul. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. The description was short, but the content was astonishing. The omnipotence of the 7 princes of hell. The powers of Satan and the other princes of hell were hidden deep within Wanmo and the abyss. Even when Zhang Yu ruled the 9 layers of hell, he couldn't draw power from the abyss. Now that I can use the omnipotence of the princes, it means what couldn't be done in hell can now be achieved in the human world. Naturally, he couldn't help but smile. Based on the description, it seems I can use soul-stealing techniques to subdue those kings. Before, being able to capture the soul of a Hell King was just one possibility. But after seeing the description of the new attribute, she was certain she could use soul-seizing to capture the soul of a Hell King. It was likely tied to the second condition involving demon souls. Based on the current pattern, awakening attributes were closely related to becoming a demon god. Thus, her 8th awakening attribute was definitely connected to the second condition, demon souls. However, Zhang Yu frowned. Her 8th awakening attribute was powerful, and she had obtained a clue regarding the demon soul condition. The issue lay within the condition itself. The thought of having to absorb the soul of a hell prince left even Zhang Yu feeling overwhelmed. First of all, she didn't even know whether all the princes had been resurrected. She only knew that Lucifer had been revived. But Lucifer was sealed in another dimension, out of her reach. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. It wasn't entirely hopeless. She just needed to lure the only revived prince she knew, Lucifer, over to Earth. Zhang Yu had already set the bait. She had incited a conflict between the church led by Satan and Lucifer's faction. The problem was, would Lucifer personally come to this world because of it? If Lucifer could cross over to Earth, then the possibility of her invading Earth wouldn't be low. For demons, nothing was more tempting than the demon sea, taken from the Demon King by Satan. The princes of hell, huh? But that wasn't the only problem. Even if Lucifer came to Earth, could Zhang Yu defeat her? I'm not sure. Zhang Yu's strength was not inferior to Lucifer's. But victory wasn't guaranteed. Lucifer and Satan. Lucifer and Satan. Baal was the strongest among the 7 princes. Ranked 3rd overall. Baal was the most powerful prince. Satan and Lucifer ranked below her. Zhang Yu still wasn't strong enough to take on Lucifer alone. But with Enma and Lilith's help, he still had a chance of winning. There were too many variables, she thought. Zhang Yu didn't like it this way. First, the likelihood that Lucifer came to Earth alone, without her army, was very low. Second, Zhang Yu wasn't sure if he could cooperate effectively with Enma and Lilith in a 3-against-1 formation against Lucifer. Since that's the case, the gears in her mind turned rapidly. Then Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. I'll make use of the demon cult. Her goal was to have 2 forces clash against one. While the demon cult fought against Lucifer's army, Zhang Yu would strike at Lucifer and cleanly cut off her head. It was worth a try. Zhang Yu smiled. After learning from Val Zahak that Lucifer had been resurrected, Zhang Yu instinctively felt he would soon face the princes of hell. It reminded him of his time in hell. The 1,000-year battle against the 7 princes. Memories of that long war flashed through his mind. He heard a beautiful voice say, "Transformation complete. My king." Zhang Yu turned his head and saw that Lilith had reverted to her black lily appearance. Ah, I'm so relieved. Seeing Lilith able to return to her human form made Zhang Yu feel a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Of course, the ideal situation would be if she could never revert to her demon form. But this was already enough. Zhang Yu sat on the nearby wreckage and said, "Tell me, what happened after you infiltrated the demon cult?" The most important thing now was to figure out how much of his identity had been exposed within the cult. Lilith answered, "I couldn't do much, because I was more focused on restoring your beloved honor. So, I didn't have time to carve your name into the cult." "That's good news." Lilith bowed and continued, "I'm sorry I couldn't take care of things faster. I will spread your name throughout the entire demon church as soon as possible." "Ah, about that. There are a few things I need to tell you." Zhang Yu explained to her about his relationship with the demon church and his current situation. The more he explained, the paler Lilith's face became. "I'm sorry, my king." Lilith bowed deeply, slamming her forehead against the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "I acted so foolishly, leaking information to the enemy, without even understanding your true intentions. Of course, I won't just sit idly by." Although Lilith didn't know Zhang Yu's situation, she had still committed a serious mistake. This was different from Enma. Lilith had lived on Earth for a long time, and she knew about Zhang Yu's existence and identity. Even so, she had acted recklessly, without considering her position. This wasn't something that could be easily forgiven. "I am willing to accept any form of punishment," she said quietly, tears in her eyes. Zhang Yu sighed. "We'll talk about it later." I will repay my sins with my body. No. I will immediately revert to my true form. And do everything to please you. Please don't. I will, in the name of the succubus queen, send you straight to heaven. I'm begging you, don't." Zhang Yu hurriedly stopped her from transforming, then asked with a look of concern, "So, the demon church doesn't even know my identity?" After a moment of silence, Lilith, a bit anxious, finally answered cautiously. I wouldn't say that. I've been spreading the Book of Hell within the Demon Church. The Book of Hell? What is that? It's something I wrote myself. A book about your 1,000-year war in the 9 hells. After all, the demon cult still believes the 7 princes rule hell. A book is the best way to engrave the existence of the Demon King clearly in the demon cult's minds, by spreading the story of the 7 princes and the Demon King in their long war in the 9th hell. After all, after defeating the 7 princes, the Demon King is the ultimate victor. I guess it can't be published openly. Zhang Yu said. Yeah. Since they treat the 7 princes like gods. At that moment, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up with an opportunity. Where was this book published? I heard it was from a demon cult branch in the Middle East. I see. Lilith had also given him intel on a demon cult branch. Not bad. Zhang Yu had initially thought Lilith's actions were just those of a rabid dog, with no benefit to him. However, even with the Guardians mobilizing their entire force, they couldn't find traces of the demon cult. So, gaining intel on a demon cult branch was a significant achievement. Maybe I should have her infiltrate for a bit longer. Using Lilith as a spy didn't sound bad. However, he quickly shook his head. Akiyama is dead. That makes it tricky. Lilith was able to operate so freely in the demon cult entirely because of Akiyama, her loyal follower. Without him, Lilith wouldn't be able to move so freely in the demon cult. First, I need to go to the demon cult branch in the Middle East. Checking the distribution range of the Book of Hell is worth it. By the way, what's going on with the Black Flag Lily Society? I'm now fully in control of its consciousness. So, he's sleeping now. Can you wake him up? Yes. If my king orders it. Lilith nodded as she answered. The fact that Lilith could control the body was good news. Zhang Yu felt sorry for Black Flag Lily, who had suddenly lost control of her body. But he didn't have the mental energy to care about the life of someone he didn't even know. Living his own life was hard enough. Zhang Yu was not Alec Osborne, so he didn't need to care about everyone's lives while trying to survive. What about Black Flag Lily's ability? Zhang Yu asked. Her ability? Yes. She had the ability to borrow power from other worlds. I'm not sure. At the very least, I can't use that ability. So, that ability belongs to Black Flag Lily. Lilith nodded. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. This might be something worth noting. Maybe one day he would need Lily's ability. Before the Gaia system became weakened by the Rift Seeds, the Demon Church had tried to summon Lilith through her. This meant, if Zhang Yu could effectively use Lily's ability now that the Gaia system was weakened, he could probably summon one of the 7 princes of hell. Or even stronger beings. Poor girl. Thinking about how an innocent girl like Lily had her body stolen unfairly by a demon. Zhang Yu's eyes filled with tears. He thought he should help her regain consciousness and take back her body. People should always help each other in life, Zhang Yu remarked. He stood up and nodded. He wanted to help the innocent girl escape from the demon's clutches immediately. But he couldn't do that right now. Let's go. For now, Zhang Yu's most urgent task was to head to the Demon Church branch in the Middle East. Chapter 178. Demon Representative. Chapter 178. Demon Envoy. This should be the place. In the middle of a desolate desert, there was a small city on the sand. Although it was called a city, now it was nothing but a barren ruin. No one lived there. Only monsters roamed about. The intense sunlight blazed over this part of the Middle East. Zhang Yu walked toward the location Lilith had mentioned. He clicked his tongue. So they were hiding in a place like this. No wonder they were so hard to find. The demon cult branch's location was extremely remote even by Middle Eastern standards. After the Day of Calamity, only half of Earth's nations remained. The rest were just ruins. If the demon cult hid in such places, They would absolutely never be found. Before infiltrating, Zhang Yu concealed his presence and put on a mask. His goal was to infiltrate the demon cult's branch and later destroy it. This was Lilith's only secret distribution base for the Book of Hell. They might even have connections with other branches of the cult. I also have to check the spread of the Book of Hell. Maybe they even hold information I could never have imagined. In any case, after finally finding a demon cult base, it would be too wasteful to destroy it immediately. Zhang Yu used the authority of the observer, easily finding traces of the cult. A vision appeared in his mind of a hidden base beneath the ruins. Found it. He had just spoken when his face suddenly grew serious. Zhang Yu double-checked the traces of demonic energy he had sensed earlier. I knew it. He closed his eyes, confirming his feeling. There were demons. Zhang Yu wasn't sure who they were, but he knew that the demon came from the ninth circle of hell. However, its power was not even close to that of the great demon king. At best, it was only a mid to lower tier demon king. Although he is a demon lord from the ninth circle of hell, Zhang Yu was no match for him at all. He couldn't even warm up against a hell duke. Could it be that Zhang Yu? It didn't matter if the demon cult had demon lords. After all, he couldn't stop them from summoning demon lords all over the world. However, he once again used Observer's authority to scan the underground base. Images of demon lords and cultists surfaced in his mind. Something was wrong. 5 demons were sitting together in one room. Across from them, 3 cultists were discussing something. Were they having a meeting? From the looks of it, it almost seemed like a business negotiation scene, rather than a meeting between demons and cultists. Well, demons don't fight all the time anyway. Still, seeing 5 demons chatting with cultists was a little strange. I have to go take a look. Zhang Yu looked around. The base was underground, but since people lived there, there should be ventilation. He analyzed the base's structure using Observer's authority. It didn't take long to find a ventilation shaft leading outside. Is this an 80s spy movie? Sneaking in through the vents? Zhang Yu grumbled. That said, he didn't have a better option. Even though he was using the invisibility fist, that didn't mean he could walk around the base freely. The ventilation shaft, barely enough for one person, was protected by some magical device. But, for Zhang Yu, that wasn't a problem. He snapped his fingers, and demonic energy spread out, shattering the magic array. He followed the base's layout seen through Observer's fist and moved through the vents. At some point, he heard the demons talking. I didn't expect there to be humans on Earth who could use demonic energy. Their control over demonic energy is far superior to Arno's dark sorcerers. Ordinary demons from hell are no match for them. What? Zhang Yu frowned, hearing the demon mention Arno. He had a strong feeling that something was wrong. What happened? Zhang Yu continued eavesdropping on their conversation. Of course not. Compared to the demons of the 9 hells, we're just a bunch of flies. Oh, right. I remember you said you were vassals of Prince Lucifer. Zhang Yu widened his eyes. Vassals of Lucifer? He could hardly comprehend what was happening. Damn it. How could Lucifer's vassals be here? Then he remembered Halphas, Malphas, and Phoenix. He had used them to bait Lucifer, the big fish. But if the demons Zhang Yu was eavesdropping on were really Lucifer's vassals, then why were they chatting so casually with the cult members? This was too strange, especially since Lucifer's vassals, Malphas and Phoenix, had both died at the hands of the cult leader, Satan. What on earth was going on? Zhang Yu's thoughts were in chaos. He frowned and focused on listening to the conversation. He is no longer just Prince Lucifer. He has transcended the ranks of hell princes and attained divinity. You can call him the evil god Lucifer now. Ah, sorry. The cultists lowered their heads. They didn't seem to think it was a lie. But why would vassals of Lord Lucifer, who dwell in another world, Come here? We are here to hold your leader accountable for his crimes. Please forgive me. The cultists tilted their heads in confusion. We have heard everything. From Lord Halphus. Are you still going to play dumb? Sorry. But we... Bang! A demon slammed his fist on the table. You still dare to make excuses? Do you think we don't know that your leader, Satan, killed Lord Phoenix? And Lord Malphas? He roared. I'm sorry. Satan. The cultists looked confusedly at Lucifer's envoy. Damn it. Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. He understood what was happening. Just like how countries send delegates abroad, Lucifer had also sent his envoy to Earth as a representative. A representative. Zhang Yu silently laughed in disbelief. Lucifer's envoy said they wanted the demon cult to answer for Satan's crimes. However, the fact that Lucifer sent a representative implied something else. He wanted to avoid going to war with Satan. Lucifer wanted to resolve the situation through negotiations. Lucifer. You bastard. Even though the exchange was brief, Zhang Yu had gathered quite a bit of valuable information. He must be feeling cornered. Demons had no concept of negotiation instead of fighting. Their conversations always revolved around flesh and blood. Under these circumstances, he actually sent someone to negotiate. Moreover, Satan attacked Lucifer first. Yet Lucifer still sent someone to negotiate. It showed he was already desperate. The fact that he did this suggested two possibilities. First, he judged that he couldn't defeat Satan, who had obtained the demon sea. Demons were never very smart to begin with. When they were at a disadvantage, they often surrendered. However, Zhang Yu thought this was unlikely. The Lucifer he knew was not the type of demon who would give up on the demon sea. Then, he narrowed his eyes and thought of another possibility. Maybe he has already fallen into trouble. Too occupied to deal with Satan. Zhang Yu didn't know Lucifer's current situation. Maybe it was because of past battles with the archangels. Or maybe because of the gods. Either way, it didn't matter to Zhang Yu. What mattered was that he had grown desperate enough to negotiate with Satan even under attack. Zhang Yu smiled. We don't know what you're talking about. The one we serve is not Satan. What? The demons' faces twisted in shock. At that moment, boom! The ceiling exploded. What on earth is happening? Gu. This. What on earth is happening? The 5 demons and 3 cultists in the room fell into chaos. Crash. The ceiling collapsed. Something fell from above. Huh? The cultists widened their eyes. Because they saw a being descending from the ceiling into the room. That being was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, wearing a red demon mask, symbolizing the cult. It was as if the mask floated within the darkness. Who is that? The cultists wondered. They had never seen or heard of such a being before. Maybe he was from another branch of the cult. Each branch of the cult acted independently, even though they belonged to the same organization. It wasn't unusual for them not to know each other. Who are you? No. No way. The cultists trembled in fear. The powerful demonic aura emanating from the red mask terrified them. I am Satan, said the masked figure without hesitation. Saw. Satan? Gu. All of you, step back. The demon standing among the 5 spoke to the others. Then he stepped forward, dropping to one knee before Satan. This humble being greets the Prince of Hell. I am Dakin, one of Lord Lucifer's envoys. Why are you on Earth? I believe I made it clear enough through Halphus. The demon Dakin cautiously began to speak. He took out a crystal ball the size of a human head. Lord Lucifer wishes to speak with you. Lord Satan. Speak. That's right. Silence fell. Then, Satan slowly reached out toward the crystal ball Dakin held. Hey! Ha ha ha! From behind the mask came a chilling laugh. Ha 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 ha! Lord Satan. What? Crack! Satan shattered the crystal ball. Speak. Speak. Ha ha ha. So funny. So funny. He laughed wildly and casually reached out. A hellish weapon resembling Satan's emblem materialized in anger. It was a pitch-black sword. A sword of darkness. Satan raised his sword. Bang! The furious blade touched Dakon's head and immediately exploded, shattering it into pieces. Demons do not talk. The time for war has come. Chapter 179. Demons' Helplessness. Chapter 179. For demons, there is no such thing as compromise. Kerf. Under Satan's assault, among the black blood 4 swords, 4 demons were instantly killed. Hey! Why are you doing this? The only surviving demon hurriedly shouted. The red mask tilted slightly. Why? Satan chuckled. Do demons need a reason to start a war? How cool. Talking. How ridiculous. I had high expectations for that pathetic bastard Lucifer. Don't insult Lord Lucifer. Satan. The demon shouted angrily, glaring at him. Satan turned and challenged the demon. Then prove to me he is not pathetic. He reached out and grabbed the neck of the 3-meter-tall demon. Satan continued. We are born to kill. To thirst for blood. Tell Lucifer. If he doesn't have the confidence to cross into this world himself, then don't bother appearing before me. You don't even know my lord's situation now. You're right. I neither know nor care about his situation. Satan said. The yellow eyes behind the red mask stared at the demon. But what I do know is, he seems to be in trouble. And that gives me a perfect opportunity to seize his soul. Now's not the time to fight. Don't you know the forces of heaven are already on the move? Preparing to wipe out the demons? I knew it had something to do with heaven. Zhang Yu thought. After Arno continent, Earth will be next. Do you want the forces of heaven to annihilate the demon race while we fight amongst ourselves? The demon shouted desperately. Satan laughed. Heaven? Was he still struggling against those insignificant beings? You call them insignificant? The demon screamed furiously. They are far from insignificant. You should know. Under the hands of Demon King Zhang Yu, how weak the 9th circle of hell has become. It has been pushed to the brink of extinction. The forces accumulated by the celestial realm through years of war. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to stop them. The demon rambled on about the desperate situation demons were facing. But Satan was completely indifferent. I personally killed the demon lord and obtained the demon sea. The forces of the celestial realm are no match for me. Zhang Yu answered casually. Tell Lucifer. Stop groveling before angels. Come find me. I'll be the one to take the demon sea. Are you really choosing the path of self-destruction? Self-destruction? What a ridiculous word. The red mask tilted slightly. Since when have demons ever worried about when they would die during battle? Not only cowardly, but also shameful. Satan waved his hand. A powerful force pushed the demon back, embedding him into the wall. Listen carefully. Lucifer's envoy. Satan said with a smile. For demons, there is no such thing as compromise. All right. That's it, then. Zhang Yu looked down at the unconscious demon. Could it be? He had controlled his strength. The demon would soon wake up. Then he would return to Lucifer's side and report everything that happened here. No matter how difficult things were for Lucifer now, this time he would not let it go. Lucifer no longer had the patience to persuade, because Zhang Yu had firmly conveyed his will as Satan. He would come here as the Prince of Hell. Lucifer had suffered an unforgivable humiliation. He would take action to kill Satan. He would battle against Satan's forces and the demon cult. Zhang Yu grinned widely. He had a feeling that the scene in his mind would soon become reality. Besides that, Zhang Yu thought about what he heard from Lucifer's vassals. So, the demons were about to be wiped out. He narrowed his eyes. But it wasn't something that made him happy. Demons were essential for him to regain strength and grow stronger. They were like his nourishment. So losing them was not good news for him. If heaven could destroy the demons, maybe I could live a peaceful life. But the chances of that happening were slim. If the angels tried to wipe out the demons, then Zhang Yu would become a target too. I guess this means I'll have to fight that guy called Michael. He couldn't help but curse. But that wasn't an immediate concern. Lucifer's vassals had mentioned Earth would be the next target after Arno continent. In other words, as long as Lucifer's forces remained, the angels wouldn't attack Earth. And after what happened today, they would believe that Satan killed the demon king Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu knew he couldn't deceive them forever. But playing the role of Satan could buy him some time to prepare countermeasures. I'll push the conflict between Lucifer's forces and the cult to the limit. He was after Lucifer's soul. As for that plan, Zhang Yu turned his head and looked at the three cult members, frozen in terror. Ah! He walked toward them. Are you really Satan? Satan's sudden appearance made them stammer. Kong Ji Yu smiled and patted his mask. The red demon mask turned white, engraved with a shield. Ah! That mask. The guardians. They shook their heads, seemingly not understanding what was happening. There are a few things I want to ask you, Zhang Yu said. His original purpose in coming to this base was to check the spread of the Book of Hell. Encountering Lucifer's vassals had merely been a coincidence. Now, it was time to accomplish his original goal. Ah! As if we would answer a vassal's questions. Peeved. The shouting cultist's head exploded. Zhang Yu showed a bright smile. He walked toward the other two cultists. Whether you answer or not isn't for you to decide, he said. Step by step. The two cultists glanced at each other. Speaking of which, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think we need two mouths. He spoke in a joking tone. Whoever speaks first, then. You don't know how widely the Book of Hell has spread. The two cultists nodded. Yes. Yes. Its contents seem baseless. So, some branches only took a few copies out of curiosity. Then where were they distributed? We don't know. We don't know the specific distribution locations. We just handed them over while exchanging information and materials needed for summoning rituals. We simply passed the copies along. But you must have exchange locations, right? Yes. But the two cultists' eyes trembled. That was all they could say. If that's all you can say, I'm guessing you're going to die. Silence. The two cultists exchanged nervous glances. We can tell you which country the meeting is in. Where? China. That's too broad. This information isn't very useful. But at least I managed to find out that a secret cult meeting was held in China. Zhang Yu needed to have Tian Wuchen investigate China. First, he organized his thoughts. I have gathered 3 pieces of information. First, Lucifer is under attack from the forces of heaven. Second, the Book of Hell was not properly distributed. Moreover, most cultists treat it like a novel. So he didn't need to worry too much. Third, there is a secret gathering place for cultists in Huasha. It might even be the location of the Huasha branch of the cult. Not bad. Zhang Yu thought. He had gathered enough useful information here. How many cultists are in this branch? He asked. The two cultists quickly responded. It's just a branch with around 50 members. And we've never participated in any demon summoning rituals. Then they knelt before Zhang Yu, raising their arms. We will turn ourselves in. We will accept judgment by law. The Guardians are an international organization fighting for the world's good. Just like law enforcement can't simply kill a serial killer who surrenders. Even if they want to. The Guardians' rules state that surrendered cultists must be treated with mercy. Even though the cultists had sacrificed countless innocents to gain power, they still had human rights. Sigh. Zhang Yu muttered. He couldn't simply ignore them like he once did. Because he was also a member of the Guardians. Zhang Yu now held the title of Warrior of Light. So he could not violate human rights. He sighed. And shook his head. It seemed he had no choice. But to treat them as humanely as possible. Ha! I guess I have no other choice. Ah! I'll let one of you live. Ah! The cultist's eyes widened. There's one more thing I need your help with. But it doesn't require two people. So I'll let one of you survive. Wait. Wait. We've already surrendered to the Guardians. Haven't we? You surrendered. Zhang Yu said nothing, creating 2 daggers from the Demon Sea's potion. He tossed them to the protesting cultists. What? Kill each other. Sorry. The winner lives. They gasped in shock, hearing Zhang Yu's terrifying condition. The cultists' eyes widened in horror. This violates human rights. How can someone called a warrior of light do such a thing? Guys. Zhang Yu said as he snapped his fingers. A massive wave of energy spread out, pressing down on the cultists. Zhang Yu spoke calmly. What I'm giving you is a choice. Not the right to choose. Silence fell. The 2 cultists looked at each other, trembling all over. They moved slowly. But it was clear they were about to grab the knives. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on a chair. Ah! Go! Go die! They lunged for the knives. Blood splattered in a smoky red. A battle for life and death had begun. Stab. TCH. You shouldn't move like that. Zhang Yu thought. Sigh. They're really bad at fighting. TCH. Oh. Well done. Zhang Yu watched the 2 fighting with great interest. The fight was extremely brutal. Bloody and speechless. You scum. How can you commit such horrors? In the name of light? The 2 cultists shouted during the battle. Zhang Yu tilted his head. Brothers. Based on your abilities, I gave you an equal chance to survive. He could have killed both of them. But he gave one of them a chance to survive. Through his own strength and will. Isn't that a display of humanity? Zhang Yu shook his head. Hearing their criticisms, he thought he could act even more humanely. But he couldn't think of a better way. You're being unfair. Zhang Yu replied. They were criticizing him as if he were trash. Zhang Yu frowned and said, if people didn't know, they would think I'm a scumbag. Chapter 179. For demons, there is no such thing as compromise. Kerf. Black Crab's 4 arrows. 5 demons. Were attacked by Satan. And 4 of them died instantly. Hey! Why are you doing this? The only surviving demon shouted. The red mask tilted slightly. Why? Satan chuckled. Do demons need a reason to start a war? How cool. Talking. How ridiculous. I had high expectations for that pathetic bastard Lucifer. Don't insult Lord Lucifer. Satan. The demon shouted, glaring at him. Satan turned and challenged the demon. Then prove to me that he is not pathetic. He reached out, grabbing the 3-meter-tall demon by the neck. Satan continued. We were born to kill. To thirst for blood. Tell Lucifer. If he doesn't have the guts to cross into this world himself, then don't bother showing himself to me. You don't even know what my lord's current situation is. You're right. I neither know nor care about his situation. Satan said. Behind the red mask, his yellow-red demonic eyes stared at the demon. However, what I do know is, he seems to be in a bad spot. And that makes it the perfect opportunity for me to take his soul. Now is not the time to fight. Don't you know the forces of the celestial realm are on the move? Preparing to wipe out the demons? I knew it would involve the celestial realm. Zhang Yu thought. After the continent of Arno, the next target would be Earth. Do you want the celestial forces to wipe out the demons while we're fighting each other? The demon shouted desperately. Satan laughed. The celestial realm? You think I've been fighting against such insignificant beings? You call them insignificant? The demon screamed hysterically. They are anything but insignificant. You should know. Under Demon King Zhang Yu's hand, The ninth circle of hell has grown so weak. It has been driven to the brink of extinction. The celestial realm has accumulated power through years of war. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to stop them. The demon rambled on about the desperate plight of the demons. But Satan didn't care at all. I personally killed the demon lord and seized the demon sea. The forces of the celestial realm are no match for me. Zhang Yu answered easily. Tell Lucifer to stop cowering before the angels. Come and find me. Fight me. Conquer the demon sea. Are you really choosing the path of self-destruction? Self-destruction? What a ridiculous word. The red mask tilted slightly. Since when do demons, when fighting, worry about when they will die? Not only cowardly, but shameful as well. Satan waved his hand. A powerful force pushed the demon back, embedding him into the wall. Listen carefully. Vassal of Lucifer, Satan said with a laugh. For demons, there is no such thing as compromise. All right, that's it. Zhang Yu looked down at the unconscious demon. He muttered. He had held back his strength. The demon would soon wake up. Then he would return to Lucifer's side to report what had happened here. No matter how difficult Lucifer's situation was, he would not let this go. Lucifer would have no patience left to persuade, because Zhang Yu had already firmly expressed his will as Satan. He would come here as the Prince of Hell. Lucifer had suffered an unforgivable humiliation. He would take action to kill Satan. He would fight against Satan's forces and the cult's forces. Zhang Yu grinned. He had a feeling that the scene in his mind would soon become reality. Besides that, Zhang Yu thought about what he had heard from Lucifer's vassals. So, the demons were about to be wiped out. He narrowed his eyes. But it wasn't something that made him happy. Demons were essential for him to regain strength. They were necessary for him to become stronger. They were like his nourishment. So losing them was not good news for him. If the celestial realm could wipe out the demons, perhaps he could live a peaceful life. However, the likelihood of that happening was very low. If the angels tried to exterminate the demons, then Zhang Yu would also become a target. I guess this means I'll have to fight that guy named Michael. He couldn't help but curse. But that wasn't something imminent. Lucifer's vassal mentioned that Earth would be the angels' next target after the Arno continent. In other words, as long as Lucifer's forces remained, the angels would not attack Earth. And after what happened today, they would believe that Satan killed the demon king Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu knew he couldn't deceive them forever. But by playing the role of Satan, he had finally bought some time to prepare countermeasures. I must push the conflict between Lucifer's forces and the demon cult to the extreme. He was pursuing Lucifer's soul. Obtaining it wouldn't be easy. But it wasn't impossible. And for that plan, Zhang Yu turned to look at the three cultists who were stunned in fear. Ah! He walked toward them. You. Are you really Satan? The sudden appearance of Satan left them stammering. Kongu smiled slightly, patting his mask. The red demon mask turned white, engraved with a shield. Ah! That mask. The guardians. They shook their heads, seeming not to understand what was happening. There are a few things I want to ask you, Zhang Yu said. His original purpose in coming to this base was to investigate the spread of the Book of Hell. Encountering Lucifer's vassals, it must be just a coincidence. Now, it was time to achieve his original goal. Ah! As if we would answer a vassal's questions. Peeved. The shouting cultist's head exploded. A bright smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. He walked toward the other two cultists. Whether you answer or not is not up to you, he said. One by one, the two cultists looked at each other. Speaking of which, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think we need two mouths. He said in a joking tone. Who's going to talk first? Now then, do you know how widely the Book of Hell has spread? The two cultists nodded. Yes. Its content seemed baseless. So, some branches took copies simply out of curiosity. And where are they distributed? We don't know. We don't know the exact locations of other distributions. We only handed copies over when exchanging information and materials for summoning rituals. But you must have a place for the exchange. There is. But. The two cultists' eyes trembled. That was all they could say. If you put it that way. I guess you're going to die. Silence. The two cultists exchanged glances. We can tell you which country the meeting was held in. Where? China. That's too broad. That information isn't very useful. But at least, I managed to find out that a secret cult meeting was held in China. Zhang Yu needed Tian Wuchen to investigate China. First, he organized his thoughts. I obtained 3 pieces of information. First, Lucifer was attacked by forces from the celestial realm. Second, the Book of Hell was not properly distributed. Moreover, most cultists treated it as just a novel. So he didn't have to worry too much about it. Third, there was a secret gathering place for cultists in Huasha, China. It might be the branch headquarters of the cult in Huasha. Not bad. Zhang Yu felt he had gathered enough useful information here. How many cultists are at this branch? He asked. The two cultists cried out together. It's just a branch of about 50 people. And we have never participated in any demon summoning rituals. Then they knelt before Zhang Yu. Raising their arms. We will turn ourselves in. We will accept the judgment of the law. The Guardians are an international organization fighting for the world's benefit. Just as law enforcement cannot kill a serial killer who surrenders. The Guardians' rules stipulate that they must show mercy to surrendering cultists. Even though the cultists had sacrificed countless innocent lives to gain power. They were still part of humanity. Zhang Yu thought. He couldn't simply ignore them. The way he might have before. Because he, too, was now a guardian. Zhang Yu now carried the title of Warrior of Light. Thus, he couldn't violate human rights. He sighed. Shaking his head. It seemed he had no other choice. But to treat them as humanely as possible. Ha. I guess I have no choice. I'll let one of you live. The cultists widened their eyes. There's one more thing I need you to do. But it doesn't require 2 people. So, I'll let only one of you survive. Wait. We've already surrendered to the Guardians. Haven't we? You have surrendered. Zhang Yu silently created 2 daggers using the potion of the Demon Sea. And threw them at the protesting cultists. What? Kill each other. Sorry. The winner lives. Dao Shi gasped. Hearing Zhang Yu's terrifying condition. The cultists widened their eyes. This violates human rights. How can someone who calls himself a warrior of light do such a thing? Guys. Zhang Yu said, snapping his fingers. A surge of tremendous energy spread out. Pressing down on the cultists. Zhang Yu said in a low voice. I'm giving you a choice. Not the right to choose. Silence. The 2 cultists looked at each other. Their bodies trembling. Their movements were slow. But it was clear they were about to grab the daggers. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on a chair. Go on. Go die. They grabbed the daggers and rushed at each other. Scarlet blood splattered. A battle of life and death began. Stab. Tisk. You shouldn't move like that. Zhang Yu thought. They fight terribly. Tisk. Well done. Zhang Yu watched the 2 fight with great interest. The battle was extremely brutal. Bloody and speechless. You scum. How can you commit such horrifying acts? In the name of the light? The 2 cultists shouted during their fight. Zhang Yu tilted his head. Brothers. Based on your abilities. I gave you equal chances of survival. He could have killed both of them. But he gave one of them a chance. To survive through their own strength and will. Isn't that an expression of humanity? Zhang Yu shook his head. Listening to their criticism, he thought he could have been more humane. But he couldn't think of a better way. "You're being unfair," Zhang Yu replied. They criticized him as if he were trash. Zhang Yu frowned and said, "If people didn't know better, they'd think I was the villain." Chapter 180. Summit. 1. Chapter 180. Pinnacle. 1. In the desolate desert of the Middle East, there was a small city. Beneath the city was a secret branch built by the cult. At this moment, a series of explosions echoed within the branch. Boom rumble. 10. What's happening? The cultists in the branch office were startled by the explosions. They all drew their weapons and began casting spells. Could it be? Could it be those cultists from earlier? That was what they feared most. A few hours ago, some cultists had arrived at the branch. These cultists had not been summoned by the demon cult, but had appeared on Earth through other means. The cultists could think of no better explanation for the explosions than those newcomers. Boom rumble. Run. Sir. The office door swung open. The branch manager, covered in blood, ran inside. A look of terror appeared on his face. "Yo! There's an attack. Lucifer's subordinates are attacking us," he shouted. Lucifer's subordinates? Why would they? The cultists were suddenly confused when they heard the branch manager mention the Prince of Hell. They all tilted their heads. The branch manager seemed to use up all his strength, and said desperately, "They won't stop here. Run! Run! Let the other cults know. The demons from Arno continent are coming to Earth." Cough. He coughed up blood. Blood flowed all over the branch manager's body, as if he had been stabbed many times by sharp daggers. "This is a war. Lucifer's subordinates have declared war on the cult." He collapsed to the ground and shouted to his subordinates. A brief silence. The cultists exchanged glances, then quickly turned and fled. Another explosion echoed. The underground base of the cult collapsed with a roar. Sand from the desert flooded in. The entire base shook violently. War has begun. War has begun. The cultists remembered the branch manager's final words, and quickly escaped from the underground base. Huff, huff. The branch manager was left alone. A young man wearing a white mask appeared behind him. "Well done," the young man said. Your promise." "Of course, I'll keep it." Wu Zhangyu nodded firmly. The blood-soaked branch manager's expression brightened. "Then, please take me out of here," he said, looking at the ruins pouring into the crumbling base. While listening to the desperate pleas, Zhang Yu squatted beside him. "Why should I do that?" "Stan." "What?" You promised you would spare me." "Sparing you and taking you out of here are two different things." "All." The branch manager's face twisted in despair. Zhang Yu waved his hand and walked out of the office, leaving the branch manager alone inside. The branch manager bit his lip nervously. He had long expected things would end this way. "I can't die here," he thought. He pulled out a black gemstone about the size of a thumb. It was a magic crystal, made from concentrated demonic energy. With this crystal, he could turn it into an explosive magic bomb. Of course, if he mishandled the violent demonic energy, he would become a demonic beast. But he didn't have time to worry about that. "Oh, I haven't seen something like that in a while," a voice exclaimed. Zhang Yu's sudden appearance startled the branch manager. Why are you? I didn't expect you to just die quietly. So I waited to see what tricks you had up your sleeve." "Sure enough, you had something nice," Zhang Yu said, forcibly snatching the magic crystal from the branch manager's hand. "No. Well, I'm pretty sure it's useless to me. But better to have it than not. I can make use of it." "Thanks, rocket fuel." Zhang Yu patted the branch manager on the shoulder. The branch manager now lay in a pool of his own blood, screaming, "Ah! You bastard!" Boom rumble. The underground base collapsed. Crunch, crunch. I knew he would be useless. Zhang Yu boredly gnawed on a magic crystal. Magic crystals used to be useful. But now that he had grown stronger, they weren't much help anymore. As expected, to greatly boost his power, there was no other way but to kill a prince. Of course, there was another method. Gradually strengthen himself by killing other demons bit by bit. The vassals weren't bad. He had used his devouring fist to consume the corpses of the 4 demons he had slain. This didn't increase his magic power directly, but it widened the channel leading to the depth of the 10,000 demons. To use the Prince of Hell's power in the future, he needed to keep widening the channel. If he was careless, the channel might burst. Even if Zhang Yu absorbed the prince's soul immediately, he wouldn't be able to use its power right away. The channel leading to the depths wouldn't withstand the enormous pressure from the magic flow. It would tear apart like a burst hose. And if that happened once, Zhang Yu would be finished. It would be like when the rift went out of control during Lilith's summoning. The magic inside her also went berserk, and then exploded. I guess I'll have to head to China. Zhang Yu couldn't just sit still and wait for Lucifer to invade Earth. He had to keep hunting demons to fully open the channel to the depths. According to the intelligence he had gathered, there was a secret cult gathering place in Huasha, which meant there was a high possibility that a cult branch existed there. But it was too big. Huasha was a vast country, far larger than Korea. It was one of the largest countries in the world, after all. Finding a secret cult gathering place there, especially one that wasn't open all the time, was almost impossible. Moreover, he couldn't expect help from ordinary civilians, like searching for a wanted criminal. If he needed help, he would need an army of players. This wasn't something Tian Wuchen could arrange. If Zhang Yu really wanted to do this, players all over the world would have to join the search. Do the Guardians even have that kind of authority? The Guardians organization was closely tied to world leaders. But that didn't mean they could use them however they pleased. The Guardians could get the United States to take action, but only because of Grace and Mike Cuban's influence. They couldn't even get a single country to act completely on their behalf, let alone mobilize the whole world. I have to take my own measures. For a large-scale threat like the demon cult, an organization with fewer than 30 members simply couldn't stop it. The actions of the Guardians were too restricted, unless they could borrow forces from other countries. Even if the Guardians acted as quickly as possible, they couldn't match the range and scale of military operations. It wasn't an issue of ability, but an issue of numbers. Moreover, they didn't have intelligence networks, like those martial arts novels depicted, such as the Beggars' Sect Guild. It was made up of lower-class people. Zhang Yu couldn't ignore the power of numbers. All right. He had already made his plan, so there was no reason to hesitate. Zhang Yu created a portal leading to the Guardian Hall. When he stepped through the portal to the other side, he saw Jin Shixin walking out of the training room. Shixin was drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished training. Ah, brother. I heard from Mr. Ito. Did you find the Black Flag Lily Princess? Shixin asked. Oh, yes. I think so. If you had contacted me, I would have come right away. It wasn't that hard, Zhang Yu said with a laugh. In fact, he really needed Shixin and the other Guardians' help. But he couldn't let them meet Lilith. Anyway, you're basically living here now, Zhang Yu asked. Yes. Master said he has nothing left to teach me, so he told me to focus on my own training now. He taught you for less than a year, and he already has nothing left to teach? Zhang Yu said with a disbelieving laugh. And your mother? Her illness has been cured. He said he wants to live a quiet life, so I bought him a house in Chuncheon. Don't forget to visit him often. Since Si Shuan's mother was someone who brought him trauma, interacting more with her would help him overcome it. Okay, brother. More importantly, what brings you here today? I came here to meet Gaia, Zhang Yu replied. He walked to Gaia's room and opened the door. He explained the plan he had in mind. Feng Wei? Gaia tilted his head in surprise and asked. Yes. I propose gathering the CEOs of each country to discuss matters concerning the cult. Yes. I propose bringing together the heads of each nation to discuss cult-related matters. Yes. I suggest summoning the world leaders to discuss the issues related to the cult. Gaia muttered in a troubled voice. He sighed and replied. That will be difficult. No matter how urgent the situation is. Each country has its own issues. Even if a summit were held, you shouldn't expect major changes. Getting countries to cooperate is not easy. Governments are struggling just to maintain their own national security. They have no room to worry about the situation of other countries. No. Even if they had room. There isn't a country willing to act for world peace. It wouldn't be too much to sacrifice yourself. But at least, you should give it a try. If you could hold a world summit in the United States, I would be deeply grateful. Zhang Yu insisted. It won't be easy. This is beyond the Guardian's capabilities. But Gaia could not refuse the Lightbringer's request. He nodded and said, I understand. I'll give it a try. Thank you. Zhang Yu nodded gratefully. A black sphere writhed in the deep darkness formed by ice. It was a massive sphere, over 30 meters in diameter. A woman in a black robe, wearing a red demon mask, turned toward it. Greetings to the Demon King, she said. What? A calm voice flowed out from the black sphere. It was a voice that gave goosebumps, filled with terrifying malice. I have come to report the many recent events in the cult of demons. Speak. The voice grew stern. Yulia knelt before the ominous presence. First, the Fire Demon King will soon awaken. I see. Should I issue orders to proceed as planned? The black sphere writhed. A silent sign of approval. Yulia continued. Next. The summoning of the Flame Demon failed. More precisely. After the Flame Demon was summoned, we failed to control him. It doesn't matter. Now that the Demon King is gone, no one on Earth can control him. Letting him run rampant is enough. Apparently, he was killed by one of Gaia's retainers. So I don't think we can rely on him. The Flame Demon was killed by Gaia's retainer. For the first time, the black sphere shuddered. He knew well the existence of the Flame Demon. Even humans chosen by the gods cannot rival him. We must find a way to deal with him. There will be a good opportunity soon. I'll handle it myself. I'm leaving it to you. Is that all? Juliel shook her head and said. The Middle East branch was attacked. Is that worth reporting? They say it was attacked by Lucifer's subordinates. What? The black sphere twisted again, seemingly unable to believe what it heard. It must be a misunderstanding. I don't believe Lucifer would act so recklessly. If he sent envoys, persuade them and send them back. Understood. Juliel bowed in response. The most important thing now is to awaken Mammon. And then continue with the plan. Understood. I'll notify the China branch as soon as possible. To awaken the Fire Demon King. Juliel stood up, bowed again, and said to the black sphere. May your will be done. Satan. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from the black sphere. Chapter 181. Summit. 2. Chapter 181. Summit. 2. To discuss how to eliminate the demon cult. Led by the Lord of all evil, Satan. A large-scale world summit was convened. This was the first such large gathering since the day of disaster. The United States organized the World Summit. All countries that could still call themselves nations participated. These included China, South Korea, Japan, and other East Asian countries, as well as European countries, and Russia, and of course, the United States. People thought the summit was led by the U.S. But that was not actually the case. It was in fact selected by Gaia, and led by the International Guardians Organization. The Guardians. The members of the Guardians were as strong as world-class powerhouses. Sometimes even stronger. Their combined power rivaled that of several nations. They could truly be called The last hope of humanity. The world was gathering around them. Ah! Zhang Yu. Your tie is crooked. Han Shuya said. She reached out to adjust Zhang Yu's tie. Thank you. She replied. Hee hee. You look much more handsome now. Well, compared to Shixin, I might look like a squid. What are you talking about? That's not true. Shuya disagreed. She gazed at the fully suited Zhang Yu. Of course, Zhang Yu wasn't as handsome as Jin Shixin. But he was still quite good-looking. Moreover, he had muscles like a swimmer. The suit fit him perfectly. And his sharp eyes made him look like the heir of a large conglomerate in a TV drama. Zhang Yu. This outfit is uncomfortable. Echidona said, tugging at her dress with a frown. Both Echidona and Shuya were wearing evening gowns. The dresses looked overly extravagant. But because they were both so beautiful, the dresses didn't seem excessive at all. Bang! Che Yenju pushed open the door and entered. Hey! Are you ready? She asked. Yes. Yenju wore a red dress matching the color of her hair. For God's sake, what a hassle. Why are they holding a banquet? Yenju complained with a frown. Just like Echidona, Yenju seemed uncomfortable in her evening dress. A banquet was scheduled for the night before the summit, so that the CEOs of each country could strengthen their connections. Yenju could be considered one of Korea's CEOs. So she also had to attend. To be honest, this might be even more important than the summit itself. Zhang Yu commented. Contrary to expectations, the CEOs accepted the invitation to the summit. Surprisingly, there was almost no need to persuade them. Even Gaia and Zhang Yu hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. However, it was hard to expect their unconditional cooperation to stop the cult. I should build as many connections as possible, Zhang Yu thought. For them, building good relationships with each country's CEOs was crucial. After all, it was difficult to expect someone's unconditional cooperation just because they were acquaintances. Even so, it was still good to establish some form of connection. Oh, right. Zhang Yu. You might be very busy at the banquet. Yenju commented. Me? Why? Seems like quite a few people are waiting for you. Yenju explained with a smile. Zhang Yu frowned. Why? Once a demon king. Born from darkness. Yet reborn into light as an apostle of Tyrio. And the strongest among the guardians. Zhang Yu had made sure that no one except members of the guardians knew these facts. Moreover, he credited everything to Shi Xuan, spreading rumors about Shi Xuan. Thus, only the guardians or those who personally knew him knew of the existence of the warrior of light, Wu Zhangyu. Therefore, the leaders who knew little about the guardians were more interested in Jianlong Jin Shi Xuan. Me? Why? Looks like quite a few people are waiting for you. Yenju explained with a smile. Zhang Yu frowned. Why? He was once the demon king. Born in darkness. Yet embraced the light. Reborn as the apostle of Tiliel. He finally understood. They must be hidden within the darkness. Soon after, Zhang Yu frowned again. He would be rejected. As for Tang Zhao, once again, I've been caught off guard. 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 That's why only the guardians or those who truly knew him were aware of the Lightbringer, Wu Zhang. Therefore, most CEOs who only had a superficial understanding of the guardians were more interested in Sword Dragon Jin Shixin. I arranged it that way on purpose. Because among the guardians I knew, Jin Shixin was the last one. He used to be a warrior. 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 I arranged it that way on purpose. He was the hero who saved Korea, a rising star in the sword world, the disciple of Sword Emperor Tien Wuchen. Zhang Yu had given Shixin many titles to boost his popularity. That's why Zhang Yu didn't understand why people were waiting for him. More precisely, they were waiting for you. Because you are Shishun's older brother. Ah, I guess the relationship between you two is hard to hide. Yanju pointed out with a chuckle. Zhang Yu nodded, finally understanding the reason. I see, so that's how it is. Well, that's not a bad thing, right? I suppose not. To build connections with CEOs, Zhang Yu needed to have matching fame and authority. Rather than just being a guardian or a member of Derby. It's better to become a hero recognized by the world. The sworn brother of Jin Shixin. That would be even better. Jin Shixin didn't seem good at dealing with politicians. So Zhang Yu could handle it on his behalf. Step by step, Zhang Yu's group set off. On the way to the banquet hall, they ran into Shixin. Along with Gaia, Grace, and Mike Ku Biang. They entered together. Wow! So they are the ones from the rumors. As the Guardians appeared, the banquet hall buzzed with discussions. The most attention was drawn to Gaia and Shixin. Famous politicians and players from around the world rushed over to greet them. Gaia and Shixin looked surprised. People also approached Itu Masashi and Zhuge Xian, Grace, and other Guardian members. It seemed the Guardians were really famous. Zhang Yu watched from a distance. The Guardians, the strongest human group, had only a dozen or so members. Before the emergence of players, no one would have paid attention to such a small organization. But now, times had changed. The Guardians were incredibly powerful. They could wipe out a country without leaving a trace. World-class players were treated as VIPs in their home countries. As for Wu Cheng, he practically toyed with the Chinese government at will. It was nothing unusual. However, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. He hadn't expected all countries to cooperate so readily in hunting down the cult. He had even prepared a trump card, in case he couldn't persuade them with words. Yet, they seemed too carefree. Both politicians and players were pretending not to notice the real agenda of the summit. No matter how optimistic or peace-loving they were, given the real threat of the cult, their behavior was just too strange. Nice to meet you. I am the French ambassador, Emmanuel Aymon. You're the sworn brother of Sword Dragon Jin Shixin, right? I've heard a lot about you. Before Zhang Yu could even clear his doubts, wandering politicians started to flock around him. Zhang Yu smiled and bowed politely. Thank you all for traveling so far for the sake of world peace. His smile was extremely professional. Not at all. After all, this is all to support the Guardians. It's only natural for every nation to provide as much support to the Guardians as possible. What's wrong with them? Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Politicians from France, Britain, Italy, the United States, and even South Korea all gathered around Zhang Yu and spoke to him. Why were they being so aggressive? This was different from what Gaia had anticipated. The politicians acted like they were willing to offer everything he needed. It was the night before the summit. But this was too much. Politicians usually tried to gain as much as possible, while giving as little support as they could. But that wasn't the case now. Everyone was offering the best conditions they could muster, as if they were bidding at an auction. Originally, we planned to support the Guardians by providing the services of our French Special Forces. We can also guarantee an annual budget of $100 million. Hearing you say that puts me at ease, Zhang Yu said, maintaining his professional smile, as he spoke to several people at once. Oh, damn it. As the conversation went on, he finally understood what was happening. I heard the cult of demons suffered losses in South America. Seems like hiding is all they can do now. Nothing more. These bastards. There wasn't a trace of anxiety or fear in the politicians' words. Zhang Yu quickly realized why they were speaking this way. We went to so much effort to stop them. And you think they'd just hide? South Korea, China, and then South America. In every incident caused by the cult of demons, the situation turned out easier to resolve than the politicians had expected. Civilian casualties only occurred in South Korea. And later in China. They had secured overwhelming victories against weak monsters. And finally, the South American incident was handled. Before the cult of demons could even act, thanks to the Guardians and world-class members. So in the eyes of politicians, the cult is just a group of madmen. In their view, the cult doesn't even count as a national threat, let alone an international one. Damn it. Zhang Yu frowned. He had handled the cult's plan so perfectly. Yet it backfired against him. This was not good. He couldn't see a hint of seriousness on the politicians' faces. They were just smiling. At this rate, even if they provided support to the Guardians, Zhang Yu was sure they would do it leisurely. This contradiction emerged. He narrowed his eyes. His mind a mess. Ah! Lady Julia. You're here. We've been waiting for you. This is Mr. Zhang Yu. The one we mentioned before. Everyone around Zhang Yu turned to look in one direction. Zhang Yu also turned his head to look. Nice to meet you. My name is Julia Verkova, Russian ambassador. An astonishingly beautiful woman greeted Zhang Yu. Long brown hair. Red lips. A deep V-neck dress hugging her perfect figure. Exuding a faint fragrance. That enhanced her overwhelming sensuality. I'd say she's somewhere between Tian Suyan and Lilith. Tian Suyan was like a kid just learning how to be sexy, while Lilith was the embodiment of sensuality. And Julia Verkova seemed to be somewhere in between. I'm pleased to meet you too. Zhang Yu greeted her. His sharp eyes swept the surroundings. These people, all the politicians and players approaching Zhang Yu, had now gathered around Julia. From the way they looked at Zhang Yu, it seemed they had approached her based on Zhang Yu's words. This was definitely a systematic approach. Zhang Yu took Julia's outstretched hand. She smiled. Julia flashed a charming smile at Zhang Yu. As she continued, "Oh, by the way, I saw a VIP room in the banquet hall. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Could you spare me a moment?" She tilted her head and leaned closer to Zhang Yu. The atmosphere between them growing heavier. Zhang Yu's smile disappeared for a second. He smelled the fragrance and squinted his eyes slightly. Then, lost in his thoughts for a moment, he smiled again. Julia loosened her fingers and made a fist. A tingling sensation spreading through her hand. Of course. Zhang Yu finally answered. He took Julia's outstretched hand. In that case, let's head to the room, Julia said to the politicians. She led Zhang Yu and the others into the VIP room. Click. Ha ha. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped into the VIP room, he let out an incredulous laugh. Come on. Aren't you going a bit too far? The VIP room was filled with all kinds of delicacies. And these beauties, their looks and figures rivaled Julia's. The moment Zhang Yu sat down, these stunning women gathered around him. This is premium shark fin. Please try it. And this, foie gras and caviar. You should try these too. About 30 beautiful women, seemingly unfazed, along with others who entered with Julia, surrounded Zhang Yu, sweetly offering plates of food. Damn. You really pulled out all the stops. It was obvious. They were trying to persuade Zhang Yu to join their side. These girls were personally selected by me. I hope they could help you relax a little. After completing so many tough missions with the Guardians, you must be exhausted, Julia said with a smile. As she sat down on a chair and explained, Zhang Yu looked at the girls around him. Gourmet food. Politicians. They didn't seem to know him very well. Tisk tisk. He clicked his tongue at the thought of $100 million. An unimaginable fortune. Food he'd never even heard of, let alone seen. And stunningly beautiful women. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Zhang Yu leaned back on the finest leather sofa, grinning proudly. You can't lure me with this kind of trash. Zhang Yu saw through Julia's intentions, but found it laughable. He wasn't so pitiful that he'd lose his way over something like this. At the very least, they should have prepared a bowl of kimchi stew. Zhang Yu smirked coldly, mocking their stupidity in his heart. I'm not that easy. Chapter 182, Summit. Part 3. Chapter 182, Summit. Part 3. This would be easy. Yulia. Verkova thought to herself. She smiled coldly, watching Zhang Yu surrounded by beautiful women. Zhang Yu's smile deepened. Moreover, the scent seemed effective. Throughout the entire room, a scent mixed with aphrodisiacs was spreading. It was a scent brewed with black magic, designed to make one feel the desires a demon would experience. It had such a strong effect that even devout religious believers or ascetics could lose their minds to desire. The politicians and beauties working with Yulia had taken a drug to resist the scent's effects. However, Zhang Yu hadn't taken anything, so he was fully exposed to its influence. I'll start lightly. If Yulia released the full strength of the scent at once, Zhang Yu would likely sense something was wrong and run out of the room. How's the food? Julia asked. Ah, it's delicious. Hee hee. Zhang Yu's nodding really made him look a bit foolish. It seemed to betray all the rumors about him. Julia thought. She looked at Zhang Yu with a kind of pity. Zhang Yu was the sworn brother of Jin Shixin. His talents, abilities, and sense of justice had all been recognized by the Guardians. Even though he hadn't been chosen by Gaia to become a Guardian, he was still allowed to join them. I heard he gained Gaia's trust. Until recently, the person Gaia trusted most was undoubtedly Grace and Dike Cubin. He was the strongest world-ranked individual and Gaia's protector. But recently, things seemed to have changed. Most people knew Gaia had begun placing more trust in Sword Dragon Jin Shixin and his sworn brother, Wu Zhang. Maybe he couldn't recognize people well. Perhaps because he was blind. Looking at the women around him, Zhang Yu's dazed appearance was simply stunning. Julia even thought, maybe there was no need for perfume at all. Maybe I should just go after Sword Dragon directly. Seeing the sworn brother behave like this seriously lowered her opinion of Jin Shixin. She regretted wasting her efforts. No, no, no. Sword Dragon Jin Shixin, in the eyes of the people, was the ace of the Guardians and their strongest protector. Rumor had it he had almost single-handedly resolved the South American crisis. Thus, within the Guardians, he held an extremely important position. No matter what, Shixin had already defeated Yanmo. So Julia knew she had to proceed cautiously. It was the right decision. Moreover, it would take some time before they could seek guidance from Lord Satan again. The master he served, the ruler of the demon cult, the demon king Satan, had not yet fully revived. He was preparing for something beyond just resurrection. Thus, chances to communicate with him were rare. During the time they couldn't seek Lord Satan's guidance, he had to handle this matter as thoroughly as possible. As a demon apostle, he had to fill the void left by the demons. He couldn't slack off in the plan to undermine the Guardians from within. He had to weaken their power. Julia stared at Zhang Yu, who was laughing like a drunken fool. Women in his arms, as if he were at a brothel. First, I need to turn this pathetic man into my puppet. As for what Julia would do next, there was no need to guess. She would use Shishun's trust in Zhang Yu to incite internal strife within the Guardians. She wondered what expression Gaia would have. Julia smirked sideways. When the carefully built hope of humanity, the Guardians, collapsed from within, Gaia's face would surely be filled with despair. Just imagining it made her feel a thrill. Zhang Yu. Do you like girls? Ah. What did I just say? Sorry. Hearing Julia's words, Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses. He shook his head and pushed the girls away, still showing some rationality. But it was only a matter of time. Julia thought to herself. She spread even more of the scent throughout the room. As the scent grew stronger, Zhang Yu's vision grew more blurred. Ah. No need to apologize. You've been chasing the cult non-stop lately. You haven't had any rest, have you? Julia asked. Well, that's true. But this is the kind of rest a hero deserves. However, being unable to relax would only rot the guardians from within and weaken them. Julia stared at Zhang Yu. He was smiling foolishly like a drunk, holding a woman in his arms, as if he'd stumbled into a brothel. First, I'll turn this pathetic man into my puppet. Julia had no doubt about what to do next. She would use Shishun's trust in Zhang Yu to sow discord within the Guardians. She wondered what kind of expression that bitch Gaia would have by then. Julia smiled wickedly. When the carefully crafted organization, the so-called last hope of humanity, collapsed from within, Gaia's face would be filled with utter despair. Just imagining it made Julia tremble with excitement. Zhang Yu. Do you like girls? Ah. What did I just say? I'm sorry. Hearing Julia's words, Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses. He shook his head and pushed the woman away, though he still looked a bit dazed. It was only a matter of time, Julia thought as she diffused more fragrance into the room. As the scent grew stronger, Zhang Yu's vision grew increasingly blurred. Ah. No need to apologize. You've been chasing the cult of demons lately, haven't you? Julia asked. Well, that's true. But this is a hero's breakthrough. However, we cannot relax in undermining the guardians from within. We must weaken them. Julia stared at Zhang Yu, who was grinning like a drunkard, a woman in his arms, just like someone visiting a brothel. First, I need to turn this pathetic man into my puppet. What Julia would do next was obvious. She would use Shi Shuin's trust in Zhang Yu to stir up trouble within the Guardians. She wondered what expression that bitch Gaia would have then. Julia laughed wickedly. When Gaia's carefully crafted organization, once called humanity's last hope, collapsed from within, Gaia's face would surely be filled with despair. Just imagining it made her thrilled with excitement. Zhang Yu. Do you like girls? Ah. What did I just say? I'm sorry. Hearing Julia's words, Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses. He shook his head and pushed the woman away, still showing some rationality. But it was only a matter of time, Julia thought as she spread more of the scent around the room. As the scent grew stronger, Zhang Yu's vision became increasingly blurred. Ah. No need to apologize. You've been busy hunting down the cult lately, haven't you? Julia asked. Well, yes, but however, this is a hero's breakthrough. But no need to apologize. You've been chasing the cult non-stop. You haven't had any rest, have you? Julia asked. Well, that's true. But this is the kind of rest a hero deserves. Still, no need to apologize. You've been hunting the cult of demons recently, without rest, right? Julia asked again. Well, that's true. But this is the kind of rest a hero deserves. Still, sigh. You really leave me speechless. Have you gone soft? Or what? Seeing Zhang Yu's foolish appearance, Julia frowned. That's why I hate the servants of God. On the surface, they seem like righteous, good people. But when faced with their own desires, they're utterly weak. After accepting demonic power, recognizing their own desires, and pursuing them further, the so-called servants of God were laughable in Julia's eyes. I wonder if, after tasting the pleasures of a demon's body, you'll still be the same. The sensations brought by the scent were just a preview, but not much different from the real thing. Julia gleefully imagined what would happen to this man, who looked like he'd been a virgin for 10,000 years. Once he felt that pleasure. If you're uncomfortable, would you like me to tell them to leave? She suggested. Oppa, don't you like us? We're much better than Korean girls. After Julia stepped aside, the women leaned in even closer, their seduction intensifying. A twisted smile slowly spread across Jong Yu's face. And he replied to Julia. No, it's fine. Her pitifulness reached its peak. Even the politicians around her started laughing at her. But, didn't you say you wanted to tell me something? Jong Yu asked. Oh, looks like she hadn't forgotten about that. Julia said calmly. Actually, it's nothing important. I just wanted to have at least one conversation with you. Because I admire you. Haha, you flatter me. Even though you weren't chosen as a guardian. You managed to join the Guardians. Because of your care and concern for your sworn brother. That alone is admirable. You're exaggerating. What do you all think? Julia asked the politicians. Of course. Your story touched us deeply. An older brother fighting on the front lines for his younger brother. We even heard you're not actually blood related. Is that true? Ah, yes, it's true. I think your decision is remarkable. The politicians around Jong Yu seemed eager to speak. Each one competing to promise what their country could do for Jong Yu. They were all doing very well. Julia watched the politicians pounce on Jong Yu. Like starving wolves attacking prey. And couldn't help but laugh. These politicians weren't directly connected to the cult. They were simply people she had pulled in under the name of the Russian ambassador. Maybe they'd come in handy someday. If they didn't, Julia wouldn't have bothered bringing them in. The politicians aimed to turn Jong Yu into a puppet. And make the Guardians part of their national military. He wanted to dismantle the Guardians. So his intent differed from the politicians. But that wasn't important. Their immediate goal was the same. To turn him into a puppet. Listening to the politicians' absurd words. Jong Yu's eyes sparkled as he said, Oh, right. Since you've all been so kind to me. I'd feel bad if I didn't repay you somehow. He pulled a bottle of liquor out of his pocket. Compared to his small pocket, this bottle of wine was huge. It almost looked like some kind of magical device. This was a rare bottle of wine. I had prepared to share with the Guardians after the banquet. But since all of you are so dedicated to world peace, I thought I'd share it with you too. Jong Yu explained. Wow! You really shouldn't have. How did you know I was absolutely crazy about wine? The politicians praised Jong Yu. But they weren't really interested in the wine he brought. What they cared about was that he was willing to open it. And if he was opening a bottle, they could bring out their own. That was Jong Yu's idea. To use his wine as bait. How did you know I was crazy about wine? The politicians praised him again. They weren't interested in Jong Yu's wine itself, but in the fact that he was opening a bottle. This was Jong Yu's plan. To use his wine to lure them. This was Jong Yu's strategy. He would bait them with wine. How did you know I love wine so much? The politicians continued to flatter Jong Yu. But what they cared about was him opening that special bottle. He had saved for the Guardians. That was Jong Yu's real plan. Since all of you are so dedicated to world peace, I wanted to share it with you too. Jong Yu explained. Wow, you really shouldn't have. Ha ha. How did you know I love wine so much? The politicians' compliments weren't truly about the wine. What they cared about was that Jong Yu was opening a bottle meant for the Guardians. It was so easy it was almost disappointing. Julia yawned lazily, leaning back on the sofa. Julia had prepared other tricks too, depending on how Jong Yu reacted. But it seemed like she wouldn't need any of them. Maybe the Guardians weren't all that impressive after all. Yeah, you've treated me so well, if I don't repay you, I'll feel guilty. Jong Yu said, pulling out another bottle from his pocket. The wine bottle was much larger than his small pocket. It looked like there was some magical device involved. This is a precious wine I prepared to drink with my fellow Guardians after the banquet. But since you are all so devoted to world peace, I'd like to share it with you as well. Jong Yu explained. Wow, you shouldn't have. How did you know I love wine? The politicians complimenting Jong Yu weren't actually interested in the wine. What they cared about was that he was opening a bottle meant for the Guardians. It was too easy. It was a little disappointing. Julia yawned and leaned back on the sofa. Julia had prepared a few other things to be used depending on Zhang Yu's reaction. But it seemed she wouldn't need any of them. Looks like the Guardians aren't much after all. She couldn't see anyone posing a real threat to the cult's rule. Julia thought she would have to meet Jianlong to be sure. However, seeing him trusting someone like Zhang Yu made her expectations plummet. My master must have overestimated the demon Balrog. Satan never said much about what happened in hell. He never mentioned the 1,000-year war against the Demon King, nor the Demon King's trusted lieutenants, Balrog and Lilith. It seemed like Satan had been scared by it all. I don't blame him. Satan never admitted it. But Julia had heard that Satan and the other princes lost the war against the Demon King. As for the Demon King's fate, he disintegrated while trying to cross dimensions. The mighty Demon King who killed the 7 princes of hell ended in a whimper. The Demon King who ruled the 9 layers of hell tried to invade another dimension, but was utterly defeated. He charged straight into the system's bindings and was erased. Only the magic sea, his source of power, remained. There's no need to worry about someone who's been destroyed. Julia needed to focus on her plan. All right. Everyone, cheers. Zhang Yu said, pouring drinks for all the politicians present. Julia raised her glass with a seductive smile. To the destruction of the cult and the realization of world peace. Cheers. Clink. Then Zhang Yu and the politicians each took a sip of wine. Julia also took a sip. The wine shimmered with a beautiful red glow. Not bad. The taste and aroma of the wine were so sweet that he would have believed it was a rare vintage. No doubt about it. What a great day, Zhang Yu said excitedly. His eyes were dazed, as if overwhelmed by the fragrance filling the room. Even his movements started to slow down. Oh, since you're all here, there's something I want to tell you, Zhang Yu said. Oh, what is it? Hearing you say that, I'm getting curious. Zhang Yu, looking very enthusiastic, seemed about to reveal an important secret about the Guardians. Julia's face lit up with a brilliant smile. You see. Zhang Yu looked around sluggishly, as if finally noticing the women clinging to him. Julia waved her hand, giving an order. You girls, wait outside. I'll call you back in later. Yes, ma'am. The women answered. 30 beautiful women left the room. Julia's eyes sparkled. It seemed the information was quite important. Seeing Zhang Yu's dazed, wandering eyes, she was sure of it. Whatever he was about to say, it had to be significant. Ahem. Zhang Yu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. What I'm about to say must not leave this room. Ha ha. Of course. No one is better at keeping secrets than we are. The politicians eagerly agreed to Zhang Yu's condition. And then, Zhang Yu opened his mouth, only to swallow suddenly. The politicians, full of anticipation, swallowed nervously. A strange tension filled the room. Zhang Yu spoke quietly. The wine you just drank was poisoned. What? Oh. Strictly speaking, it's not poison. But close enough. In short, if you don't get the antidote from me in time, you'll die in excruciating pain. You. What did you say? Chaos erupted. A crash. Julia's wine glass fell to the floor. The blood-red wine soaked into the carpet. What? He asked, trembling. You. What did you just say? I said, if you don't get the antidote from me, you will die in agony. Is that so hard to understand? Zhang Yu leaned back on the sofa, his gaze still hazy, his movements slow. He looked like he was drugged. But his words were clear. Still, that didn't make it any easier for them to grasp the meaning behind his words. Julia stared at Zhang Yu, as if questioning whether he was spouting nonsense. Ha ha. Zhang Yu. You really have quite a sense of humor. The politicians who had drunk the wine laughed awkwardly, still not understanding what was happening. Lying on the sofa, Zhang Yu raised one hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The French ambassador Emmanuel. Eamon collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. His veins bulged. His skin turned deathly pale. He twisted and writhed in agony, scratching at the floor, his nails nearly torn off. He foamed at the mouth, and his pants were soaked with foam. Oh! Emmanuel began to vomit. His eyes were bloodshot. He clawed at his face, tearing open the skin. Fresh blood gushed from the wounds. Snap! Zhang Yu snapped his fingers again. Emmanuel, who had been struggling in agony, trembled and gasped for air. He let out a sound. What? I've activated the poison inside your body, Zhang Yu said. If you don't take the medicine I give you every week, you'll suffer in agony like you just did. And then you'll die. The room fell silent. The politicians looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The silence was so heavy that even the shifting of their gazes seemed audible. Finally, one politician stood up and stomped his foot. Do you realize what you've just done? He shouted. Of course. I know. Zhang Yu replied calmly. Did you really think I didn't? This is a crime. An international crime. Is the Guardians planning to declare war on the world? War? Of course not. I just want to resolve this peacefully, Zhang Yu said with composure. Seeing his calm demeanor, the politicians all stood up, their faces flushed with anger. They shouted furiously. Did Gaia approve this? I'm withdrawing all my support for the Guardians. No. I'll make sure you pay for this. I can't believe the Guardians would resort to such measures. You call yourselves humanity's last hope? Are you all insane? This man. He must be a cultist. The room erupted into chaos. Zhang Yu leaned back on the sofa, tilted his head up, and exhaled lightly. Ha! He sighed. Rumble. Ah. Wah. What? The entire room shook. Zhang Yu lowered his head again. A surge of killing intent erupted from him, pressing down on everyone in the room. Stop spouting bullshit, he ordered, frowning. He raised his leg and rested it on the table. Do as I say, Zhang Yu said. He spat on the floor. If you don't want to die, then just die. Chapter 183, Summit. Part 4. Yulia. Verkova bit her lip and glared at Zhang Yu. Looks like I misjudged you? Zhang Yu. I thought you were someone full of a strong sense of justice. Someone who worked harder than anyone for world peace. Don't fool me. Zhang Yu laughed in disbelief. If you wanted to seduce me, you should have hidden your intentions better. Trying to use me so blatantly. How could I not notice? You should have been more subtle. That was just too obvious. It's a shame you misunderstood my goodwill. The only thing wrong here is your own twisted thinking. Zhang Yu mocked. Julia frowned at his crude mockery. Julia frowned at his harsh sarcasm. What was going on? She wondered. Julia realized she hadn't hidden her intentions. She could have revealed them more subtly over time. But she didn't think it necessary. Why wasn't the scent working? She bit her lip anxiously. Something was clearly wrong. The scent he cultivated could awaken demonic desires in people. Anyone without resistance or experience against such urges from demons would be completely helpless against it. That was why he used such a simple tactic. If that was the case, then it meant Zhang Yu had endured these urges through sheer mental willpower. That was impossible. Julia stared at him in disbelief. No one knew better than she how powerful demonic desires could be. And yet he resisted. It was like waving drugs in front of an addict, or water before a man dying in the desert, and telling them not to touch it. Demonic desires weren't something so easily overcome. Damn it. Julia's expression twisted. She felt like her plan to tear apart the Guardians had been ruined. A person like that was a member of an organization claiming to fight for justice and world peace. How ironic. Julia clenched her fists. She considered killing him with magic. But she was deep in enemy territory. If she used magic, she'd be surrounded by the guardians. And die for nothing. What should I do? Her thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Bang! At that moment, a politician suddenly kicked the table hard. It seemed that before becoming a politician, he had been a player. With just one kick, the table cracked apart. He glared at Zhang Yu and cursed loudly. Bastard! The politician threw a punch at Zhang Yu, his fist glowing with blue magical energy. Grab. Ah! The politician exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yu effortlessly caught his fist. He sneered coldly and asked mockingly, My God! Were you all mass-produced in some factory? Why is it that you come from different countries and ethnicities, yet all say the same thing? Let go of me, buddy. I didn't plan to go this far. You know. As long as we get the support we need, I'm good with it.